Hello, my friends, and welcome. I'm so glad you decided to join me tonight. Before we begin, I want you to take a moment to settle in. Dim the lights, find your most comfortable chair, and leave the busyness of the world behind. While you're getting settled, don't forget to like, subscribe, and tell me in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is. Your engagement truly helps, and the more you interact, the more these chilling tales will find their way back to your feed. Tonight, we're stepping into the shadows to share a few stories that are as true as they are unsettling. So, take a deep breath, get cozy, and let's explore the dark together.
Someone was home. I want to tell you exactly when I knew. Not when I suspected. Not when I began to construct alternative explanations with the quiet, methodical energy of someone who is paid to build arguments from evidence. I mean the moment I knew with the kind of certainty that lives below thought, in the part of the body that does not reason, that only recognizes. The moment when the story I had been telling myself for 7 weeks finally ran out of road. It was a Tuesday evening in early November. I had just come home from the office, dropped my keys on the counter, and walked to the refrigerator to pour a glass of water. I opened the door. I looked at the second shelf. And I stopped. My name is Renee Callaway. I am 31 years old. I work as a paralegal for a mid-sized civil litigation firm, which means that organizing facts, identifying inconsistencies, and building careful chains of inference from fragmentary evidence is not just something I am trained to do. It is how my mind actually moves through the world. I do not frighten easily. I do not manufacture patterns from coincidence. And I want you to understand, before I tell you any of this, that the account I am about to give is the most precisely true thing I have ever written. I moved to Harwick in September of the previous year following a job transfer. I had not chosen Harwick. The firm had opened a new office there, and I had been asked to anchor it, which was a promotion of the kind that felt more like a relocation than a reward. I had been in Portland for 6 years. I knew its streets and its coffee shops, in the particular way the winter light filtered through the low cloud cover over the West Hills, and I had not wanted to leave any of it. But the transfer came with a title and a raise, and I am a practical person, and so I said yes. Harwick sits in the southern end of the Willamette Valley, tucked between a ridge of Douglas fir and a 2-lane highway that runs north toward Eugene. It is the kind of town that is not quite large enough to feel anonymous, not quite small enough to feel watched. Or so I thought when I drove into it for the first time on a Saturday morning in early September. The back of my car loaded and the windows cracked to let in air that smelled of pine resin and turned earth and the faint, specific sweetness of the valley's last harvest. There's a grain elevator at the edge of town that you can see from the highway, painted a sun-bleached white that glows orange at dusk. There is a diner on the main street called Peggy's that had the same menu laminate in both its windows when I arrived and almost certainly has it still. I ate breakfast there in my first full morning in town. A plate of eggs and sourdough toast and a cup of coffee that came in a mug the size of a small soup bowl. And I remember sitting at the counter and watching the street outside and thinking that I could learn to live here. The house on Caldwell Road was a rental, a 2-story Craftsman built in the 1940s. With high ceilings and original hardwood floors that had darkened to a deep amber over decades of use. It sat on a quiet residential block between a retired couple named the Hargroves and a younger family I never saw clearly enough to learn their names. The exterior was painted a dark sage green with cream trim, and there was a covered porch along the front that had 2 wooden chairs on it, left by the previous tenant. The yard was modest, a rectangle of dry late summer grass, a Japanese maple near the fence that was already beginning to turn, its leaves going to a dark, saturated red that was almost the color of dried blood. I noticed that the first time I walked up the front path and then told myself I was being melodramatic about a tree. My landlord was a retired contractor named Gerald Marsh, a large, unhurried man in his late 60s who had owned the property for almost 20 years. He met me at the house the afternoon I signed the lease, walked me through the rooms with the patient efficiency of someone who had shown the same house many times, and answered every question I asked with the slight edge of a man who had learned that prospective tenants always ask the same questions, and that the answers never change enough to matter. The furnace was on a service contract. The water heater was 4 years old. The kitchen appliances were included in the rent. The one thing he showed me that he had not been asked about was the attic. He led me to the upstairs hallway, reached up to a recessed panel in the ceiling, and pulled. The panel swung down on a hinged frame, and a folding wooden ladder unfolded from it in 3 jointed sections. Gerald shone a small flashlight up into the opening. The light moved across bare insulation botts and exposed joists and the old ductwork along the east wall, wide flat metal runs that carried heat to the second floor vents. He told me the attic was drafty in winter, and that I should not store anything temperature sensitive up there. He told me there were a few old boxes he had never gotten around to clearing out, pushed against the north wall, and that he would get to them eventually. Then he folded the ladder back up and closed the panel, and we went downstairs and I signed the lease. And that was the last time either of us thought about the attic for a very long while. I spent my first 2 weeks in Harwick, and the comfortable, productive days of new arrival, learning the route to the office, finding the grocery store and the dry cleaner and the pharmacy, building the small infrastructure of daily life in an unfamiliar city. The house felt clean and quiet and larger than I needed, and I liked that about it. I liked the sound the hardwood floors made in the morning. I liked the deep windowsills in the living room where I could set a cup of coffee and a book. I liked the Japanese maple in the yard, which had gone fully red by the end of the first week, and dropped its leaves in the second, in a slow, unhurried fall that I watched from the kitchen window while I ate breakfast. The first thing was a smell. I noticed it perhaps 2 weeks in, on a Wednesday evening, when I had come upstairs to get a sweater from the bedroom closet. It was not a bad smell. Not decay, not mildew, not the particular damp wool odor that old houses can carry in their walls. It was something warmer and harder to name than that, faint and human, in a way that was almost familiar, the way a room smells after someone has been sitting in it for a long time and then left. I stood in the upstairs hallway and breathed it in, and then I reached for the obvious explanation. The ductwork, the insulation, the closed-in warmth of an old house, sealing itself against the first genuine cold of the season. And I accepted it and went to get my sweater. I accepted it completely. The house on Caldwell Road was quiet that evening in the particular way that a house settles into quiet when it has only one person in it, the kind of quiet that is not silence, but a collection of small sounds. The tick of the baseboard heat, the whisper of wind in the Japanese maple, the low persistent hum of the refrigerator downstairs. I sat in the living room with my book and my coffee, and I did not think about the smell again. Somewhere above me, the attic held its dark and patient silence, and the cold night outside pressed itself gently against the vents along the east wall. The smell had faded by the following morning, the way a half-remembered detail fades when you reach for it directly. Present at the edge, gone at the center. I want to be precise about the timeline because the timeline matters. I am a person who works with timelines professionally, who understands that the sequence of events and the distance between them is often the most important information in a file. So I want to be clear, the smell came first in week 2. The sounds did not begin until week 3, and between those two things there was a period of ordinary days during which I went to work and came home and made dinner and watched the last of the Japanese maple's bare branches darken in the evening rain, and nothing happened that I could not explain, and I was, in every way that I could measure, fine. The sound started on a Thursday night. I remember it was a Thursday because I had stayed late at the office reviewing a deposition transcript and had come home later than usual, close to 9, and eaten the quick dinner standing at the kitchen counter rather than sitting at the table the way I normally did. I was tired in the specific, flat way that comes from too many hours of close reading. Not sleepy exactly, but hollowed out, the kind of tired where the mind goes quiet before the body does. I went upstairs to bed before 10, which was early for me, and I lay in the dark and listened to the house settle around me. Old houses settle. This is not a mystery or a metaphor. It is a physical fact of timber construction, of wood that expands and contracts with temperature and moisture, of a structure that has been doing this for 80 years, and has developed its own particular vocabulary of creaks and pops and low groans that a new occupant learns gradually and eventually stops hearing. I had been in the house long enough by then to have begun that process of tuning. I knew the sound the third stair made when the baseboard heat came on. I knew the particular pop from the corner of the living room ceiling that happened in the hour before midnight, always in the same corner, always with the same brief dry report. What I heard that Thursday night was not any of those sounds. It came from directly above my bed. A slow, drawn-out creak, not the sharp complaint of cooling timber, but something more concentrated, more deliberate, the sound of weight being shifted carefully from one point to another. It lasted perhaps 2 seconds and then stopped. I lay in the dark and waited. 4 or 5 minutes passed. Then it came again, slightly to the left of where it had been before. The same quality of sound, the same careful distributed pressure, moving incrementally toward the east wall. I lay very still. My breath had gone shallow without my noticing it. The way your body makes its adjustments before your conscious mind is caught up to what is happening. A raccoon, I thought. Or a possum. An animal that had found its way into the attic through the old venting Gerald had mentioned, looking for warmth as the nights got colder. This was the most reasonable explanation, and I applied it immediately and with full conviction, because I am not a person who allows her mind to idle in the direction of the unreasonable. I made a mental note to call Gerald in the morning. I turned on the bedside lamp. The sound stopped. I did not call Gerald in the morning. I have thought about this a great deal since then. I have thought about the specific mechanism by which a person who is trained to act on evidence manages for weeks not to act on evidence. I think the answer has something to do with the way the mind protects its comfort, not the dramatic, fearful comfort of the horror story. The character who refuses to look in a basement because they know what they will find. Something quieter and more ordinary than that. The mild, practical comfort of a person who has recently relocated alone to an unfamiliar city, who has a new job and a new routine to establish, and who does not want to be the kind of tenant who calls the landlord about noises, who does not want to find, in the ceiling above her bed, evidence of a problem that will require contractors and disruption and the particular exhaustion of dealing with something unpleasant when she is already managing the low-grade exhaustion of everything else. I did not call Gerald. I told myself I would, and then I did not. And each morning the not calling seemed more reasonable than the morning before. The sounds continued across that third week, with no particular pattern except for the hour, which was consistently late after midnight, before 2 in the morning, always from the ceiling above the master bedroom. Always that same quality of careful, concentrated movement, sometimes just once in a night, a single slow crossing from one point toward the east wall. Sometimes 2 or 3 times with long silences between. I began keeping the lamp on my side of the bed switched on after midnight, and the sounds, when the lamp was on, were rarer, not absent, but less frequent, as if whatever was making them was sensitive to the change in light below. I told myself this was because animals are sensitive to light. I believed this. In the 4th week, the sounds moved. Not all of them. The ceiling sounds continued as before, but I began to hear something else, lower and more occasional, that seemed to come from the direction of the upstairs hallway rather than the attic directly, a settling sound near the hallway floor, not from above but from the same level. Once, standing in the doorway of my bedroom at midnight reaching for the lamp switch, I heard a sound from the direction of the 2nd bedroom, the room I used as my home office. That was not a settling sound at all. It was a breath-hold silence, the sudden absence of sound where a moment before there had been something, the way a room goes quiet when you open a door into it unexpectedly. I stood in my bedroom doorway for a long time without moving. Then I turned on the hallway light and walked to the office door, and opened it and turned on that light too. And the room was exactly as I had left it. Laptop on the desk, charger coiled on the corner, the small bookshelf against the wall, the window dark with rain. The desk chair was positioned as I always positioned it, squared to the desk. Everything was as it should be. I went back to bed. I lay in the light from the lamp, and I listened to the house, and after a while, the house was quiet. And after a longer while, I fell asleep. The following afternoon, I went upstairs to retrieve a charger I had left in the office, and I noticed that the desk chair had been turned, not dramatically, perhaps 15 degrees to the left of center, so that it no longer faced the desk squarely but angled slightly toward the window. A small difference, the kind of difference that you can immediately convincingly explain away. I had turned it myself without noticing. I had bumped it while reaching for something. I had simply misremembered how I had left it. I stood in the doorway of that room, and I looked at that chair for a long time, and then I took my phone from my pocket, and I took a photograph of it. A single photograph, taken carefully, that showed the chair's angle relative to the desk and the window and the position of the wheels on the floor. I did not tell myself why I was taking it. I put my phone back in my pocket, and I got my charger, and I went back downstairs, and I did not think about the photograph for the rest of the afternoon. But I did not delete it either. That is the detail I come back to when I think about the strange, slow accumulation of that period. Not the chair itself, not the sounds, not the smell from the hallway. The photograph. The small, private act of documentation performed by a part of me that was already arriving at a conclusion that the rest of me was not yet willing to name. The paralegal's reflex, operating below the level of conscious decision. Something in me was already building the file. I made dinner that evening and ate it at the table, which I had not done in several days. I sat with my back to the wall, which I had also not done before, and I ate slowly, and I looked at the kitchen ceiling above me, and I thought about Gerald's flashlight beam moving across the old ductwork along the east wall, and the flat metal runs leading to the vents in the floors above. Outside, the rain had settled into the steady, unhurried Oregon drizzle that was not dramatic enough to be weather and not light enough to ignore. The kind of rain that is simply part of the air, part of the sky, part of the gray-green patience of the valley in November. I could hear it on the roof. I could hear the roof very clearly from where I sat. What I could not hear, and was only beginning to understand that I should have been listening for all along, was the precise difference between the sounds a house makes alone and the sounds a house makes when it is not. The photograph on my phone had a timestamp. I know this sounds like a small thing. It is not a small thing. In civil litigation, timestamps are often the difference between a case that holds and a case that collapses. The precise, indifferent record of when something existed in a particular state, immune to the softening that human memory applies to uncomfortable facts over time. The photograph I had taken of the desk chair in my home office was time-stamped at 4:17 in the afternoon on a Friday in the third week of October. I had not looked at it since I took it. I looked at it now, sitting at my kitchen table with my dinner plate pushed to one side and the rain continuing its patient work on the roof above me. The chair and the photograph faced 15 degrees left of the desk centerline. I could see the window in the background, and the angle of the chair relative to the window frame was unambiguous. I set the phone face down on the table, and I went upstairs to my office, and I looked at the chair as it stood now, and then I looked at it for a long time, and then I went back downstairs and picked up my phone and looked at the photograph again. The chair had been moved back, not to exactly the position I always kept it, squared precisely to the desk, but closer to it than the photograph showed, close enough that if I had not taken the photograph, close enough that if I had only my memory to work with, I would have concluded that I had misremembered the whole thing. But I had not misremembered. I had 4:17 in the afternoon on a Friday telling me exactly what I had seen, and what I was looking at now was different from that. I sat at the kitchen table for a very long time that evening without doing anything in particular. I want to be honest about the specific quality of what I felt in those hours, because I think it is important and because I have not found an accurate way to describe it before. It was not fear exactly, not the sharp, adrenalized fear of immediate threat. It was something older and colder than that, something that moved through the body differently, settling into the joints rather than the chest. It was the fear of revised understanding, the fear that arrives when you realize that a situation you had been reading one way must now be read another way entirely, and that the new reading casts everything that came before it in a different light. All the ordinary evenings, all the unremarkable nights, all the small anomalies you had filed and forgotten. The fear is not of what might happen. It is of what has already been happening, quietly, while you went about your life. I did not call anyone that night. I did not call Gerald, or the police, or a friend from Portland. I sat at my kitchen table with the overhead light on, and I opened my laptop and I began, with the careful, methodical energy I would bring to any research task at the office, to search. I searched for terms I felt slightly foolish typing, and then searched anyway because feeling foolish about evidence is a luxury I could not afford. Covert habitation, long-term home intrusion, attic dweller. The results were not reassuring. There were forums, some of them earnest and some of them sensationalized, and there were a handful of documented cases that had made local or regional news over the years. I read through them with the same close attention I would bring to a deposition transcript, making notes on a legal pad in the margin shorthand I developed over years of working with dense factual records. And then I found the case from Peveril, Massachusetts, and I stopped taking notes. Daniel LaPlante, 1986, a family named Bowen, living in an ordinary house in an ordinary New England town, who began to notice things they could not explain. Objects moved, messages appearing on walls, the persistent sense of a presence in a house where they believed themselves to be alone. They assumed, as people in that situation often assume, that the explanation was something outside the ordinary. They were wrong. There was a teenage boy living inside their walls, moving through their home while they slept. watching them from the spaces between their rooms. He had been there for weeks. The case ended in ways I will not describe in detail here, because the detail is not the point. The point is the weeks. The point is the watching. The point is the family moving through their ordinary days in complete, undefended ignorance of the fact that they were being observed. I sat at my kitchen table at 2 in the morning, and I closed the laptop, and I looked at the ceiling above me. The kitchen ceiling was smooth plaster, painted in off-white that had yellowed very slightly with age, with a single overhead fixture at its center. There was a heating vent near the east wall, a rectangular steel grate, perhaps 8 inches by 12, set flush with the plaster. I had walked beneath it every morning making coffee. I had stood directly below it dozens of times without thinking about it, without thinking about what lay on the other side of that grate, or where it connected in the ductwork that ran along the east wall of the attic above. I thought about it now. I thought about the way the attic ductwork had looked in the beam of Gerald's flashlight on the day I toured the house. The flat, wide runs of old galvanized metal, running east to west along the upper level, feeding down through the ceiling into the vents in the rooms below. I thought about the dimensions of those ducts, and the dimensions of the vents, and the angle from the attic floor to a vent positioned in a ceiling directly above a room where a person spent her evenings. I thought about what a person lying flat on the attic floor near the east wall, positioned above that vent, would be able to see through the grate of it. I did not go upstairs that night. I sat in the kitchen with the overhead light burning, and I made myself continue to think, because thinking was the only tool I had that felt reliable. I thought about the specific geography of the house, the pull-down panel in the upstairs hallway ceiling, the folding ladder in its 3 jointed sections, the attic above and the rooms below and the ductwork connecting them. I thought about the old vent in the east wall of the attic's exterior, the louvered metal rectangle just below the roofline that Gerald had mentioned in passing as a feature of the house's original ventilation system. I thought about the drain pipe that ran along that same east wall, which I had seen from the driveway and registered as a feature of the exterior without thinking further about it. A drain pipe is a ladder, if a person is willing to use it that way. An exterior vent with its screws backed out from the inside is a door. I wrote these observations on my legal pad, in the same margin shorthand I use for everything else. And then I looked at what I had written, and for a moment, the familiarity of my own handwriting, the professional shorthand of a working paralegal reduced to noting the possibility that someone had been entering her home through the roofline, produced a feeling so strange and disorienting that I had to set the pen down and press both hands flat on the table surface and breathe. The next morning, and I want to be very clear that I slept that night, or something close to it, the shallow and unconvincing sleep of exhaustion overriding vigilance. I went to the office and I did my work. I reviewed a contract dispute. I filed 3 motions. I ate a sandwich at my desk at noon and answered 7 emails and sat in a 1-hour call with a client in Eugene. I did all of this with the complete performed normalcy of a person who has decided that the structure of ordinary life is the only available anchor. And when I came home that evening, I did not go upstairs immediately as I usually did to change out of my work clothes. I stood in the kitchen and I opened the refrigerator and I looked at the second shelf, where I had placed a container of leftover pasta that morning. The container I had labeled with a piece of blue painter's tape and the date, which I told myself I was labeling because I was trying to be more organized about my food storage, and which I knew, without permitting myself to examine the knowledge directly, I was labeling for a different reason entirely. The container was there. It appeared undisturbed. I made dinner and ate it and went to bed and slept badly and woke at 3 in the morning to a sound from directly above me that lasted 4 seconds and then stopped, and I lay in the dark with the lamp off. I had left it off deliberately, as a form of observation, the way you go still in a field to see what moves when it believes itself unwatched. And I listened to the house hold its breath around me, and I thought about a family in Massachusetts in 1986 who had lived for weeks inside a story they did not yet understand they were living in. I understood now that I might be living in one too. The following morning, a Tuesday, I came home from work and opened the refrigerator. The container was on the shelf. It had been rinsed clean and placed neatly to the left of the orange juice. The blue painter's tape with the date was still on it, centered precisely, as if someone had taken it off and pressed it back into place. I had not touched it since I put it in. The refrigerator hummed its low, indifferent hum, and the house around me was very quiet, and somewhere in the ceiling above my kitchen the ductwork ran east toward the wall. and I stood with my hand still on the refrigerator door and understood, with a completeness that left no room for any further explanation, that I was not alone. I did not go upstairs that night. I want to say that plainly before I say anything else, because I think it matters to the honest telling of this, that a person trained to act on evidence, a person who had now assembled enough evidence to satisfy any reasonable standard of proof, stood in her kitchen with her hand on the refrigerator door and did not go upstairs, did not retrieve her laptop from the office, did not change out of her work clothes, did not do any of the ordinary things that a Tuesday evening in her own home would normally involve. I stood in the kitchen for a period of time I cannot precisely measure, and then I picked up my keys from the counter where I had set them 90 seconds earlier, and I walked back out the front door and I sat my car in the driveway with all 4 doors locked, and I called 911. I told the dispatcher that I believed someone was living in the attic of my home. I said it very carefully and very quietly, the way I would present a preliminary finding to an attorney before the evidence was fully documented. Here is what the available record suggests. Here is the chain of reasoning that leads to this conclusion. Here is what I need you to do with it. The dispatcher asked me to repeat myself. I repeated myself. She told me 2 officers would be there within 15 minutes, and that I should stay in my vehicle with the doors locked until they arrived. I told her I was already doing that. They arrived in 12 minutes. I watched them from the car. I watched them approach the front door and I watched the door open. I had given the dispatcher the code to the lockbox Gerald had installed for maintenance access, a 4-digit code I had always found slightly careless as a security measure, and now found something much worse than careless. And I watched the lights come on in sequence, downstairs first, then the upstairs hallway, then the second bedroom, moving through the house in the methodical pattern of a professional search. I sat in the driver's seat with my hands in my lap, and I watched the flashlight beams appear at the attic vent in the east wall, the small louvered rectangle just below the roof line that I had walked past 100 times on my way to and from the driveway without registering it as anything more than a feature of the exterior. I registered it now. One of the officers appeared at the front door and waved me inside. I got out of the car and walked up the front path and went into my house and followed him upstairs, and he showed me what they had found in the northeast corner of the attic, behind the old boxes Gerald had never cleared out. I need to describe what was there carefully, because the careful description of it is the only way I know to communicate what it meant, not the shock of it, though there was shock, a cold, full-body shock that moved through me in a single wave and then settled into something quieter and more permanent. What I need to communicate is the organization of it, the deliberateness, the evidence not just of presence but of sustained, practiced, patient occupation. A camping mat, thin and dark with compression, shaped to a body the way a mat shapes itself over weeks of use. A fleece blanket folded into a precise rectangle. 3 empty water bottles, lined along the wall with the same careful alignment as objects on a shelf, and 2 full ones beside them. A plastic grocery bag from a store in town. I knew the store. I had been there myself. I had stood in that store buying my own groceries without knowing. Containing crackers, dried fruit, and a package of beef jerky. A small battery-powered lantern, the kind sold for camping, with what the officers estimated was roughly 1/3 of its battery life remaining. And beneath the mat, pressed flat and folded with a neatness that suggested they had been treated as objects of some value. 2 items I recognized. A green cardigan I had believed I had lost in the move. A gray wool scarf that had been on the hook by my front door had gone missing from it the week before, which I had noted and then explained to myself as misplaced, set down somewhere, forgotten. The ordinary amnesia of a busy person in a new home. The scarf still held its fold from the hook. Someone had removed it, carried it upstairs, and folded it. The officers looked at me when they showed me those things, and I did not say anything. There was nothing to say that the objects had not already said. The investigators searched the house and found no one inside it. Whatever had occupied that attic was gone. Had been gone, they believed, since before my call, which meant it had left in the window between when I opened the refrigerator and when I walked back out the front door. 4 minutes, perhaps 5. It had heard something, or sensed something, or simply known in the way that a person who has been operating in concealment for a long time develops an instinct for the moment concealment is about to end. The east vent, when they examined it, had been removed from the inside, the 4 screws carefully backed out of the frame. The vent seated loosely in the opening so that from the exterior, from any angle you would naturally view it from, it appeared fully in place. The drain pipe along the east wall showed faint marks consistent with repeated use as a handhold. Gerald, when the officers reached him by phone, told them he had not been in that attic in over 2 years. I sat in my own kitchen while the investigators finished their work upstairs, and I looked at the ceiling above me, and I thought about the heating vent set into the plaster near the east wall, the rectangular steel grate I had stood beneath without thinking, morning after morning, while I made coffee and looked at my phone and moved through the slow, undefended routine of a person who believes herself to be alone. I thought about the angle from the attic floor to that vent. I thought about what the view through it would encompass: the kitchen table, the counter, the refrigerator, the space where a person stands when she is cooking, or eating, or simply existing in the private, unguarded way that people exist in their own homes. The investigator who spoke to me last, a woman named Darlene Pruitt from the county sheriff's office, sat across from me at my kitchen table and told me something in the careful, measured tone of a person who has learned to deliver difficult information without inflection. She said the setup they had found showed what she called extended habitation. The mat was compressed and shaped in a way consistent with weeks of nightly use, not days. The supply organization, the full bottles alongside the empty ones, the food stored in a sealed bag, the lantern positioned for use without being visible from the attic access panel, reflected the habits of someone who had refined the system over time, who had learned what was needed and how to maintain it without detection. She said they had found, positioned near a gap in the insulation batting above the master bedroom, a view line to the heating vent in that ceiling. A clear, direct view line. She said this to me in my own kitchen, and I looked at the ceiling of my kitchen, and I understood that the same arrangement existed above me here as well, though while I had sat at this table eating dinner, someone had been positioned 6 feet above my head with a view through the grate of the vent, watching the top of my head, watching my hands move across the table, watching me in the complete and private ordinariness of an evening alone at home, believing myself unseen. I had been watched in every room I thought I owned. I had been watched at the table. I had been watched at the counter. I had been watched in bed, in the dark, by someone lying on a compressed camping mat above my ceiling while I drifted toward sleep. The sounds I had heard, those slow, careful crossings from one point toward the east wall, had been a person moving above me in the dark with the specific, practiced caution of someone who had learned exactly how much pressure a floorboard would bear without speaking. Darlene Pruitt told me they would continue the investigation and that she would be in contact. She gave me her card. She told me I might want to consider staying somewhere else while the search for whoever had occupied the attic was ongoing, and I told her, very quietly, that I would not be returning to this house at all. She nodded as if this was precisely what she had expected me to say. They never found who it was. No recoverable fingerprints from the textured attic surfaces. The clothing was mine, yielding no external biological material. A neighbor 3 blocks away described a figure she had seen cutting through the alley behind Caldwell Road on multiple evenings of the previous month, moving at a pace she had registered as purposeful but not hurried, the pace of someone who knew where they were going and had gone there before. Her description was too general to generate any investigative lead. Whoever had been in my attic left no more of themselves behind than the shape pressed into a mat and the careful arrangement of a few ordinary objects against a wall. I moved out within 48 hours. I took my clothes and my laptop and the legal pad with my notes on it, and I left everything else for Gerald to deal with, because I could not bring myself to move to those rooms again with the deliberateness that packing required. I could not stand in my kitchen and take things from the shelves knowing what the shelves had been observed from. I drove to a motel on the north side of town, and I got a room on a 2nd floor with a window that did not face an exterior wall, and I sat on the edge of the bed, and I looked at the ceiling above me for a long time before I could make myself lie down. The ceiling was a standard drop tile, the kind installed in panels in a metal grid, the kind that can be lifted out from below or pushed up from above, and I lay on the motel bed and looked at it until I was certain that the panels were undisturbed and that the darkness above them was simply the darkness above a motel ceiling and nothing else, and eventually I closed my eyes. What I could not close, and have not been able to close since, was the part of my mind that now understood what a ceiling is, not a surface, not an architectural boundary, but a threshold between one space and another, thin and crossable, and never, in any house, in any room, guaranteed to be uncrossed. I live on the 3rd floor now. I want to tell you that detail the way it actually functions in my daily life. Not as a piece of information, but as a decision I make every morning when I wake up, and every evening when I come home and turn the key in the deadbolt and hear the tumblers engage. The building has a secured entrance with a code panel, and a doorman named Walter, who has worked the desk since the building opened 17 years ago, and who knows every resident by name and by face, and by the hour they generally arrive and leave. There is no attic. There is a roof, accessible only through a locked mechanical room on the 4th floor, to which only building maintenance holds a key. I know this because I asked on the day I signed the lease and then confirmed it by looking up the building's certificate of occupancy on the county assessor's website that evening. This is what I am now. This is the specific shape the experience on Caldwell Road pressed me into. I had a locksmith come within the first week. She changed every lock in the apartment, installed a secondary deadbolt on the front door, and a keyed lock on the single window that accesses the fire escape, and fitted a contact alarm to the frame, so that if the window is open from either side when the alarm is armed, the building's security desk receives an alert. I did not explain to her why I wanted these things. She did not ask. She worked for 2 hours with the efficient, unhurried competence of someone who has done this many times, and when she was done, she handed me a set of keys and told me the system was solid, and I thanked her and locked the door behind her, and stood in the center of my new living room and looked at the ceiling and breathed. The ceiling is poured concrete, 12 inches thick, the underside of the 4th floor structural slab. There is nothing above it but another apartment identical to mine. I began seeing a therapist named Margot in December, 6 weeks after I left the house on Caldwell Road. I had not seen a therapist since my mid-20s, when I was working through the particular pressures of law school applications and a relationship that had ended badly, and returning to that particular kind of deliberate, witness self-examination felt strange at first, exposing in a way that was different from the exposure I had already experienced, more chosen and therefore more difficult in its own way. Margot was a small, precise woman in her early 50s who works from a home office in a residential neighborhood near the university, and she has the quality that I have come to believe is the rarest and most valuable thing a person in her profession can possess. She does not offer comfort before she offers accuracy. She told me in our 3rd session that what I was working through had a clinical name: home intrusion trauma response. She explained the particular mechanism of it, the way that the home, in the psychological architecture of a functioning adult life, operates as the one space where the self is permitted to be fully undefended, where the performance of competence and composure that most of us maintain in every other environment is set down, where we are, in the most literal sense, ourselves, moving through rooms in old clothes, making food without ceremony, drifting toward sleep without preparation. The intrusion into that space, she said, is therefore not simply an intrusion into a physical location. It is an intrusion into the self, into the private record of who a person is when no one is watching. Except that someone had been watching. She did not say that last part. I said it, sitting in her office in a gray January afternoon with the rain coming down the window behind her, and she let it sit in the room for a moment before she responded, the way she always does, with the precise and unhurried attention of someone who understands that the most important thing a person says is often the thing they say last. She said, the difficulty is not only the violation of what was, the difficulty is what it does to what comes after, because the experience does not only change how you feel about the house on Caldwell Road, it changes the perceptual framework through which you encounter every enclosed space for a very long time, every ceiling, every vent, every room you enter that has been occupied before you arrived. She was right about that. She has been right about most things, which is why I have kept going back. I want to tell you what the weeks after look like in their specific, unromanticized texture, because I think the specific texture of it is more honest than the broad outline. I slept with a bedside lamp on for the first 6 weeks, which I had not done since childhood. I developed the habit, and I use that word deliberately, because I want to be clear that I am aware it is a habit, and have not managed to stop it. Of checking the ceiling of every room I enter when I arrive somewhere new. Not visibly, not in a way that anyone around me would notice, but a quick, systematic scan. The corners first, then the center, then the vent covers if there are any. I do this in restaurants. I do this in hotel rooms. I do this in the conference room at the office, which I have worked in for nearly 2 years, and which I have checked in this way each time I have entered it. I check it because I know, now, what I did not know before, that the presence of a ceiling is not evidence of safety, that the space above a ceiling is a space with dimensions and access points and the same physical reality as any other space, and that the difference between an empty space and an occupied one is not visible from below. I also began in February to cook more deliberately. This sounds like an odd detail, and I include it precisely because of that. Because it is the kind of small, specific change in daily behavior that Margot says is actually the most meaningful evidence of how an experience has restructured a life. More meaningful than the obvious things, the locks and the alarms and the sleepless nights. I had been a functional, but careless cook before Caldwell Road, eating whatever was convenient and treating food preparation as a task to be completed rather than a process to inhabit. After I began to cook with more attention, longer recipes, things that required me to be present in my kitchen for an extended period, engaged with a specific sequence of steps that left no room for the mind to wander into the spaces it preferred to wander into after dark. I think what I was doing was reclaiming the kitchen. I think I was teaching my body that a kitchen is a room that belongs to the person standing in it. It has worked. Partially. The kitchen in this apartment feels, most evenings, like mine. There's one thing I have not told Margot, and I'm going to tell you instead, because this account is the place where I have permitted myself to be completely accurate, without the editing that even the most honest therapeutic relationship involves. There is a heating vent in the ceiling of my bedroom. It is in the northeast corner of the room, above the dresser, a standard rectangular steel grate, painted the same off-white as the surrounding ceiling. I know, with certainty I have verified by speaking directly with the building's facilities manager, that it connects to a ducted system that runs between floors, serviced from a mechanical room accessible only to maintenance staff, and that the dimensions of the ductwork do not permit human passage. I know this. I have confirmed it. I have held this confirmation in my mind and tested its weight and found it solid. And yet, late at night, when the apartment is quiet, and the lamp is on, and the building has settled into the particular stillness of 3 in the morning, I look at that vent. Not for long. 10 seconds, perhaps 15. I look at the painted steel grate, and the darkness in the narrow gap between the slats, and I hold what I know about the building's mechanical infrastructure against what I feel when I look at that darkness, and I wait for what I know to win. It wins. Eventually. It always does. But it does not win quickly, and the speed at which it wins has not improved measurably since I moved in. Margot says this is normal. Margot says the timeline for this particular kind of recalibration is longer than most people expect, and that the goal is not the elimination of the response, but the gradual development of a life that is not structured around it. I believe her. I am working toward that. What I think about on those nights when I am waiting for what I know to win is not the fear. It is not the clean container on the refrigerator shelf, or the compressed mat in the corner of the attic, or even the view line through the bedroom vent that Darlene Pruitt described to me in my own kitchen. What I think about is something quieter and more persistent than any of those things. I think about all the evenings I spent on Caldwell Road in the time before I knew. The evenings when I came home and made dinner and sat at the kitchen table and read, or called a friend in Portland, or simply moved through my rooms in the unself-conscious, private way that a person moves through a space that belongs to them. The evenings when I turned off the lights and went upstairs and got ready for bed, and lay in the dark, and felt the particular ease of a body settling towards sleep in a place it considers safe. I think about the fact that every one of those evenings was exactly what it felt like. Ordinary, private mine. And also something else entirely, simultaneously, without my knowledge or consent. Both of those things were true at once. That is the part that does not resolve. And somewhere, in a town I have not returned to, and do not intend to return to, the house on Caldwell Road stands on its quiet street with its covered porch, and its Japanese maple and its east wall drain pipe climbing to a vent just below the roofline, waiting as houses do, in the particular patience of structures that have held more than one life, and expect to hold more still. I finished writing this account on a Thursday evening in late March. I know it was a Thursday because I had come home from the office with the particular low-grade weariness of a week that was almost done. But not quite, the kind of tired that is less about hours worked than about the sustained effort of being functional and precise and professionally present across 4 consecutive days when some part of you is spending its own energy on something else entirely. I made tea rather than coffee, which I do when I am winding down rather than gearing up. And I sat at my desk, and I opened the document I had been working on in pieces since January, and I read it from the beginning, all the way through, without stopping to edit. It took me a long time to read. I've written many documents in my professional life: motions, briefs, deposition summaries, contract analyses. Documents that required precision and structure and the careful subordination of language to fact. I am comfortable with the work of writing. I do not find it difficult in the mechanical sense. What I found difficult about this account was something different from mechanical difficulty. It was the problem of writing toward a thing you have not yet fully looked at directly, of finding the language for an experience that the mind keeps trying to soften at the edges, to make slightly less precise than it actually was, in the small, persistent way that memory protects us from the sharpest version of what we have lived through. I did not let it soften. That was the work of it. When I finished reading, I sat for a while with the document open on the screen and the tea cooling beside me, and I thought about what it meant that I'd written it. Margot has talked about the function of narrative in trauma recovery, the way that constructing a coherent account of a fragmented experience is itself a form of processing, a way of imposing the structure of a story on something that, while it was happening, had no structure at all, only accumulation. I had been resistant to this idea when she first introduced it, and the way that I am resistant to formulations that seem to explain too cleanly what is actually a messy and resistant process. But sitting with the finished document on a Thursday evening in late March, I thought she might be right. Not that the writing resolved anything. It did not. And I do not think resolution is an honest way to describe what happens at the end of an experience like this one. But it organized something. It put the pieces in their actual sequence and held them there. And there was something in that holding that felt, if not like relief, then at least like accuracy. I gave the account a title that night. Not immediately. I sat with several possibilities and found them all either too dramatic or too clinical, too much in one register or the other, before I arrived at the one that felt true. 3 words. The thing I had needed someone to tell me 7 weeks into living in that house. The thing no one told me because no one knew. The thing that was true the entire time in a way that made every ordinary evening on Caldwell Road something other than what it appeared to be. Someone was home. I sent the document to Margot the following morning with a note that said I thought I was ready to talk about what came next. She responded within the hour, which is not her usual response time, and suggested we move our next appointment earlier in the week if I was available. I told her I was. We met on a Tuesday, which felt appropriate in a way I did not explain to her. Tuesday being the day of the refrigerator, the day the private story finally ran out of road, the day I sat in my car in the driveway and called 911 and waited. She read the account before our session. She does not always do this. Usually she prefers to hear things in the session itself, in the register of the spoken rather than the written, where inflection and hesitation and the small physical signals of a person working through something in real time carry information that text does not. But she had read this one, and she said, when I sat down across from her, that she thought it was one of the most precise accounts of this particular kind of experience she'd encountered in her professional work, and that she meant that not as a compliment to the writing but as a clinical observation, that the precision itself was significant, that I had not allowed myself to look away. I told her that looking away was not something I had ever been very good at. She said, I know. And then she said, "That is both the thing that made this harder and the thing that is going to make what comes after it more solid." I have thought about that formulation many times since she said it. What comes after it more solid? Not easier. She is too precise a person to use that word in a context where it would not be accurate. Solid. The word of a foundation that holds, not a surface that feels pleasant underfoot. I have decided that solid is what I am working toward, and that it is enough of a destination to navigate by. The practical architecture of my life in this apartment has not changed significantly since I described it to you earlier in this account. Walter is still at the desk when I come and go. The deadbolts engage with the same clean, definitive sound each time I come home. I still scan the ceiling when I enter a new room, and I still look at the vent above my dresser in the late quiet of the night. And the looking still takes longer than I would like before what I know overtakes what I feel. These things have not resolved. I did not expect them to, and I am no longer measuring my recovery by whether they do. What has changed is smaller and, I think, more real than resolution. I called a friend in Portland last month, a woman named Cecile whom I had known since my second year there, and had spoken to less and less across the months of the transfer and the move and the long, strange winter that followed. I had not called her since October. I called her on a Sunday afternoon in early March, and we spoke for almost 2 hours, which is longer than we had spoken in a single call in years. And at some point in the second hour I told her, briefly and without detail, that I had been going through something difficult and that I was doing better and that I had missed talking to her. She said she had missed talking to me too. She said she had wondered across those quiet months whether I was all right. I told her that I had not been for a while and that I was getting there. She asked if I wanted to come up to Portland for a weekend sometime in the spring. I told her yes. I have not yet gone, but I have not said no either, which is further than I have managed in a long time. There is one more thing I want to tell you before this account closes, and it is the thing I have been circling since I sat down to write this final section. I have circled it because it does not fit cleanly into the factual record. It is not evidence. It is not documented. It cannot be time-stamped or cross-referenced or entered into any file. It is simply something I know, in the way that you know the things that live below the level of proof. Whoever was in that attic chose that house for a reason I will never be given. Chose it before I arrived, most likely. Gerald had not been up there in 2 years, and the mat was shaped and compressed in a way that the investigator said was consistent with a duration longer than my 7 weeks of tenancy. It is possible, perhaps even probable, that whoever was there had been there before I moved in, had watched a previous tenant through the same vents, had eaten from someone else's refrigerator and folded someone else's clothes, and learned the specific sound signature of a different person's sleep. It is possible I was not the first. I find that I do not find this comforting exactly, but I find it clarifying. It means the experience was not about me, in the way that the worst violations feel like they must be about you, specifically, must be the result of something you did or failed to do or were. It was not about me. It was about a house and a space above the ceiling, and a person who would learn to inhabit that space, and the randomness of a rental listing and a job transfer and a lease signed on a bright September morning when the Japanese maple in the front yard was just beginning to turn. It was random in the way that most terrible things are random, and I was in its path, in the way that most people are in the path of most terrible things, not chosen, not targeted, simply there. There is a particular kind of peace available in that understanding, if you are willing to hold it long enough. I am learning to hold it. The lamp is on beside me as I write this. The apartment is quiet. Walter's at the desk downstairs, and the deadbolts are engaged, and the ceiling above me is 12 inches of poured concrete that has never been anything other than what it appears to be. Outside, the city goes on at its dense and indifferent nighttime way, the sound of it reaching me faintly through the sealed window. Traffic and wind and the low ambient hum of a place where millions of people are, right now. moving through their own rooms in the private and undefended way that people move through spaces they consider safe. I consider this space safe. Most nights, by the time the lamp goes off, I believe it. The Linden Hill House. There is a particular quality to the silence of the Vermont hill country in late October that I had not anticipated and could not have prepared for. I had been told by the woman at the county clerk's office who processed my estate paperwork that the Northeast Kingdom was quiet. She said it the way someone says a thing they have long since stopped noticing. As a fact without weight, the way you might tell someone that water is wet. I smiled and nodded and drove the 2-lane road north into country that flattened my understanding of what quiet actually meant. My name is Caroline Marsh. I am 38 years old, and I am a genealogical researcher by profession, which means I have spent the better part of 15 years sitting with other people's dead. I catalog them. I trace their lines forward and backward through census records and church registers, and the cramped, water-stained ledgers of county clerks, who have themselves been dead for 100 years. It is precise work. It is, I have always told myself, entirely unemotional work. My mother died in August. She died in the farmhouse she had inherited from her own mother, which her mother had inherited from hers, on a piece of hill land outside of Craftsbury that the family had held since 1841. She died in the front bedroom on a Tuesday morning with the windows open, because she'd always loved the way the air moved through that room in summer, and my brother Daniel called me from the hospital parking lot. He had driven her to the emergency room at 2 in the morning, and she had died before sunrise. And I was standing in my apartment in Burlington with a mug of coffee going cold in my hand, looking at the street below, and I said the only thing I could think of, which was, I am on my way. I was not on my way fast enough. I had not been on my way for years. The house had sat empty since August. Daniel had handled the immediate necessities, the arrangements, the utilities, the phone calls to neighbors who had known our mother since before we were born. He had offered to stay and help with the estate process, but he had children in school and a wife and a life in Connecticut that could not be suspended indefinitely, and so we made an agreement. I would come in October when my project calendar cleared. I would spend the month going through the house, cataloging the contents, preparing the property for whatever came next. Whatever came next. We had not yet said the word sale aloud to each other. Neither of us was ready. I pulled off the main road onto the track that led up toward the house just after 4 in the afternoon, and the light was already going. In the Northeast Kingdom in October, the light does not set gradually. It withdraws, the way a tide pulls back from a beach, and within 20 minutes the world goes from amber to pewter to the specific dark blue that has no name in the color wheel but that everyone who has ever driven these roads at dusk knows immediately. My headlights found the lane between the old sugar maples, and the branches pressed together overhead, and for a moment I was driving through a tunnel of black arms reaching toward one another across the road above me. The house was exactly as I remembered it, and entirely wrong. It was the same white farmhouse with the same green shutters that had gone a little gray at their edges from 2 winters without fresh paint. The same stone foundation, the same narrow porch with the same 2 wooden chairs that my grandmother had put out there in 1980-something, and that no one had ever moved. The barn was behind it, red and closed, and the field ran down the hill to the south, and the line of balsam firs that marked the property's eastern edge stood black against the sky. What was wrong was the air. I got out of my car and stood in the driveway, and the air pressed against me. That is the only word for it. Not wind, there was no wind. Not cold, though it was cold. Perhaps 38 degrees with a sky clear enough that the temperature would drop sharply after dark. It was pressure. The specific sensation of being in a room where too many people have been standing too close together. That slight compression against the skin. That subtle sense that the available oxygen is spoken for. It was 11 acres of open hill country, and the air felt like an elevator at rush hour. I told myself it was the altitude change. Burlington sits at 200 feet above sea level. Caspbury sits at 900. I told myself my ears were adjusting. I got my bags from the trunk and walked to the front door, and the key my brother had mailed me turned in the lock the way it always had, stiffly, requiring a slight lift of the handle and a firm turn. A small negotiation the door had demanded for as long as I could remember. The door swung inward, and the smell of the house came out to meet me. Wood smoke, dried lavender, from the bundles my mother had always hung in the front hall, old wood and old plaster, and the particular mineral smell of a stone foundation that has been breathing in moisture for 180 years. And underneath all of it, very faintly, something I could not identify. Something that reminded me of the inside of a very old book. The specific dry sweetness of paper that has been sitting in the same air for longer than any living person can account for. I stood in the hallway, and I let the house have a moment with me. My mother's winter coat was still hanging on the third hook from the left. Her barn boots were on the mat by the door. A stack of mail that Daniel had gathered and left on the narrow hall table sat in a precise rectangle. My brother is precise about things like that. And on top of it was a yellow sticky note in his handwriting that said, "Heat is on. Pantry is stocked. Call me when you get in." I did not call him right away. I walked through the ground floor instead. The front parlor with its horsehair sofa and its braided rug, and the wood stove that had heated this room since before electricity came to this part of the county. The kitchen with its deep soapstone sink, and the row of copper-bottomed pots, hung above the stove that my mother had polished every spring, and my grandmother before her and hers before that. The back study where 3 generations of women in this family had sat and done the accounts and written the letters, and, in my great-grandmother's case, kept a diary that ran to 9 volumes and that sat in a stack on the corner of the desk, exactly where it had always sat. I stopped at the desk. The diary stack was there. 9 dark green volumes with cloth covers, each one with a small white label on the spine and my great-grandmother's handwriting giving the year. They ran from 1911 through 1943. There was a 10th volume that I had never seen before. It sat apart from the others, set slightly to the right of the stack, on its own, as though it had been placed there deliberately to be noticed. It was the same dark green cloth, the same format, but the spine label was not in my great-grandmother's handwriting. It was in my mother's. And the year it gave was this one, my mother, who had died in August. I reached out and touched the cover without opening it. The cloth was cool under my fingertips, and the pressure in the air shifted, almost imperceptibly, the way a room shifts when someone in it changes position. I lifted my hand. The shift settled. I stood there for a long moment in the gray October light coming through the study window, looking at a book my mother had left. And I thought about the specific quality of a silence that has something inside it. Not sound, not quite, but the sense of something held in suspension, the way a breath is held just before a word arrives. I left the diary on the desk and went to make myself a cup of tea. The house was quiet all that first night, and the stars above the hill fields were extraordinary, and I lay in the bedroom that had been mine as a child, and listened to the particular nothing of a house that is not quite empty. And I could not have said, in the dark, what it was I was listening for. The diary had been on my mind before I even opened my eyes the next morning. Not with urgency. Not with the sharp pull of a puzzle demanding immediate solution. It sat in my awareness the way a bruise sits, present at the edges of every movement, not quite painful until you press it. I lay in the narrow bed of my childhood room and watched the light come through the curtains, which were the same white cotton eyelet curtains that had hung in this room since I was 7 years old, and I listened to the house breathe around me. A farmhouse of this age has a vocabulary of sounds that is entirely its own. The four-joists contracting in the cold before sunrise, the metallic tick of the baseboard heat cycling on, the particular clunk and shudder of the pipes when the water in them moves through sections that have never been fully insulated, the way the northeast corner of the house, where the kitchen meets the original 1840 structure, settles differently than the rest, dropping a tone lower, as though that corner is older in some way that lumber and plaster cannot account for. I had forgotten how well I knew this vocabulary. I had spent 18 years of my life inside it, and then I had left. And in the 20 years since, I had returned only at intervals that grew longer and more apologetic with each passing year. Thanksgiving when I could manage it. A week in summer, occasionally two. The kind of presence a person maintains when they are keeping a relationship alive through effort rather than proximity, which is its own particular kind of loneliness, and which I had been too busy or too practiced at avoidance to examine honestly until now. My mother had never reproached me for it. That was the thing I kept returning to in the weeks after August. Not her death itself, which had been swift enough to be merciful, but the absolute absence of reproach in everything she had said to me in the years preceding it. She had been interested in my work. She had asked careful questions about the families I researched, the records I found, the lives I pieced together from fragments. She had never once said, "And when are you coming home?" for more than a week. She had never once made me feel the weight of my own absence, which meant I had carried it entirely myself and put it down nowhere. I got up and dressed in the cold. The bedroom heat was slow to establish itself in the mornings, and went downstairs to the kitchen, where I started the percolator and stood at the window above the soapstone sink and looked out at the hill field. The frost had come overnight. The grass was silver white, and the balsam firs along the eastern edge were dark against a sky the color of old pewter, and the barn cast a long shadow across the yard that reached almost to the stone wall at the near edge of the field. A pair of ravens were moving along the top of that wall, deliberate and unhurried, pausing at intervals to examine the ground below. Everything looked precisely as it should have looked on an October morning in this part of Vermont. And yet the pressure was still there, not as forceful as it had been when I arrived the previous afternoon, but present. A faint compression against the skin of my face and hands, the suggestion of density in the air of the kitchen that should not have been there in a room with a window and a door and the ordinary circulation of a functioning house. I told myself the percolator was building steam. I poured my coffee and sat at the kitchen table with a legal pad and began to make the list I had come here to make. Contents by room, approximate condition, items of potential value to be assessed separately, items of sentimental value to be discussed with Daniel before any decision was made. It was the kind of list I was professionally expert at constructing. I had done this work for other families and other houses, had sat at other kitchen tables with a pad and a pen, and helped people begin the practical process of converting a loved one's life into a series of decisions. I had always found the work clarifying, clean, in a way that grief itself is not. My pen did not move for a long time. I sat with the blank legal pad and the cooling coffee and the sound of the ravens outside, and I thought about my mother sitting at this same table, which she had done every morning of her adult life in this house, and I felt the specific weight of a person-shaped absence that is not yet fully registered as permanent. The mind keeps reaching. The mind keeps expecting the sound of a step on the stair, or a voice from the next room, or the particular way she cleared her throat before she said something she had been thinking about for a while. The mind constructs the person out of habit, and then corrects itself, and then constructs them again, and the correction never gets easier. It just gets quieter. After a while, I took my coffee to the back study. I sat down at the desk and I opened my great-grandmother's diaries, beginning with 1911, which was the year she had turned 17 and the year her own mother had died in this house. I had read portions of these diaries before, years ago, in a different context, when I was still a graduate student and had not yet understood that the documents I was most reluctant to open were usually the ones that mattered most. What I had not done was read them as a researcher, with attention, with the particular kind of patience that allows a document to tell you what it actually contains, rather than what you expect to find in it. Eliza Marsh, my great-grandmother, had written in a precise, vertical hand with a slight leftward lean on her descenders. She had written about the house the way one writes about a member of the family, with familiarity, with occasional exasperation, with a quality of attention that suggests the subject is never far from mind. She wrote about the way the kitchen accumulated cold in January along the northeast corner and would not release it until March. She wrote about the sound the front stairs made in the hour before dawn, which she described in an entry from February of 1913 as less like a footstep and more like a consideration. Less like a footstep, more like a consideration. I read that sentence twice and felt something shift at the base of my sternum. Not alarm? Not exactly, but the specific sensation of a word landing in the precise center of an experience I had not yet found language for. The pressure I had been feeling since my arrival. The density of the air in the kitchen this morning. Whatever was present in this house was not asserting itself. It was considering. I turned to the 10th volume. My mother's. The handwriting was familiar in the way that is worse than unfamiliar. The particular backward pull of recognizing a person in the loops of their letters, in the way they formed their lowercase a, and the slight flourish they added to the tail of their y. She had written in blue ink, ballpoint, in the same cloth-bound volume that matched her grandmother's 9. She had begun writing in February of this year. The first entry read, "I have been thinking about what the house is doing, and I believe I finally understand it. Not the way Mother understood it, which was practical and unsentimental, but in the way that I think I needed to arrive at on my own. A house that has held this many deaths does not let them go. I do not mean that as a frightening thing. I mean it the way you mean it when you say that a person carries their history in their posture, in the set of their shoulders, in the way they hesitate at certain thresholds. The house carries it the same way. The grief does not haunt. It inhabits." I set the diary down on the desk and looked at the window. Outside, the ravens had moved from the stone wall to the roof of the barn. I could hear them, that low, rolling call that sounds less like a bird and more like a voice practicing a word it is not yet decided to say aloud. My mother had known she was dying. She'd been diagnosed in April, Daniel had told me, which meant she had been writing in this diary for 2 months before she received the news that the thing she was describing in these pages was also the thing she was approaching. I did not know, sitting at her desk in the cold October light, whether that made what she had written more lucid or more unbearable. I picked the diary back up and turned to the final entry, which was dated the 3rd of August, 5 days before she died. She had written only one line. It said, "Caroline will know what to do with what she finds here." The pressure in the room tightened around me like a held breath, and outside the barn roof the ravens lifted simultaneously without sound, rising into the pewter sky in a single dark movement, and were gone. She had known I was coming before I had made the decision to come, and that fact, small as it was, rearranged something in the architecture of every assumption I had carried with me up the long hill road from town. I did not sleep well the second night, not because of any sound or any movement or anything that announced itself with the courtesy of being identifiable. I lay in the narrow bed, and the darkness of the room was complete. The Northeast Kingdom has no ambient light to speak of, no orange glow from a distant highway, no cell tower blinking at the ridgeline, and I stared at the ceiling and felt the pressure in the air arrange itself around me, with a patience that I found, in some way I could not yet explain, more unsettling than aggression would have been. Aggression would have been a relationship. This was something else. By 3 in the morning, I gave up the pretense of sleep and wrapped myself in the wool blanket from the foot of the bed and carried it downstairs to the kitchen, where I sat at the table with my great-grandmother's 3rd diary, 1917, and read by the low yellow light of the fixture above the sink. The percolator was too much effort at that hour. I drank water from the tap, which in this part of the county comes out from a deep limestone aquifer, and tastes of minerals and cold, and the particular satisfaction of water that has traveled a long distance to reach you. Eliza Marsh had written through the winter of 1917 with the careful attention of a woman who has decided that precision is its own form of courage. She had recorded temperatures, the date of the first hard freeze, the condition of the kitchen garden under snow, the price of lamp oil, The names of the families in the surrounding hill farms and which of their members had come to call and what had been discussed. She was not a woman who wrote about feelings directly. She was a woman who wrote around them, the way you walk around a wet place in a field, acknowledging it by the path you choose rather than by naming it. In January of 1917, her husband, my great-grandfather Robert, had died of influenza in the front bedroom. She did not write about his death at length. A single entry, 2 sentences. Robert passed this morning at 6:15. The house has gone very quiet, but not empty. Not empty. I set the diary flat on the table and pressed both palms against the cover, and thought about that phrase. And the pressure in the kitchen air shifted again. Not dramatically, not with any sense of event, but the way a room shifts when a window is open somewhere else in the house. A subtle redistribution of whatever fills the available space. I looked at the doorway to the hall. Nothing was there. The hall was dark and still and entirely unoccupied. But the quality of the stillness had changed. I had spent enough years working with documents to know the difference between a detail that is interesting and a detail that is load-bearing. A load-bearing detail is one that, once you have understood it, changes the meaning of every other detail surrounding it. Not empty. Written by a woman who had just lost her husband of 22 years, in the same house where that husband had been born, where his mother had died, where his grandmother before her had died, in a house that had been receiving the dead of one family for the better part of a century. By the time Eliza wrote those 2 words, was not a comfort. It was an observation, clinical, precise. The observation of a woman who was reporting what she actually perceived rather than what she had been told it was appropriate to feel. I went to the study and retrieved my mother's diary. I brought it back to the kitchen table, under the light, and I opened it to the beginning, and I read it the way I should have read it the day before, not from the back, not looking for the conclusion, but from the first page forward, with the patience that the document deserved. My mother had been a retired school teacher. She had taught 4th grade at the elementary school in the village for 31 years, and she had brought to her diary the same quality of attention she had brought to her classroom, careful, specific, and generous in its assumptions about the reader's intelligence. She did not explain what she meant. She assumed you would follow. She had been writing about the house since February, as I knew, but what I had not understood from the single entry I had read the previous day was that she had not been writing about it as a mystery. She had been writing about it as a conversation she was finally, after 63 years of living here, ready to have. The grief does not haunt. It inhabits. She had written that in the first week. By March she had developed the idea further. I think the confusion people have about old houses, the sense that they are frightening, that they hold something malevolent, comes from misidentifying the feeling. What you feel in a house like this is not dread. What you feel is weight. And weight is not the same as danger. Weight is just accumulated time pressing down on the present moment. It is the specific feeling of standing somewhere that has mattered for a very long time to a very specific group of people. It is the feeling of being claimed. Being claimed. I sat without word for a long time. The wool blanket had slipped from my shoulders and I had not noticed the cold coming back into the room, and the water glass beside the diary had gone warm, and the light above the sink was casting its yellow wash across the table at the particular angle it reaches only in the deep middle of the night, when everything else is still. My mother had felt the same pressure I was feeling. She had been feeling it her entire life, and she had spent the last year of that life sitting at this desk, or possibly at this table, arriving at a language for it that she had left for me to find. I turned to the April entries after the diagnosis. Her handwriting did not change. I had expected some physical evidence of fear or despair, the way Arthur Vance's handwriting had changed in those research journals I had digitized years ago, the script loosening and fragmenting as whatever was happening to him became more than he could hold in a disciplined hand. My mother's handwriting remained exactly what it had always been, upright, evenly spaced. The letters formed with the slightly deliberate quality of someone who was taught penmanship in an era when it was considered a moral practice. She wrote in the first April entry after receiving her diagnosis, "So it will be me next. I have known this was coming in some general sense for several years. One does at a certain age. But there is still a difference between knowing a thing generally and knowing it specifically. The specific knowledge sits differently in the chest. It takes up a particular amount of room, and that room was previously occupied by something else, and for a few days you have to rearrange." She had given herself 4 days of entries that were quieter than her others, more inward. Then she had written, "I am thinking about Caroline." I had to put the diary down. I got up from the table and walked to the kitchen window and looked out at the dark yard. The frost was forming again. I could see it beginning on the glass itself, a fine crystalline edging at the lower corners of the pane, and beyond it, the hill field was invisible in the moonless dark. I could see the barn only as a denser darkness against the sky. My mother had been thinking about me while she was rearranging around her diagnosis. Not Daniel, who had been here, who had driven her to her appointments, who had made the calls and handled the logistics with the careful competence he had inherited from her. Me, the one who had been away for 20 years of Thanksgivings and summers, and the ordinary weekdays of a life that had been unfolding in this house without my witness. I went back to the table and picked the diary up. She had written, "Caroline studies the dead for a living and has never understood that this is because she cannot yet bear to study herself. I say this with love, and with the recognition that I am the one who taught her. It was safer to look at someone else's history than your own." I was not a woman who looked directly at difficult things. I looked at them sideways, carefully, and I called that prudence. What I have learned, sitting in this house with what the house holds, is that looking sideways cost you the very thing you were trying to preserve. The pressure in the kitchen tightened once, precisely, like a hand closing briefly around a held breath, and then eased. Outside, the frost continued its slow work across the corners of the glass. I sat until the light through the window began its first pale shift from black to the deep blue of early morning, and I read my mother's words, and I felt the specific and unfamiliar sensation of being known completely by someone who was no longer in the room, known and waited for, and spoken to across a distance that had no name in any geography I had previously studied. There was a neighbor, my mother had mentioned in a May entry, a woman named Ruth Pelletier, who lived on the property at the bottom of the hill road, who had been born in this house and who understood it in ways that my mother described as practical and old and entirely without drama, and I decided, as the morning light reached the frost on the window glass and turned it briefly gold, that I would go and find her. Ruth Pelletier's house sat at the base of the hill road where it met the county route, set back behind a windbreak of white cedars that had been planted close together and had grown into one another over the decades, until they formed a single breathing wall of dark green. The house itself was small and low, a cape style with gray clapboard siding and a metal roof, the color of a January sky, and there was a cord of firewood stacked along the south wall with the precision of someone who has been stacking wood for so long that the act has become a form of meditation. Smoke was coming from the chimney in a thin, straight column. The air was completely still, and a light was on in the window nearest the door. It was just past 8 in the morning. I had not called ahead because I had no number to call. I knocked, and the woman who opened the door was somewhere in her middle 80s, small and upright, with white hair cut practically short and eyes the particular pale gray of creek water in winter. She was wearing a flannel shirt and canvas trousers, and the kind of wool slippers that suggest a person who has made a long peace with indoor comfort. She looked at me for a moment with the unhurried assessment of someone who already knows the answer to the question they are forming, and then she said, "You are Margaret's daughter, the one who does the research." I said that I was. She opened the door wider and stepped back, and I understood that this was an invitation, and I went in. The interior of the house was warm in the way that only wood heat achieves, not the uniform processed warmth of a forced air furnace, but a warmth that has texture, that is slightly more intense near its source and gentler at the room's edges, that smells of the specific wood being burned, which in this case was maple, dry and clean, and faintly sweet. The front room held a wood stove, 2 armchairs, a braided rug of many colors, and a shelf along the entire east wall that held more books than a room that size had any practical reason to contain. Ruth Pelletier moved to the kitchen without asking whether I wanted coffee, and I followed her and sat at her table, which was smaller than my mother's, and older, the wood worn pale and silky at the edges where hands had rested against it for many years. She poured 2 cups and sat across from me and waited. I told her about arriving, about the pressure in the air, about the diaries, my great-grandmother's, and then my mother's, and what I had read through the night. I told her about the final entry, the one line my mother had written 5 days before she died, the one that said I would know what to do with what I found. I told her that I did not, in fact, know what to do, and that this not knowing had a quality to it that felt less like confusion, and more like standing at a door I had not yet been shown how to open. Ruth listened to all of this without interruption. She held her coffee cup in both hands, and looked at a point somewhere between us, not at me and not away from me, but at the middle distance where a person looks when they are giving full attention to something they are hearing internally as much as externally. When I finished, she was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "Your family has been in that house for 6 generations, and in that time the house has held 11 deaths. I was born there, in the front bedroom in 1938, which means I was the last one born there rather than the first one to die there. And that is a distinction that has always seemed significant to me, though I could not tell you precisely why. My own mother died there in 1961, and your grandmother died there in 1984, and your mother in August. I was present for all 3. I had not known she was present for my grandmother's death. I had been 8 years old that year, and the adults in my life had managed my exposure to that event with the careful protectiveness of a generation that believed children should be shielded from the concrete facts of dying. I asked her what she meant when she said she understood the house in a practical way. That was how my mother had described it in the diary, and I wanted to know what the word practical was carrying. Ruth set her cup down. She said, "The house collects what is left behind, not the person. I want to be precise about this, because imprecision on this point causes people to become frightened in ways that are not useful. Not the spirit, not the soul, not whatever you believe or do not believe travels onward. What the house collects is the grief that was present at the moment of each death, the grief of the people in the room, the grief of the people who were not in the room and knew they should have been. That second kind," she said, looking at me directly for the first time, "is heavier. It has more density. It does not dissipate the way the other kind does because it has nowhere to go. The person who carries it is still living and still moving through the world, and the grief travels with them rather than being released into the place where it was made." I felt the blood in my face change temperature. She said, "Your mother understood this. She came to me in March, after she received her news, and we talked about it for several hours over several days, and what she arrived at, what she wanted for herself, and for the house, and for you, was a specific thing. She was very clear about it. Your mother was always very clear about the things that mattered to her, even when she was clear about them quietly." I asked what the specific thing was. Ruth was quiet for a moment, in the way of someone organizing language around something that does not organize easily. She said, "The grief that is in that house is not your great-grandmother's, and it is not your grandmother's, and it is not your mother's. Those griefs have been set down. What the house is holding now is yours. 20 years of it, the weight of every visit you did not make, every phone call that went on a little shorter than it should have, every summer week that was almost 2. But, ended at 1, because there was a project, because there was a reason, because the ordinary friction of an adult life provides an infinite supply of reasons if what you are looking for is a reason. The house has been waiting for you to come and stand inside it with that weight and acknowledge that the weight is yours. That is all. That is the whole of it. The kitchen was very quiet. I could hear the wood stove from the front room making its small, patient sounds, and beyond the window, the white cedars were moving slightly in a wind that had not been there when I arrived. A low sighing movement that went through the trees and was absorbed by them. I asked her what my mother had wanted me to do. Ruth reached across the table and took a small object from the windowsill behind her. A thing I had not noticed when I sat down, which I noticed now, was a key. Old, the iron gone dull with age, with a long shaft and a simple bow at the top. She set it on the table between us. She said, "The northeast corner of the cellar. There is a door there that has been locked since your great-grandmother's time. Margaret found the key last spring and chose not to open it herself. She said it was not hers to open. She said she thought she understood why by then, and I believe she was right." I looked at the key on the table. Ruth said, "The house will not ask you to do anything frightening. I want you to understand that. What it will ask you to do is harder than frightening. It will ask you to be honest, in a room that has been holding honesty in suspension for a long time, about the thing you have been carrying. That is the threshold, not a door, not a room. The willingness to stand inside what you have been avoiding and let the house understand that you know what you have done and what it cost." I picked up the key. The iron was warmer than I expected. Ruth walked me to the door when I left. She stood on her narrow step in the thin morning sun and watched me walk to my car. When I reached it, she said one more thing. She said, "Your mother was not angry with you, Caroline. Not any version of her, not the living one, and not whatever portion of her the house is still acquainted with. She asked me specifically to tell you that if it seemed necessary. I have decided it is necessary." I drove back up the hill road with the key on the passenger seat, and the pressure in the air above the hill fields was not lighter than it had been. But it was different. It had shifted from the ambient compression of something waiting to the specific directional weight of something that knew I was coming, and had reorganized itself accordingly. The house was visible from the bottom of the lane, white against the dark line of the balsam firs, and every window caught the morning light and held it. And from this distance, in this light, it looked exactly like a place that had been expecting someone for a very long time, and had finally, on an ordinary October morning, seen them turn into the drive. I parked and sat for a moment with both hands on the wheel, and the key cold again in my palm, and the particular quality of silence that precedes a thing you have decided to do pressing down from every direction at once. And then I got out of the car, and I went inside. The cellar door was in the kitchen. I had known this my entire life, and had never thought about it the way you never think about the things that have always been present. The door beside the refrigerator, narrow and low-framed, painted the same green color as the kitchen walls, with a small ceramic knob that had a hairline crack running through it that I had traced with my fingernail as a child, without ever asking what was on the other side. What was on the other side was the cellar, which I had been in many times, which held the oil tank and the circuit breaker and the chest freezer my mother had kept stocked with venison from the neighbor 2 properties over who hunted every November. A practical space. A utility space. I had never noticed a second door. I stood at the top of the cellar stairs with my hand on the light switch, and understood, in the specific way you understand things that have been true all along, that I had not noticed because I had not been meant to notice yet. The house had its own timing. Ruth had said the house was waiting for me to arrive with my particular weight, and I was only now beginning to understand that waiting was not a passive condition. The house had been actively managing what I was able to perceive, parceling out its disclosures in the order they needed to come, withholding the northeast corner until I had read the diaries, withholding the diaries until I had arrived, withholding my arrival until my mother had set everything in place and then released herself from the need to remain. The thought arrived without drama and settled without resistance, the way a true thing settles when you have been moving toward it for long enough. I pressed the switch and went down. The cellar was low-ceilinged, and smelled of the limestone foundation and the particular cold that lives below frostline, not the crisp cold of the air above, but a dense, pressure-less cold that has never known sunlight and is not interested in the seasons. The oil tank occupied the south wall. The chest freezer sat along the west wall, humming its patient note. The circuit breaker panel was mounted to a joist above the stairs, its small red and black switches arranged in their labeled rows. Everything was exactly as it had always been, and in the northeast corner, behind the oil tank's supply line and set into the foundation wall itself, was a door. It was small. I would have to duck to pass through it, and built of wide planks that had gone gray and dry with age, held together by hand-forged straps of iron that had rusted to the deep brown of old blood. It was the kind of door that belongs to the original structure, to the 1840 construction, and its presence here meant it had been part of this house before the house as I knew it had been built around it, before the kitchen above it, before the cream-colored walls and the soapstone sink and the copper pots, before any of the women of my family had stood in this space and called it home. The key fit the lock without negotiation. It turned smoothly, which surprised me. I had expected resistance, the stiffness of a mechanism that has not been exercised in decades. But the lock moved as though it had been oiled recently, or as though time inside this corner of the cellar operated by a different set of conventions than it did elsewhere. The door swung inward on hinges that made no sound. Beyond it was a room perhaps 8 feet square, cut directly into the hill behind the house, its walls the raw limestone of the ridge itself. The floor was packed earth. The ceiling was low enough that I had to remain slightly bowed once I stepped inside. There was no light source, and I had brought my phone, and in its flashlight beam the room resolved itself slowly out of the dark. It was not empty. Along the far wall, arranged on a narrow wooden shelf that had been built directly into the stone, were objects, not randomly placed, arranged with deliberation, with the care of someone who understood that placement is its own form of language. A child's shoe, small and black, with a worn sole, a folded piece of cloth that had once been white and had gone the color of old cream. A man's pocket watch open, its hand stopped at 6:14. A bundle of dried herbs. I could not identify them in this light and this age. Tied with a strip of faded ribbon, a small photograph in a cracked leather frame. The image, too, faded to resolve into faces. And at the end of the shelf, sitting apart from the others in the same deliberate way my mother's diary had sat apart from my great-grandmother's on the study desk, a single envelope, my name on the front, in my mother's handwriting. I stood in the packed earth room with the cold of the hill pressing in from every wall and the flashlight beam moving across the objects on the shelf and the envelope with my name on it. And the pressure that had been present throughout the house since my arrival was here in its most concentrated form. Not oppressive, not threatening, but dense with the specific weight of accumulated presence. The feeling of standing in a space that has received something from every generation of a family and held it without judgment and without release, waiting for the person who was meant to receive it in turn. I took the envelope from the shelf. I sat down on the earthen floor with my back against the wall beside the door, and the cold came up through the ground beneath me, and I opened the envelope. My mother had written 3 pages in her precise, upright hand on the same blue-lined paper she had always used for correspondence, the kind that comes in a box and lasts for years, because a person of her generation does not waste good stationery. She began, "I have been trying to decide how much to explain and how much to leave for you to arrive at yourself. And I've decided, knowing you, that too much explanation will feel like being managed. So I will say only what is necessary and trust you with the rest." She wrote about the room. She wrote that her own mother had brought her here once when she was 12, and had told her only that the objects on the shelf belonged to the people who had died in the house above, and that they were kept here because kept was what they needed, not displayed, not discussed, not interpreted, simply held in a place that was older than interpretation, She wrote that she had understood this imperfectly at 12 and more completely at 30 and with full clarity only in the last months of her life, when she understood that she was becoming the next person whose grief would need to be held here, and that before that happened, she needed to ensure that the person after her knew where here was. She wrote, "The objects on that shelf are not relics. They are not magical. They are anchors. Each one belongs to a grief that was set down in this room by someone who came here and stood in the cold and said, aloud or to themselves, the true thing they had been unable to say anywhere else. The saying is what releases it. The object stays so that the house knows the work was done." I read that paragraph twice. She wrote, "I have left a space at the end of the shelf. It is yours. You do not need to bring an object today. You may not be ready, and that is entirely acceptable. What the house needs from you today is simpler. It needs you to say the thing, whatever the true thing is. You know what it is. You have known for 20 years. The weight of not saying it is the exact weight you have been feeling in the air of this house since you arrived, because the house has been carrying it along with you out of courtesy, the way you carry something heavy for a person who is not yet ready to put it down." The flashlight beam held steady on the wall above the shelf. I sat in the cold of the room that was older than my family's memory of itself, and I felt the pressure of the house around me, not pressing inward now, but present in the way that a witness is present, attentive and without agenda. And I said the thing. I said it aloud in the dark, to the limestone walls and the packed earth and the objects on the shelf, and whatever portion of my mother was still acquainted with this room. I said that I had stayed away because coming home had meant facing the distance I had allowed to grow, and facing that distance had meant acknowledging that I had chosen my own comfort over her company, repeatedly and across many years, and that I had told myself the story of my busy life so many times that I had almost stopped knowing it was a story. I said that I had not been there. I said that I was sorry, with a completeness and a specificity that I had not been capable of before I read her words, because her words had taken the thing I had been carrying at an angle, sideways, the way she herself had once looked at difficult things, and turned it to face me directly. I said, "I know what it cost. I know what it cost you, and I know what it cost me, and I am setting it down here, in this room, in this house, because you made a place for me to set it down, and I am ready." The pressure released. It did not happen gradually. It happened the way a sound stops, not fading, but simply ceasing, and the absence of it as palpable as the thing itself had been. The air in the room was still cold, still dense with a particular weight of deep earth. But the other quality, the accumulated hell-breath quality that had been present in every room of the house since my arrival, was gone. The house felt, for the first time since I had turned into the drive 2 days ago, like a house, solid and particular and inhabited by nothing more or less than its own long history. I sat for another few minutes in the quiet. Then I folded my mother's letter and put it back in the envelope and set the envelope on the shelf in the space she had left at the end, next to the bundle of dried herbs and the faded photograph, and all the other anchors of all the other griefs that had been set down here by women who had stood in this cold and said the true thing, and walked back up the stairs into the rest of their lives. I ducked to the doorway and pulled the door closed behind me. The lock engaged with a clean, quiet click. Upstairs, the kitchen was full of light. The afternoon sun had moved to the west-facing window above the sink, and the room was warmer than it had been all week, and the copper pots above the stove caught the light and held it in their curved sides. And for a moment the kitchen looked the way it had looked in my childhood when my mother was standing at the stove, and the day outside was ordinary, and the particular quality of safety that exists only in a place that has known you your entire life was simply the air of the room, unremarkable, abundant, entirely taken for granted. I stood in that light for a long time. Then I picked up my phone and called my brother Daniel, and when he answered I said, "I think I am going to stay through November." And he was quiet for a moment in the way he gets quiet when something is shifted that he does not yet have words for. And then he said, Good. The hill field caught the last of the afternoon light as I stood at the kitchen window, and the frost-silvered grass went briefly gold from one edge to the other, and the balsam firs along the eastern boundary held their darkness patiently, and the house settled around me with the particular ease of a thing that has been waiting a long time to exhale. November came into the Northeast Kingdom the way it always does in that country, not as an arrival, but as a deepening, the world growing more itself rather than changing into something new. The color left the hills gradually, the last of the ash and birch going from yellow to bone over the course of 2 weeks, until the ridgelines were bare against a sky that had settled into the specific flat gray that would hold, with minor variations, until April. The cold became a permanent condition rather than a daily event. The ground froze an inch deeper each night, and by the second week, I could hear the frost working in the soil beneath the field when I walked out before dawn. A faint crackling beneath my boots like the sound of something being decided. I had developed a routine, the way a person develops a routine when they are somewhere long enough to stop being a visitor and have not quite become a resident, occupying the middle ground that has its own particular texture, its own particular quality of attention. I woke early and made coffee and sat with my great-grandmother's diaries at the kitchen table, reading forward through the years in the order she had written them, letting her precise and sideways voice become familiar, the way a landscape becomes familiar, the specific shapes of its trees and hills assembling themselves into something you can navigate in the dark. I had telephoned Ruth Pelletier twice since the morning I had driven down the hill to her house, and she had come up once. On a Thursday afternoon, when the sky had gone a deep pewter, and the smell of snow was in the air without snow yet arriving, and we had sat in the kitchen with coffee and talked for 2 hours about things that were not the house directly, about my great-grandmother's diaries, about the families who had farmed the surrounding hill properties through the previous century, about the specific ecology of grief in a community small enough that every death is felt by everyone, and about what my mother had been like as a young woman, which Ruth remembered with the affectionate precision of someone who has known a person across the entire arc of their life. She told me that my mother had been stubborn in a way that presented as patience, that she had a sense of humor that operated so quietly most people missed it, and that she had loved this house with the particular ferocity of someone who understood that a place can be a form of relationship rather than a mere container for one. I wrote this down afterward in a notebook I had started keeping, because I was a researcher by training and by temperament, and the researcher in me had recognized, somewhere in the middle of October, that what I was engaged in here was not the estate work I had come to perform, but something else. A document, an account, the kind of record that begins as private notation and reveals its actual purpose only gradually. The estate work had also been done. I had catalogued the house contents room by room over 3 weeks, had called the attorney in Montpelier who was handling the probate, had made the necessary decisions that could be made and deferred with full honesty the ones that could not yet. The question of the house itself remained deferred. Daniel had driven up for a weekend in mid-November, and we had sat at the kitchen table on a Saturday evening with mugs of cider and the subject between us like a piece of furniture. We were both carefully walking around, and eventually he had said, "I do not think we should sell it," and I had said, "Neither do I." And that had been the whole of that conversation, which was enough. On the last morning of November, I woke before 4. The room was dark, and the cold was absolute, and I lay still for a moment with the blankets pulled close and listened to the house. It was quiet in the way it had been quiet since the afternoon I had come up from the cellar. A straightforward quiet, a structural quiet, the sound of timber and stone and old plaster simply existing without anything held inside them that needed releasing. The house had the quality of a room after a long gathering is ended, and the guests have gone home, and the person who lives there is moving through the familiar space alone, returning each thing to its ordinary place, and the ordinary place is good, and the alone is comfortable. I dressed and went downstairs and did not make coffee. I put on my coat and my boots and my mother's wool hat, which I had taken from the hook in the hall 2 weeks ago, and had been wearing since without examination of what that meant, and I went outside. The cold was the deepest it had been. I could feel it against my face in the first second as a pressure, and then as a faint burn at the edges of my ears and across the bridge of my nose, and my breath came out in a long white column that the still air held in place before dispersing. The sky above the hill field was extraordinary, a deep black salted with stars that were sharper and more numerous at this temperature and this altitude than the eye usually receives them. The Milky Way actual smear of light across the southern sky rather than the suggested presence it is in places with more ambient interference. I walked out across the frost-hard grass of the field toward the line of balsam firs along the eastern boundary. The ground under my boots was iron. The cold had organized the field into a surface that held my weight completely, without the slight give of living soil, and my steps made a clean sound against it. Not a crunch, but a knock, the sound of something solid meeting something equally solid. The field sloped gently downward toward the tree line, and as I walked, I felt the cold deepen in the way it deepens when you move away from a building and its stored warmth falls behind you, and the open sky takes over, and the temperature drops toward whatever the unmediated night has decided to be. I stopped at the tree line. The balsams were dark and dense and smelled of resin and cold sap, and the specific green darkness of evergreen at night, which is one of the few smells that is stronger in winter than in summer, as though the cold concentrates it. I stood at the edge of the field and looked back at the house. It was white in the starlight. The windows were dark, no light on inside, and the snow that had come briefly 2 weeks ago and then retreated had left a faint residue along the north-facing eaves and the top of the stone foundation, and the barn behind the house was a dark shoulder against the darker tree line to the north. And the whole of it, the house, the barn, the stone walls at the field's edges, the lane between the sugar maples that led down to the road, was exactly as it had been for the better part of 2 centuries, arranged on this hill above Caspbury in precisely the relationship to the land that the people who built it had intended. And I thought about all of them, not as an abstraction, not as ancestors in the genealogical sense, the names in the registers and the dates on the headstones that I had spent my career treating as data. As people, women who had stood in the kitchen I had just left and made their coffee, and looked out the same window at the same hill field, and felt the same cold coming in through the same insufficiently insulated walls, and had carried whatever they were carrying and had, eventually, one way or another, put it down. Eliza, who rode around her grief with the precision of someone who believes the circumference of a thing is as honest as its center. My grandmother, who I had known only briefly and imperfectly, before I was old enough to know I should have been paying closer attention. My mother, who had spent the last year of her life making a place for me to do the thing she had always wanted me to do, and had never once asked me directly to do it. I stood at the edge of the field, and the cold pressed against my face, and I felt, for the first time in a way that was not theoretical, that I belonged to a line, not trapped by it, belonging to it the way you belong to a landscape that is shaped the specific way you move through the world, the particular way you hold your shoulders against the wind, the precise threshold at which cold becomes intolerable, and below which it is simply the condition of being outside in a place you love. From the coat pocket I took the object I had brought down from the cellar shelf. I had gone back into the room 3 days after my first visit, in the afternoon, in better light, and I had looked at the objects on the shelf with the careful attention I had failed to give them on the first occasion. I had examined the photograph in the cracked leather frame, and had been able, in better light, to resolve 2 figures from the faded image, a woman and a young girl, standing in front of this house, in what appeared to be summer, both of them looking not at the camera, but at something to the left of it, something outside the frame that had apparently been more interesting than the person taking their picture. I had taken nothing from the shelf. The objects there were not mine to take. What I had brought from the house was my mother's diary. The 10th volume, dark green cloth with her handwriting on the spine. I had carried it in my coat pocket for the past week, which I understood was its own kind of not yet readiness. The book moving with me through the rooms of the house and out to the barn and down to Ruth's on Thursday and back, present against my ribs while I arrived at what I needed to arrive at. I held it with both hands in the starlight. I did not open it. I had read it completely, every entry, forward and backward and forward again, until I had received everything it had to give me, and had given back what it required in return, which was simply being read with full attention by the person it had been written for. A document fulfills its purpose when it reaches its intended reader, and the reader receives it honestly. I knew this from my work. I had simply not understood until now that the principle applied to documents written for me as much as documents written for anyone else. I said, to the dark field and the stars and the house white in the starlight, and whatever of my mother was still acquainted with this hill, that I had received it, that I understood what she had given me, and what it had cost her to arrange it so carefully in the time she had remaining, and that the cost was not wasted, and that I was not going anywhere. The cold held everything in complete stillness, that I turned and walked back across the iron field toward the house, which stood waiting at the top of the hill with all its windows dark, and its stone foundations solid, and its long history pressing quietly down through the frozen ground into the bedrock of the ridge. And I went inside, and I locked the door behind me, and I put my mother's diary on the shelf in the front parlor, where I could see it from the chair I had begun to think of as mine, and I went to make coffee in the kitchen where the copper pots held the first gray light of morning in their curved sides, and outside the hill field was still and white, and the balsam firs along the eastern boundary stood in their patient darkness, and the house was quiet, and the house was full, and I was homeset. The quarry remembers everything. The drive into Polk County takes you through 3 different kinds of country before it takes you through the right one. First there is the interstate, broad and indifferent, with its chain restaurants and its diesel smell and its overhead signs pointing toward Asheville and Charlotte, as though those cities are the only destinations a person could reasonably want. Then there is the state highway, 2 lanes through Piedmont farmland, where tobacco barns stand in the fields with their slat-side walls open to the October air, curing the last of the season, in long dark rows. Then there is the county road, unmarked, dropping into a hollow between 2 long ridges where the light changes color as soon as the road begins to descend. I have made this drive 4 times in the past year. The first time, I did not know what I was looking for. I only knew that my sister Renee had lived out here for 11 years, and that I had not visited her once in all that time, and that this fact had begun to feel like something that required a correcting. She was not expecting me the first time. She opened the door with a dish towel over her shoulder and looked at me with an expression I can only describe as careful. The way a person looks when they are deciding which version of a conversation to have. She said my name, which is June. She said, "Well, you found it." She stepped back and let me in. Renee has lived in the same rental house since she moved out here for a job that turned out not to be the job she thought it was, and then stayed anyway because she had met someone, and then stayed after the someone left because by then the hollow felt like hers. The house is old, white-painted board and batten, sitting on a 1/4 acre of cleared land with woods pressing in close on 3 sides and the county road running past the 4th. The porch faces east. In the morning, if the fog is low and the light comes through right, you can see the ridgeline across the valley like a dark seam in pale cloth. There is a quarry about a mile back in the pines. Renee mentioned it on my first visit with a flatness in her voice that I did not think about at the time. She said, "There is a limestone quarry back there, been closed for 30 years, fills with rainwater every spring." She said, "People use it sometimes." She did not say what they used it for, and I did not ask, because I was more interested in seeing her kitchen and finding out whether she still drank her coffee with 2 sugars the way she had when we were girls. She does. Some things do not change even when 11 years of distance separates the people they belong to. What I noticed that first visit, and thought nothing of, was the workshop. Renee has always worked with her hands. Growing up, she was the one who repaired things, who retied loose chair legs and recovered buttons, and hemmed her own clothes with small precise stitches that her mother said looked almost professional. The workshop in the house's back room, which had probably been a sewing room or a mud room at some earlier point in the house's history, was an extension of that same instinct. A long pine work table, mason jars of hardware sorted by size, the way our father used to sort his. A pegboard above the table with tools hanging in order of weight, smallest to largest, left to right. I remember thinking, she has always been more organized than me. I remember thinking that the workshop had the particular smell of an occupied workspace, beeswax and sawdust and something else underneath. Something sweet and faintly wrong that I filed away without filing it away. The way you do with things that do not quite fit any category you currently have available. I had driven down from Asheville, where I work as a claims adjuster for a regional insurance company. It is not interesting work, which is partly the point. After the 2 years I had just come through, interesting felt like something I could not afford. My marriage had ended quietly the way some marriages end, not in a single event, but in a series of small failures of attention, and I had moved into a one-bedroom apartment that faced a parking structure and tried to make myself useful in ways that did not require me to feel very much. Visiting Rennie was, I think now, my first attempt at something different. The hollow smelled of pine resin and cold water, and the particular sharpness of fallen leaves going back to earth. In October, the hardwoods along the ridge had turned, and they caught the late afternoon light in amber and gold in a way that made everything below them look almost warm by comparison. I sat on Rennie's east-facing porch with my coffee and looked at the ridgeline and felt something in me that had been clenched for 2 years begin, very slightly, to ease. That was the first visit. The second visit was in December, when Rennie called and said she was putting up preserves and could use help with the lids, which was a transparent excuse, but a welcome one. And I drove down and spent a weekend learning that she had taken up the habit of listening to the police scanner in the evenings, a habit she said she had picked up from a woman down the road who used to lend her equipment when Rennie needed extra tools. The woman's name was Gerald Voss. She had lived on the county road about a quarter mile south of Rennie for as long as anyone in the hollow could remember. And she did certain kinds of work for people, Rennie said, and left it at that. When I asked what kinds of work, Rennie looked at the scanner for a moment before answering. She said, "The kind that the law cannot do." I thought about that on the drive home. I thought about it in the way you think about something that sits in a strange place in your mind, neither alarming enough to pursue nor ordinary enough to set aside. The third visit was February. The hollow in winter is a different hollow. The hardwood stripped bare, the ridgeline visible all the way to its spine, the cold that comes down through those gaps at night carrying a quality that feels almost deliberate, as though the weather in this country is more intentional than weather elsewhere. Rennie had a fire going in the old wood stove, and we talked about our parents, who are both gone now, and about the years we had let pass between us without explanation. And at one point she said, quietly, that she had done something she was not sure was wrong, and that she had been thinking about it for 7 months. She did not tell me what it was. I did not push. We sat by the fire and listened to the scanner until the coals went low and the cold pressed back against the windows, and then we went to bed without resolving anything. That was February. I am writing this account now in October again, 12 months after my first visit. I am writing it because I believe it should be written, and because I am the only person who knows all the pieces of it, and because Rennie, who understood the pieces better than anyone, is no longer in a position to write it herself. I want to be precise about what I saw and what I was told. I want to be careful with the details, the way Rennie was careful with her tools, the way Gerald Voss was careful with everything she made. This is not a story about things I cannot explain. Some of what happened has no explanation I can offer that would satisfy a reasonable person, and I want to say that plainly before I begin, rather than pretend the explanation is coming and then fail to deliver it. What I can offer is this. I was there. I saw the workshop. I held the object that Rennie had given her. I went back to the quarry on the day the ice was forming at its edges, and I stood at the water and understood, finally, what the hollow had been trying to tell me since October. The pine trees around the quarry are old growth, the kind that do not grow quickly. with bark the color of dark iron and roots that run so deep into the limestone that the geologists who surveyed the area in the 1990s put a note in their report about structural anomalies they could not account for. The water in the quarry is cold even in August. In October it goes dark and still. In the morning light it looks like a mirror laid flat in the earth, reflecting nothing but the sky. The night everything changed. There was no moon. The quarry was invisible from the road, which is the reason it had been used for what it had been used for, and the reason no one had seen what happened there, except for one person who had seen it from her porch and had made the choice that set the rest of it in motion. Rennie told me this in pieces over the 3 visits that preceded the 4th. By the time I drove down in October for the last time, I had almost all of it. What I did not have was the part that Karel Voss had played, and what had been done in the workshop with the small iron-headed hammer and the nails and the figures made of burlap and wire. That part I had to hear from Rennie directly. And Rennie, by then, had already begun to understand that the debt did not stop with the 3 men. The hollow had been holding its breath since June, and I had not known. And the thing about breath held in a cold place is that when it finally releases, it comes out with everything that was kept inside it. The ember light of Rennie's east-facing porch had long since given way to the particular gray of a Polk County morning, and the ridgeline across the valley sat behind low cloud like something that had decided for the time being not to be seen. I had been awake since before 5, listening to the hollow settle around me, understanding for the first time that this country had a rhythm I had not yet learned to read. Rannie made eggs the way our mother had made them, in a cast iron pan with the heat too high and a little too much butter, so that the edges went brown and lacy while the centers stayed soft. She set a plate in front of me without asking whether I was hungry. She poured coffee into a mug that said First National Bank of Polk County in letters so faded they were nearly illegible, and she sat across from me at the kitchen table and looked out the window at the yard. The yard in October holds its color longer than the woods. The grass goes a dry gold, and the 2 apple trees at the property's south edge still have fruit on them, small and dark red, the kind that fall and lie ungathered because no one has the energy for them. A mockingbird had been working the yard since dawn, quartering it in short, precise flights, and Rennie watched it the way she watched things she had long since made her peace with. I asked her about the woman down the road. I said her name the way Rennie had said it, carefully as though it might change if you said it wrong. Karel Voss. Rennie was quiet for long enough that I thought she might not answer. She broke the yolk on her egg with the edge of her fork and watched it spread before she spoke. She said, Karel has lived on this road for as long as the road has had people on it. She said it without exaggeration, as a statement of simple fact. I said, that is not possible. Rennie said, no, it is not, and then she did not say anything else for a while. And I understood that the conversation was operating on 2 levels simultaneously, and that I would have to decide which level I was prepared to engage with. The second visit had given me the outline. Rennie had told me about the scanner, about the habit she had developed of listening to it in the evenings, the way some people listen to the radio, for company, for the texture of other lives going wrong in ordinary ways. She had told me about Karel lending her tools, a post-hole digger one spring when Rennie was putting in a garden border. Come along the winter, a tree fell against the back fence. Small exchanges of the kind that happen between neighbors in places where neighbors are half a mile apart and self-sufficiency is a matter of logistics rather than ideology. She had not told me about the night in June. I knew something had happened because of the way Rennie carried herself through that February weekend, careful and interior in the way of someone who was thinking about one thing while doing another. She had said, sitting by the wood stove, that she had done something she was not sure was wrong, and I had heard in those words the particular grammar of a person who already knows the answer and is asking permission to stop arguing with it. I did not ask. I should have asked, but grief has its own schedule, and mine had been the kind that contracted everything, that made large things feel distant, and small things feel impossible. And the idea of pressing Rennie on something she was not yet ready to say felt like more weight than either of us could manage by the fire with the cold outside and the coals going low. So I had waited. I had driven home to Asheville and gone back to work, and sat in my apartment that faced the parking structure and thought intermittently, about the hollow and the scanner and the woman whose name Rennie had said with that particular care. Now it was October again, and I was back, and Rennie had called this time without a pretense. She had simply said, "I think you should come. I think it is time I told you the whole of it." After breakfast, she took me into the workshop. I had looked at it before, the way you look at a familiar room, categorizing without examining. But this time Rennie moved through it differently, with the deliberateness of a person conducting a tour they have rehearsed, and I followed her attention rather than my own assumptions. The work table was pine, old and dense, with a surface that had absorbed decades of use into its grain. The tools on the pegboard were arranged in an order I had registered as organizational, and now registered as something else. Each tool in a specific relationship to the others, not merely sorted but placed. The smallest hammer, a short-handled thing with a flat iron head the size of a silver dollar, hung at the far left. The largest, a forged iron hammer with an ash handle worn dark where hands had gripped it, hung at the far right. There were jars. Rennie kept hardware in mason jars, sorted in a way that matched our father's system, and I had thought this a coincidence of temperament. Now I looked at the jars more carefully. There were nails in them, different sizes, and they were not mixed but separated, each type in its own jar, and the jars were labeled in Rennie's small, neat handwriting with descriptions that did not describe hardware. Long, she had written on one jar. Short, throat, chest, stomach. I did not say anything. Rennie watched me read the labels without expression. On a separate shelf, apart from the hardware jars, there were spools of thread, the color of old teeth, and a block of beeswax with a groove worn into it from repeated use. There were squares of burlap cut to a consistent size, folded precisely, and beside them coils of thin wire, the kind used for tying fence posts, stored on small wooden pegs. The shelf below held 4 figures. They were rough things, burlap over wire frames, each one perhaps 8 inches tall without features. The wire gave them a suggestion of a skeleton, a loop for the head, a straight spine, cross pieces for shoulders and hips, and the burlap was stitched over this frame with thread pulled tight enough that the fabric showed the shape of what it covered. They looked, in the flat October light coming through the workshop's single window, like something between a doll and an effigy, too deliberate to be a child's toy, too simple to be art. 3 of them had nails in them, long nails, driven through the burlap and the wire and into the wood of the shelf below, with enough force that they had split the shelf surface slightly at each impact point. 1 nail through the throat of each figure, 1 through the chest, 1 through the stomach. The nail heads were flush with the burlap, which had puckered around them, and the points protruded through the bottom of the shelf like 3 small reminders. The 4th figure had no nails. It sat at the end of the row, slightly apart, and where the others had been made from plain burlap, this one had a piece of fabric stitched into its chest cavity. I could see it through a gap in the seam. A small swatch of cotton cloth in a floral print, pink roses on a white background, the kind of fabric that comes from something domestic and often worn. Rennie said I did not make those. I turned to look at her. She was standing in the doorway with her arms folded, not against the cold, but against something else. She said, "Carell made them. I watched her make 3 of them, and then she made the 4th one herself. She asked me to keep them here. She said they needed to stay somewhere the work had been done." I looked at the nails and the 3 figures. I thought about the labels on the jars. I thought about the large hammer with its ash handle worn dark at the grip. I said, "Who were the 3? Rennie looked at the workshop window for a moment. Outside, the mockingbird had moved on, and the yard was still. The clouds had come lower over the ridge, and the light in the hollow had that particular quality it gets before noon in October, clear and cool and without warmth, the kind of light that makes things look exactly as they are. She said their names. Dale, Vincent, Troy. She said them the way you say the names of people who are no longer a subject of debate, flatly, with a specific neutrality of settled fact. Then she said, "I watched them put her in the water." She said it without preamble, without the softening that people usually bring to terrible statements. She said, "I was on my porch, and I watched them to it, and I did not call anyone. And then in November, a girl came to Carell's door in the rain. The workshop was very quiet. The nails in the 3 figures caught the flat October light at their points. I said, "What happened to Carell?" Renee looked at the 4th figure with its floral patch. She said, "She is gone." She said it in a way that was not a euphemism. The 4th figure sat at the end of its row with its unstruck chest and its scrap of worn fabric, and I understood, standing in that workshop with the quarry a mile back in the pines, that the debt this hollow kept was not yet paid in full. 8:52 p.m. The quarry sat in the pines like a secret the land had been keeping long before anyone thought to ask. Renee did not take me there that first morning of this 4th visit. She took me instead on the walk she took every morning, down the county road to the south and back, 1.25 miles by her count, past the gap in the tree line where the access road branched off toward Carell's property, past the rusted gate that said private in letters so weathered they'd gone from red to brown to the gray of old bark. She walked the way she always walked. Deliberate and without hurry, the way people walk when they have been somewhere long enough to stop performing the act of being there. I walked beside her and let the hollow work on me. There is a quality to the air in that part of Polk County that I have not encountered in other places. It is not purely the elevation, which is modest. 400 feet above the Piedmont floor, tucked between 2 long north-south ridges. It is something about the way the ridges shape what moves through the gap between them, channeling weather and cold, and a particular silence that settles differently than the silence of flatland. In the Piedmont, silence is an absence. In the hollow, silence is a presence. The way a held breath is present even in a room where you cannot see the person holding it. Renee said, about halfway through the walk, she was 17. I did not ask who. I had been thinking about the 4th figure since we left the workshop, about the scrap of fabric in his chest with its washed-out roses, and I understood without being told that the girl Renee had watched them put in the water had been very young. Her name was Darla Reese, Renee said. She had worked the evening shift at the gas station at the county road intersection, the one with the hand-painted sign in the window advertising night crawlers and sweet tea. She had lived with her grandmother on a ridge property 3 miles north. She was, by everyone's account, unremarkable in the way that people who die young are always described as unremarkable afterward, as though ordinariness is a form of innocence, which perhaps it is. Dale Munsey had known her from the gas station. He lived 1 mile down the road from Renee, in a house that had needed a new roof for 4 years, and had not gotten one, and he worked odd jobs, mechanic work mostly, with 2 men named Vincent Greer and Troy Salter, who had been his friends since childhood, in the way that some friendships persist, not from affection but from habit and proximity and the specific laziness of not making new ones. Renee said their names without the flatness she had used in the workshop. Outside, on the road, with the pines pressing in and the clouds still low over the ridge, she said their names the way you say the names of a weather event, a specific storm, something with a date attached. She said she had never spoken to Darla Reese directly. She had nodded to her at the gas station, had noticed her the way you notice people who occupy the same small geography as you, by their habits and their schedules rather than their particulars. She had noticed, in late May, that the girl was not at the station anymore, and had thought nothing of it, because young people leave jobs without announcement, and the summer had just started and there was nothing in the absence, on its own, that signaled anything. Then she had heard, on the scanner, about a missing persons report. Darla Reese, 17, last seen the evening of the 14th of June, last seen by a customer at the gas station, who had described her locking up at close, carrying the till bag to the back room, waving through the window as the customer pulled out. Renee said she had heard the report on the Wednesday. She had been in the kitchen, she said, not in the den where the scanner usually sat. But she had carried it in with her while she canned, and a report had come through at 9:15, and she had stood at the counter with a jar of green beans in her hand and felt something that she had not been able to name cleanly since. She said not guilt. She said not exactly guilt. She said it was more like the sensation of a door closing in a part of herself she had not known was open. I thought about that for the rest of the walk. I thought about the distinction Rennie was drawing, about the difference between guilt, which is the knowledge that you have done wrong, and whatever it is you feel when you understand that something is closed inside you as a result of what you did not do. We turned at the rusted gate and came back up the road. The mockingbird was back in the yard. The clouds had broken slightly over the east ridge, and a thin line of light had appeared along the top of the tree line, the particular white gold of late morning in October, and for a moment the hollow looked almost gentle. Rennie said, "I was on the porch because I could not sleep." She said, "It was a warm night in June, and the windows were all open, and I had been listening to the quarry road." She said she had heard an engine on that road before midnight, which was unusual enough to bring her outside, because the quarry road had been gated since the property changed hands in 2004, and the only people who used it were hunters in November, and occasionally, she had come to understand, people with other purposes. She described what she had seen the same way she had described it in the workshop, without inflection, as though the act of telling it repeatedly had worn the emotion out of the surface of it, the way repeated handling wears the finish off wood. A pale sedan. 3 men she recognized, a girl she recognized, the girl's hands bound behind her, the sedan rolling forward on the slight grade toward the quarry's edge, tipping, the water closing over it in a single flat disturbance that seemed, from the porch, too small for what it was. Then she told me the part she had not told me in February. She said, "I went inside and I sat at the kitchen table and I thought about Dale Munsey. I thought about the time he had helped me get my car out of a ditch 2 winters ago, and the time before that when he had brought firewood without being asked, when I had a respiratory infection and could not manage the woodpile myself." She said, "I thought about these things as though they were relevant, and then I understood that I was thinking about them precisely because they were not relevant, because I was looking for something to weigh against what I had just seen, and the only things I could find were these small, ordinary kindnesses." She stopped walking. We were back in front of her house by then, on the gravel that served as a driveway, and she looked at the porch the way you look at a thing you have been trying not to look at directly. She said, "I did not call anyone." She said, "I turned off the porch light, and I went to bed, and I thought I had made a decision, but what I had actually done was refuse to make one, which is not the same thing. I did not say anything. There was nothing to say that would have helped." She said in November, a girl came to Carell's door in the rain. She said, "I know this because Carell told me the next morning. She came to my door at 7 in the morning, and she stood on my porch, and she said, 'Someone came to me last night asking for the suffocation work,' and she said it in a way that I understood meant the work had been done." I said, "The suffocation work." Rennie said, "Carell had a system. She had always had it. You brought her something of the person, and you paid her price, and she made a figure, and she hammered nails through it in the right places, and the person suffered accordingly. She said it was old work, older than Carell by a long measure, and that Carell had not invented it so much as inherited it, the way some people inherit a piece of land, not asking for it, but not refusing it either." I said, "And the girl who came to her door." Rennie looked at the workshop window. The glass was old, slightly wavy, and the interior of the workshop was a dim rectangle behind it. She said she was wearing a gas station windbreaker. She said her clothes were wet through, but not from rain. I thought about the quarry. I thought about the flat disturbance on the water's surface. I said, "And the 4th figure." Rennie said, "The 4th figure had my dress fabric in it." She said it simply, without apology, as a matter of record. The line of light on the east ridge had widened while we stood there, and the hollow had warmed by 2 degrees, and the mockingbird had gone quiet in the apple trees, and the silence that had settled over the property was the specific silence of something that has been said and cannot be unsaid. I stood in the gravel and looked at my sister's face and understood that the door she had described closing in herself had not been guilt and had not been grief, but had been something more precise than either. The understanding that she had made herself available as a mechanism, had stood on her porch on a warm June night and become, by her stillness, part of the apparatus of what happened to Darla Reese, and that the hollow, in its particular slow patience, had noted this. She said, "Coral is gone, and the work she did is settled on the 3 men." She said, But the fourth figure is still here, and its nails have not been driven, and someone is going to have to decide what that means. She said it the way she said most things on this visit, without asking me to respond, because the question she was really asking was not the one in the words. The fourth figure sat in the workshop with its unstruck chest and its worn floral fabric, and the quarry sat a mile back in the pines with its cold dark water. And somewhere in the arrangement of these two facts was the shape of what the hollow was waiting for. Coral Voss had lived in her house the way certain trees live in certain soils, not thriving exactly, but so deeply rooted that the distinction between the organism and the ground it occupied had long since become academic. Rennie took me there on the afternoon of the second day. The access road that branched off the county road south of Rennie's property was unpaved, compressed gravel over red clay, and it ran between two rows of old-growth pines so close together that in places their lower branches formed a corridor overhead. The light that came through was green-filtered and still, the way light behaves in water, and the sound of the county road behind us disappeared within the first 50 yards as completely as though a door had been closed. The house appeared at the end of a natural clearing. It was small, one story, with a covered porch and a standing seam metal roof gone, the color of old copper. The siding was board and batten like Rennie's, but older, the paint long since surrendered to the weather, the wood beneath gone silver gray with exposure. A vegetable garden ran along the south side, put to bed for the season. The soil turned and raked and mulched with pine straw, in the careful way of someone who intends to plant again in spring. The porch faced the quarry road. You could see, from the porch steps, the gap in the trees where the old access road continued north toward the quarry, perhaps 3/4 of a mile beyond. The sight line was clear. On a warm June night, with the porch light off, you would have been able to see headlights moving on that road. You would have been able to see, if the moon was adequate and you knew the geography, what happened at the road's end. I stood at the bottom of the porch steps and looked at the sight line and understood what Coral Voss had known before she ever opened her door to a girl in a wet gas station windbreaker. Rennie had a key. She had told me on the walk over that Coral had given it to her in the first week of July, the week after the night of the nails, and had told her to check on the workshop when she felt it was time. She had not said what she meant by that, and Rennie had not asked, because by then Rennie had developed a particular respect for the precision of Coral's language, and understood that what was said was what was meant, neither more nor less. The key was a standard house key, brass, worn smooth with a small piece of red electrical tape wrapped around the bow. Rennie fitted it to the front door lock, and opened it with the careful deliberateness of a person entering a space they do not yet feel they have permission to fully occupy. The interior smelled of beeswax and cedar, and underneath both of these something I recognized from Rennie's workshop, that sweet undercurrent I had filed away on my first visit without examining. Standing in Coral's front room, I examined it now. It was not unpleasant. It was the smell of materials used for a specific purpose over a long period, the same way a woodworker's shop smells of particular resins, or a kitchen used for serious cooking smells of layers of heat and seasoning accumulated across years. It was the smell of the work itself, whatever the work was. The front room held a parlor chair, and a straight-backed wooden chair, and a wood stove, and a bookshelf. The books on the shelf were not what I expected, which told me I had been expecting something, which told me I had already made assumptions. There were reference books, plant identification guides, and medical texts, a water-stained copy of a county history published in 1962, and several volumes without titles on their spines, their covers plain cloth in brown and dark green, the kind of books that are not published, but assembled. Rennie went directly to the workshop at the back of the house without looking into the other rooms, and I followed her. Coral's workshop was larger than Rennie's, and had been a workshop for a much longer time. The Pymore table was the same design as Rennie's, but older, its surface darkened to near black at the center where decades of work had been done, the grain of the wood invisible beneath the accumulated history of its use. The pegboard above it held tools in the same arrangement, smallest to largest, left to right. And I understood now that this arrangement was not organizational preference, but instruction. A system Rennie had learned and reproduced, the way a student reproduces a teacher's method until it becomes their own. On the work table, laid out with the precision of objects that had been arranged deliberately and recently, were 3 things. The first was a ledger, small and cloth-bound, its pages filled with entries in a handwriting I did not recognize. Small and upright and extremely regular, the kind of handwriting that comes from long practice with a particular instrument. I lifted the cover and read the first entry. It was dated, and it contained a name, and beneath the name 2 columns of information that I understood, after a moment, to be what had been brought, and what had been done, and what had been paid. The entries continued for many pages in the same hand. Near the back the handwriting changed, became slightly larger and less regular, and the entries continued in this new hand for perhaps 30 pages before stopping. The final entry was dated the 17th of November of the previous year. It contained 3 names: Dale Munsey, Vincent Greer, Troy Salter. Beneath each name, the same notation, work complete. Below the 3 names, in the same hand, a 4th name, Rainey Dalton. Below Rainey's name, no notation. The column that should have contained what had been done was blank. The column for payment was blank. There was only the name, written there in the deliberate upright hand, waiting. I set the ledger down and looked at Rennie. She was standing at the work table with her hands flat on its surface, not touching the ledger, looking at the second object. The second object was the hammer, not Rennie's hammer, but the one that had belonged to Corell, the large one from the far right peg of the pegboard, which was now gone from its peg and lying on the table. It was forged iron, the head dark with age, the ash handle worn smooth and darkened at the grip in the specific pattern of a hand that had held it the same way thousands of times. The weight of it was visible in the way it sat on the table, the slight depression it made in the surface beneath, dense and settled and patient. Rennie said, without looking up from it, "She left it here for whoever came next." I said, "Whoever came next to do what?" She said, "To finish the work." The third object on the table was a single nail, long, forged iron like the hammer, the shaft slightly irregular the way hand-forged things are slightly irregular, as though the material remembers the process of its making. It lay beside the hammer with its point toward the door, its head toward the pegboard. I thought about the 4th figure in Rennie's workshop, the unstruck figure with its floral fabric patch, sitting at the end of the row of 3 that had already received their nails, already done their work, already sent 3 men in 3 separate houses to whatever they had found in the night of the 17th of November. Rennie had never told me explicitly what had happened to Dale Munsey and Vincent Greer and Troy Salter. She had said their names in the workshop with the flatness of settled fact, and I had understood from that flatness that they were settled. And I had not asked for the mechanism because some mechanisms are better understood in outline than in detail. Now I asked. She told me about the scanner, about hearing the first report in the early hours of the 18th, a call from a rental duplex on the north side of the county, a man found unresponsive, signs consistent with asphyxiation though no physical obstruction had been present. She said she had sat up in bed and held the scanner and listened to the second call, from a trailer 15 miles south, and then, 20 minutes later, to the third, from a farmhouse in the eastern part of the county that she recognized by its road number as the Salter property. She said, "I sat in my bed with the scanner, and I understood that Corell had done what she said she would do, and I felt something that I could not call satisfaction, because satisfaction implies that you wanted the thing, and what I felt was more like the relief of a debt acknowledged. Something had been owed, and something had been paid, and the hollow had done its accounting." Then she said, and then I thought about my dress. She said it simply. She said she'd recognized the fabric in the 4th figure immediately, because it was her oldest work dress, the one she wore in the garden and in the workshop, pink roses on a white ground, bought at a department store in Hendersonville 15 years ago and worn soft with washing. She said she had not noticed it was missing until she saw it in the figure's chest, stitched in with the same care as the name patches on the other 3. She said, "Corell had cut a square from my hem while I slept." She said, or she had asked the girl to. She said she did not know which, and had decided it did not matter, because either way the message was the same. I said, "What is the message?" Rennie looked at the nail on the work table. She said, "The work is not finished until the one who watched and did not speak has also been accounted for." The workshop was very still. Outside, through the single window, the pines moved in a wind I could not hear through the glass, their tops describing slow arcs against the low white sky. I said, "Who is supposed to drive the nail?" Rennie did not answer immediately. She looked at the hammer and the nail and the ledger with her name in it. And she looked at the window. And she looked at her hands flat on the work table. She said, "That is why I called you." She said, "I have been trying to understand for 11 months whether the nail is meant for me or whether I am meant to drive it." Those two possibilities sat between us in Coral's workshop, like a question with no comfortable answer. And outside the pines moved against the white sky, and the quarry waited in the trees to the north, holding its cold water and its long patience and everything that had been given to it. I need to tell you something about Rennie and me that I have not told you yet, because it belongs here, in this part of the account, and nowhere else. Our mother died in the spring of 2017. It was not sudden. She had been diminishing for 2 years, in the specific way that some people diminish, not all at once but in increments, each increment small enough to absorb without alarm until you look back from a sufficient distance and understand that the person you knew has been replaced, piece by piece, by someone who resembles her but does not share her interior life. The doctors called it a progression. We called it, between ourselves, the long going. Rennie was with her at the end. I was not. I had driven down from Asheville on a Thursday when the hospice nurse called to say the timeline had compressed, and I had sat with my mother through Thursday night and most of Friday, and then I had driven home because I had a case review on Monday that I told myself could not be rescheduled, and because the apartment felt safer than the hospice room in a way I did not examine, and because grief, for me, had always operated on a delay, arriving after the fact when there was no longer anything useful to do with it. My mother died on Sunday morning. Rennie was holding her hand. I was sitting in my apartment looking at the parking structure. Rennie had never said anything about this directly. She was not the kind of person who catalogued failures in order to deploy them later, but between us, in the years since, there had been a careful quality to certain conversations, a slight weight to certain silences, that I had always interpreted as the residue of that Sunday and my absence from it. I am telling you this because of what Rennie said to me in Coral's workshop on the afternoon of the second day, after she had told me about the nail and the question of who was meant to drive it. She said, "Do you remember when I called you on the Saturday?" I said, "Yes." She said, "I told you the nurse thought it would be that night or the next morning. I told you it was close." I said, "I remember." She said, "You said you would drive back down on Sunday. You said you would leave at first light." I said, "I know." She said it without accusation. She said it the way she said most things on this visit, as a matter of record, as something that needed to be stated plainly so that what came next could be understood in its proper context. She said, "I have been thinking, for 11 months, about the difference between what I did and what you did." She said, "I stood on my porch and watched Darla Reese go into the water, and I did not call anyone. You sat in your apartment and did not drive back down in time, and your mother died with only one of her daughters holding her hand." She said, "I know these are not the same thing." She said, "But they are made of the same material." I stood in Coral's workshop and felt something shift in me that had not moved in 6 years. Not the grief itself, which I had managed and organized and filed into the appropriate compartments of myself in the years since 2017, something beneath the grief, the structural thing, the load-bearing element that the grief had been resting on all this time. It was the understanding that I had made myself into someone who was not present at the moments that required presence, that I had developed, over the course of my adult life, a reliable mechanism for being elsewhere when elsewhere was what I needed. But the parking structure and the insurance claims in the one-bedroom apartment that faced away from everything were not circumstances but choices accumulated across years, each one small enough to seem like practicality rather than avoidance. Rennie said, "I am not saying this to hurt you." I said, "I know." She said, "I am saying it because the hollow is saying it, and I have learned to listen to what the hollow says." I did not know what she meant by that, Not fully, not yet. I understood it the way you understand a word in a language you are still learning, by context and proximity rather than direct translation. The hollow had a way of making things apparent that elsewhere remained obscured. It was not a comforting quality. It was the quality of cold clear water in which everything is visible, which is useful and also sometimes more than you want. We walked back to Renee's house in the late afternoon, through the pine corridor and out onto the county road and north to the property. And the light was doing the thing it does in October in that hollow, going gold and then amber, and then the particular deep orange that precedes the moment when the color simply stops, and the pines along the road stood in it like things that have been standing so long they have forgotten it is possible to move. That evening Renee made soup from the last of the garden tomatoes, and we sat at the kitchen table with the scanner on low in the den, and she told me the rest of what she had been carrying for 11 months. She said after Carell showed me the fourth figure, after she explained what it represented. I asked her what I was supposed to do. She said, Carell looked at me for a long time without speaking, which was how she answered questions she thought you should be able to answer yourself. And then she said, the girl came here on her own. She found her own way to the door. Whatever she was owed found its mechanism without being directed. Renee said, I asked Carell what that meant for me. Carell said, it means the accounting is not finished. It means the figure is waiting for someone to understand what it is waiting for. Renee said she had thought about this for months. She had thought about it in the way she thought about structural problems in the garden, methodically, from multiple angles, looking for the logic underneath. She had thought about what the figure represented, which was not merely her act of witness on the June night, but something larger, the habit of stillness in the face of things that require motion, the practiced art of being present in body while absent in consequence. She said, and then I thought about you. She said it without deflection, directly, the way she said the hard things. She said, I thought about the way we are made from the same material, you and I, the same parents, the same hollow of early life, and yet we have expressed it differently. I stood on a porch and watched. You drive away before the moment arrives. We are both people who have learned to manage our proximity to the unbearable by measuring it carefully, she said, and I thought that what the hollow might be asking is not for one of us to drive a nail through the other. She said, I think what it is asking is whether either of us is willing to stop measuring. I held my soup bowl in both hands and looked at my sister across the kitchen table in the farmhouse in the hollow in Polk County, North Carolina, and felt the thing that had been closed inside me since 2017 open slightly, the way a door opens in a house that has been shut all winter when someone finally turns the handle, and the cold air that comes through is not comfortable, but it is real, and the realness of it is its own form of relief. I said, tell me about the quarry. She said, I have not been back since June. I said, I think we need to go. She looked at me for a moment with an expression I could not immediately read and then recognized after a second as the expression she had worn when I arrived on my first visit, standing in her doorway with a dish towel on her shoulder, careful, deciding which version of the conversation to have, and then making the decision to have the true one. She said, not tonight. She said, there is someone you need to speak with first. She said, Carell is gone, but there is a woman in this hollow who knew her work from the inside, who was present for some of it, who can tell you what the fourth figure is actually asking. I said, who? She said a name I had not heard before. She said, her name is Noreen Galt, and she lives at the north end of the road, and she has been expecting someone to come to her since November. Outside the kitchen window, the hollow had gone fully dark. The scanner murmured in the den. The mockingbird, wherever it had gone for the night, was silent. I thought about Darla Reese, 17, walking home in a direction she had walked 100 times before, and about the particular cruelty of ordinary routes made dangerous by the people who share them. I thought about my mother's hand and Renee's hand on a Sunday morning, while I sat facing a parking structure. I thought about all the distances I had carefully maintained between myself and the things that required me to be present and uncalculating. I thought about the fourth figure in the workshop with its unstruck chest and its worn floral patch sitting at the end of its row, waiting. The hollow held its dark around the house, and the pines and the road and the quarry a mile back in the trees, and I understood, sitting across from my sister with the taste of garden tomatoes in my mouth, and the scanner's low murmur from the next room, that whatever the hollow was asking of us, was asking it now, and that the time for measuring had already passed. Noreen Golt lived at the north end of the county road in a house that had been built in stages, each addition visible in the roofline as a distinct decision made at a distinct point in time, so that the whole structure read like a sentence that had been revised repeatedly without ever being fully rewritten. We went the following morning, early, before the fog had lifted from the lower parts of the hollow. The fog in that country at that hour has a specific character. It does not move the way coastal fog moves in drifts and banks pushed by salt air. It sits, it occupies the hollow, the way water occupies a low vessel, filling to a particular level and holding there, the ridgelines visible above it, and the road beneath your feet visible below it, and everything in the middle. The tree trunks, the fence lines, the distances between things, dissolved into a soft white erasure. Walking through it felt like walking through the negative space of the landscape, the part of the picture that defines the shapes without being shape itself. Rennie had called ahead. She had done it from the kitchen before I was fully awake. A brief call, just enough to say we were coming, and when I came downstairs she was already in her coat and boots and said only that Noreen was an early riser and that it was better to arrive before she had fully committed to her morning. I said, "What does that mean?" Rennie said, "It means she is more forthcoming before the day gives her reasons to be cautious." The walk took 20 minutes through the fog. Noreen's house appeared first as a shape, then as a structure, then as a specific building with a covered porch and a wood box stacked high with split oak and a screen door with one hinge repaired with wire. A light was on inside, the warm yellow of an incandescent bulb in a room toward the back of the house, and smoke was rising from the chimney in a thin, straight column, undisturbed by any wind at that hour. Noreen Goad opened the door before we reached the porch steps. She was a tall woman, older than Rennie by perhaps 20 years, with white hair cut close and a face that had the particular quality of faces that have spent a long time looking at things carefully. She wore a flannel shirt and canvas trousers and work boots that had not been new for a very long time, and she looked at me with the specific attention of a person who has been told to expect you and is now verifying whether what was described matches what has arrived. She said, "You are the sister." I said, "I am." She said, "Come in then." The inside of the house smelled of wood smoke and coffee, and something I recognized after a moment as the same sweet undertone from Quarl's workshop, though here it was fainter, more distant, the way a smell lingers in fabric long after its source is gone. The kitchen was large and functional, with a round table at its center and 4 chairs, and a wood stove and a coffee percolator on the gas range that was already producing the specific sound of coffee that has been ready for some time, and is now becoming something more committed. Noreen poured 3 cups without asking and set them on the table and sat down. She looked at Rennie with an expression that contained something I could not immediately read, some long-standing accounting between them that had its own ledger, separate from the one in Corral's workshop. She said, "I wondered when you would bring her." Rennie said, "She needed to understand the pieces first." Noreen said, "She still does not understand all of them." She said it without unkindness, as a simple assessment of the situation. She looked at me and said, "What do you know about the work?" I told her what Rennie had told me, the figures, the nails, the ledger, the 4th figure with its floral patch, the 3 men. What the scanner had reported on the night of the 17th of November, the hammer left on Corral's work table with the single nail beside it. Noreen listened without interruption. When I finished, she picked up her coffee cup and held it in both hands and looked at the surface of the table for a moment. She said, "The work is old." She said it the way Rennie had said certain things on this visit, as a statement prior to history, something that did not require sourcing. She said it came into this hollow with the first families who settled the gap between the ridges, and those families brought it from somewhere else, and somewhere else it had come from somewhere further back, and at no point in that chain did anyone invent it. It was already present wherever it arrived. It was learned and practiced and passed forward. She said, Corral learned it from her mother, who learned it from a woman named Aldous Fitch, who died in 1931, and who had been practicing the work since before anyone in the hollow could remember her beginning. She said, "The work has a mechanism, and the mechanism is not symbolic." She said, "I know that is the part that reasonable people struggle with." I said, "I am trying not to struggle with it." She said, "That is wise." She said, "Struggling with the mechanism is how people avoid engaging with what the mechanism is for." She set her coffee cup down and folded her hands on the table, and I had the sense of gears engaging, of a person shifting from preamble into the register they reserve for the substance of a thing. She said, "The work operates on debt. Not metaphorical debt. Actual debt, the kind that exists in the structure of events rather than in the feelings of the people involved. When something is taken from a person that cannot be returned, their life, their safety, their future, the taking creates an imbalance that does not resolve on its own. The living world does not have a mechanism for correcting these imbalances. The law fails. Memory fades. The people who witnessed say nothing." She paused. She looked at Rennie with that long-standing accounting in her expression. She said, "The work is the mechanism. It operates in the space between what the living world can do and what the dead actually requires. It does not care about intention or circumstance. It addresses the arithmetic," I said, "and the fourth figure." She said, "The fourth figure represents a different kind of debt." She said, "The three men took Darla Reese's life. That debt was specific, direct, and the work addressed it specifically and directly. But Rennie's debt is not of that kind." She looked at Rennie steadily and said, "Your debt is the debt of the witness who withheld testimony, not the debt of the person who acted, but the debt of the person whose inaction extended the distance between the act and its accounting. Without the witness who stays silent, certain acts remain unchallenged. The silence is not neutral. It is load-bearing." Rennie looked at her coffee cup. Noreen said, "This is not a moral judgment. I want to be precise about that. The work does not make moral judgments. It addresses structural imbalances. The structural imbalance created by a witness who does not speak is real regardless of the witness's reasons, regardless of what the witness felt or feared or weighed in their own thinking." I said, "So the fourth figure is meant to do to Rennie what the other three figures did to the men." Noreen said, "No." She said it clearly, without hesitation. She said, "If that were the case, the figure would have been nailed already. The girl who came to Corral's door had 3 name patches and enough payment for 3 figures, and she drove 3 nails herself and the work was done. She did not bring a 4th patch. She did not bring payment for a 4th figure." I said, "Then whose fabric is in the 4th figure?" Noreen said, "Corral put it there." She said, "Corral understood that Rennie's debt required a different kind of resolution, one that the drowned girl had not asked for, and could not ask for because the drowned girl's business was with the 3 men and the 3 men only. Corral understood that the silence of witnesses is a separate matter, one that the work can address, but that must be initiated differently." She said, "The 4th figure is not a punishment waiting to be administered. It is an invitation waiting to be accepted." I said, "An invitation to what?" Noreen looked at me then with the full attention of her careful face and said, "To account for the silence herself." She said, "The figure exists so that the person who knows what they withheld can take up the work and complete it with their own hands, not have it done to them. Do it." I said, "And if the person does not?" She said, "Then the figure sits." She said, "The debt does not disappear." She said, "The hollow is patient. It has held this particular patience for 11 months already. It will hold it longer if it needs to." She picked up her coffee again. Outside, the fog had begun to thin slightly at the margins, the nearest pine trunks acquiring definition, the fence line along Noreen's front property becoming visible 1 post at a time. She said, "There is something else you need to understand about what Corral left on that table." She said, "The hammer and the nail are not there for Rennie alone." She looked at me. She said, "Corral kept the ledger with precision." She said, "The ledger contains every name of every person who came to her with work to be done, and every name of every person who was adjacent to the work, in ways that created their own imbalances." She said, "Your name is not in that ledger, but," Corral told me, "in the last week before she was gone, that she had been watching the situation, and that she believed the sister would come, and that when the sister came she would need to understand that the accounting in this hollow was not limited to the acts of June. She said, "You left your mother to die with one hand held instead of two." She said it the way she had said everything else, without cruelty, as a statement of structural fact. She said, "I'm not telling you this to wound you. I'm telling you because the hollow already knows it, and you need to know that the hollow knows it. And because the work that needs to be done in Kirill's workshop requires both of you to understand what you are actually doing when you do it." The kitchen was very quiet. The percolator had stopped its sound. The wood stove ticked as the metal expanded in the morning heat. Rennie sat across from me, with her hands round her coffee cup and her eyes on the table, and she did not look up. And I understood that she had known this was coming, had known it since she called me, and had needed me to hear it from Noreen rather than from her, because some things cannot be delivered by the person they concern most. Noreen said, "The work tomorrow." She said it simply, as though it had already been decided, which perhaps it had. She said, "You go to the workshop in the morning and you do what needs to be done, and then you go to the quarry and you finish the accounting there." She said, "Bring something of your mother's if you have it." She said, "The debt to the dead is not only in the figure. Some of it lives in the place where the original breach occurred." She said, "Do you understand what I am telling you?" I said, "I think so." She said, "Say it back to me." I said, "The figure is an invitation. Rennie drives the nail because she is the one who knows what the nail is for. And I go to the quarry because I am the one who did not come when I was needed. And the quarry is the place where the hollow keeps what it has not yet released." Noreen looked at me for a long moment with her careful face. She said, "That is close enough to proceed." We walked back through the thinning fog to Rennie's house, and the hollow was beginning to show its bones through the white as the morning light strengthened along the ridgeline. And I thought about the word Noreen had used, proceed, and how it implied a direction already established, a path already present, and all that remained was the willingness to take the next step on it. We went to the workshop the following morning before the light was fully established in the hollow. Rennie had slept, or had approximated sleep, in the way of people carrying something heavy through the night, and I had not slept at all. I had lain in the narrow guest bed and listened to the house breathe around me, and thought about my mother's hands, which had been small and capable, and which I had not held in the hospice room on that last Sunday because I had not been there to hold them. I had thought about the parking structure in the case review and all the precise, reasonable justifications I had assembled for the drive back to Asheville, and how each one had been true in its own small dimension, and how none of them, arranged together, added up to a sufficient reason. At 5:30 Rennie was in the kitchen. I heard the wood stove door and the particular sound of the coffee percolator, and I dressed and came downstairs, and we did not say much. We drank our coffee standing at the counter rather than sitting at the table, which felt right for the morning, as though sitting would have implied a leisure that neither of us had in us. She had put on her work clothes, the garden trousers and the flannel shirt and the boots she wore when she was doing something that required the full use of her hands. I was wearing clothes I had brought for a visiting weekend, which were inadequate in some way I could feel, but not correct, and she looked at me and went to the closet by the back door and brought out a canvas jacket that had been our partner's years ago, heavy and worn at the elbows, and held it out without comment. I put it on. It was too large, and it smelled of the closet, and beneath that of something specific and outdoor, pine resin and cold air and a person I had never met, and I was grateful for it in a way I could not have explained. We went through the back door and across the yard to the workshop. The grass was stiff with frost, and our footsteps made the dry sound of late October, and above us the sky was the color of old pewter, dense and low, without the crisp quality that precedes snow, but with a weight to it that felt intentional, as though the weather itself had arranged itself appropriately for what the morning required. Rennie unlocked the workshop and we went in. The 4 figures were where they had been, on the shelf below the hardware jars in their row. The 3 nailed figures had not changed. The 4th figure sat at the end of the row with its unstruck chest and its floral patch visible through the gap in its stitching. The hammer was not in the workshop. Rennie had brought it from Coral's house 2 days before, and it was now on her work table, beside the single forged nail, where she had placed them when we returned from the visit. She stood in front of the fourth figure for a long moment without touching it. She had her hands at her sides, and her face had the particular stillness of a person who has been preparing for something and has now arrived at it, and is discovering that preparation and arrival are not the same thing. I stood behind her and to the left near the door, because I understood that what was about to happen was hers to do, and my role was to be present without crowding it, which was a new arrangement for me, presence without useful function, and I want to say that it was harder than I expected. Rennie reached out and took the fourth figure from the shelf with both hands. She held it at the level of her chest and looked at it. The burlap was the particular rough cream color of undyed fabric, and a floral patch at its chest was visible even in the workshop's dim light. The pink roses gone nearly white with washing, but still legible as roses, still legible as the fabric of a dress worn for years, in the specific way that work dresses are worn, against the body, absorbing its history. She set the figure down on the work table, flat, and picked up the hammer. The ash handle was warm in a way that wood should not be warm in an unheated room in October. I noticed this from where I stood, because I saw her hands adjust slightly when she lifted it. The small recalibration of a person whose fingers have encountered something unexpected. She did not remark on it. She shifted her grip to the place on the handle where the wood had been darkened by decades of the same grip, the same position, and when her hand was settled there, the adjustment was visible, the way a key settles into the right lock. She took the nail from the table, long, forged iron, the shaft slightly irregular, the point sharp enough to find its place without needing to search for it. She positioned it against the fourth figure's throat, at the place where the wire beneath the burlap formed the loop of the head and the beginning of the spine, the anatomical center of the thing the nail was meant to address. She held it there for a breath. Then she drove it. The sound in the small workshop was enormous and then immediately absorbed. The way sounds are absorbed in spaces full of soft materials and close walls. The nail punched through the burlap and through the wire frame and into the pine of the work table beneath, and the figure shuddered with the impact and then was still. Renee held the hammer raised for a moment, her arm at the top of the swing, and I watched her face, which had gone through something in the fraction of a second between the swing and the contact, something I cannot describe precisely because it was not one thing. It was many things moving through the same face very quickly, and what settled on the other side of them was not relief, and was not grief, and was not satisfaction. It was something I can only describe as alignment, the specific expression of a person who has, after a long time, put a misplaced thing in its correct position. She lowered the hammer. She stood with it at her side, and looked at the figure on the work table with the nail in its throat, and said nothing for what might have been 2 minutes. I did not speak. The frost outside was melting slowly in the rising temperature of the morning, and somewhere in the pines a bird I did not recognize was making a single, repeated note, not musical, just present, just marking the time. Then something changed in the workshop. I want to be careful about how I describe this, because I am trying to write an account that a reasonable person can follow. And what changed was not something a reasonable person's vocabulary is designed to accommodate. It was not a sound, and it was not a visual event, and it was not a smell, though it had qualities of all three. It was more like a pressure releasing, a compression that had been present in the air of the workshop for long enough that I had stopped perceiving it as compression and had simply been breathing around it, and now it was gone, and the air felt different, in the way that air feels different after a long storm breaks, not warmer, not lighter, but more itself. Rennie felt it too. I saw it in the way she exhaled, a long, slow breath that had more in it than a single breath should be able to contain. She said, without turning around, "It is not finished." I said, "I know." She said, "The quarry." I said, "Yes." She turned and looked at me then. Her face had the alignment still in it, the correctness, and underneath it something that was tender in the way of newly exposed things that have been under pressure for a long time and are only now experiencing the ordinary air. She said, "I need you to understand something before we go." She said, "What you are going to do at the quarry is not the same as what I just did." She said, "The figures are for specific debts with specific mechanisms. What the quarry holds is different. It holds what was witnessed and not spoken. It holds what was owed and not offered. It holds the distance between people that accumulates when neither of them moves. She said, "You cannot nail your way through that." I said, "Then what?" She said, "You bring what you have, and you offer it at the water, and you say what has not been said." She said, Noreen told me this. She said, "The quarry does not require the work. It requires the truth." She said, "They are both mechanisms, but the figures are for the dead, and the quarry is for the living who have been behaving as though they were dead." I thought about that for a moment. I thought about the way I'd been organizing my life for 6 years around the avoidance of the moments that required full presence, and about how efficient I had become at this, how practiced, how the apartment and the claims work and the careful distances were all components of the same system, all serving the same function, all maintaining the same central absence. I said, "I brought something." Rennie waited. I went upstairs to the guest room and came back with the small thing I had carried in the interior pocket of my bag for the entire drive down, because I had known, in some way I had not yet articulated to myself, that it was the right thing to bring on this particular visit. It was a photograph. My mother, middle-aged, standing in her kitchen in the house where Rennie and I had grown up, wearing an apron and laughing at something off camera, her hands visible, small and capable. I had found it in a box when I packed the last of my things from the house I had shared with my former husband, and I had not put it with the other photographs but had kept it loose in pockets, moving it from coat to bag to coat again for 3 years without quite knowing why. Rennie looked at it for a moment, and then looked at me. She said, "All right." We left the workshop and crossed the frost-stiff yard and went through the back gate and into the pines, following the access road north toward the quarry. The road was compressed clay and frozen pine straw, and the sound of our footsteps was the only sound for the first quarter mile. And then the pines thinned slightly, and the road curved, and the quarry appeared in the gap between the trees like something that had been waiting to be seen. It was larger than I had imagined it. The quarry was perhaps 200 yards across, roughly oval, the walls of pale limestone rising 15 feet on the far side where the old extraction had cut deepest, and the water filling it to within 3 feet of the rim, dark and still and perfectly flat. The surface had a quality I had not expected, not the reflective brightness of open water in direct light, but a deeper, absorptive darkness, the color of water that is very cold and very deep and has been undisturbed for a long time. At the near edge, where the limestone shelf met the water, the beginning of ice was forming, a thin, translucent rim, barely the width of a hand, tracing the perimeter of the quarry like a sentence beginning to be written. We stood at the water's edge, and I held the photograph, and I said my mother's name, which I had not said aloud in 6 years, because saying it aloud had always felt like opening something I was not ready to manage. I said it. I said, "I am sorry I was not there." I said it to the water, and to the pines, and to the cold pewter sky, and to Rennie standing beside me. And the hollow received it in the way the hollow received it, the way the hollow received everything, without comment, without absolution, simply as information about what was true. I set the photograph on the surface of the water at the ice's edge, and let it go. It floated for a moment. My mother's face looking up through the cold air at the cold sky, her hands and her apron in her kitchen, laugh all preserved in the silver chemistry of a photograph from 1993. And then the water took it, drawing it under slowly and without drama, the way the quarry took everything it was given. Rainey put her arm around my shoulders. I let her. We stood at the quarry's edge in the October cold, the ice forming its slow rim around the water's perimeter, and something that had been clenched in me for 6 years unclenched, not fully and not forever, but enough. The way a jaw unclenches after a long time of being held, the soreness remaining as evidence of the holding, but the holding itself released. Behind us the pines stood in their long rows and the frost finished melting from the grass, and the hollow held its silence in the way it had always held it, like a vessel that has been made to contain exactly as much as it currently holds, no more and no less. I do not know what the water did with what I gave it, whether it kept it or released it, or transformed it into something neither of us would recognize as what it had been, but when I turned away from the quarry and walked back through the pines beside my sister, I felt the hollow differently than I had felt it before. as though some negotiation had been completed that I had not known was in progress. We did not speak much on the walk back through the pines. The frost had finished its retreat by the time we reached the access road, and the morning had opened into the kind of October clarity that arrives after overcast, when the clouds pull back and the light comes through with a particular quality of light that has been withheld and is now being released all at once. The ridge lines were sharp against a sky that had gone from pewter to a pale, specific blue, the kind of blue that has no warmth in it but has great depth. And the pines on either side of the road stood in it with the absolute stillness of things that have been standing in the same place for long enough to have stopped noticing weather. Rennie walked with her hands in her coat pockets, and I walked beside her in the borrowed canvas jacket, and we let the hollow be what it was without filling it with words, which is the correct way to walk through a place that has just received something from you. When we reached the house, she went directly to the workshop, and I stood in the kitchen and waited. I could hear her moving in there. Specific sounds that I was beginning to learn the grammar of. The soft weight of the hammer returning to its peg. The small particular sound of a figure being lifted from a surface. A drawer opening. A jar being set down. She came back after perhaps 10 minutes carrying something in her closed hand. She sat across from me at the kitchen table and opened her hand on the surface between us. It was a small thing, barely the size of a thumbnail. A piece of rose-colored fabric folded into a tight square, the floral pattern just visible at its edges. She had cut it from the fourth figure's chest patch, the piece of her dress that Corell had stitched into the burlap. The rest of the patch remained in the figure, but this square she had separated out with scissors, folded, and brought to the table. She said, "Noreen told me that when the work is done, you carry something forward, not as a reminder." She said, "Not as a souvenir." She said, "As a working piece." She said, "The thing you carry changes what you carry it into." I said, "What does that mean?" She said, "It means you take it with you when you go back to Asheville." She said, "You keep it somewhere you will encounter it regularly. Not displayed, not hidden." She said, "Just present, the way a thing is present when it belongs in a place." I picked up the small square of fabric and held it between my fingers. It was soft in the specific way of cotton that has been washed many hundreds of times, the individual threads worn to their simplest state, the weave loose and yielding. The roses in the print were barely roses anymore, just a repeated suggestion of a shape, a color memory rather than a color. It smelled of the workshop, beeswax and that sweet undertone, and beneath those, faintly, of the garden and the work that Rennie had done in the dress before she had stopped wearing it. I folded it back into its square and put it in the breast pocket of the borrowed jacket against my left side. Rennie made fresh coffee and we sat with it at the table, and she told me the rest of what Noreen had told her, the part she had held back in the workshop and on the road, because some things need a morning like this one to follow them before they can be said plainly. She said, "Noreen told me that Corell had been doing the work for 43 years. She said in 43 years there had been 31 figures made and nailed, for 31 separate debts, and of those 31, the accounting had been complete in 28. She said the 3 that were not complete because the person who needed to do the final part had not done it, had not brought themselves to the place where the hollow could hear them, had not offered what was owed." I said, "What happened to them?" Rennie looked at her coffee for a moment. She said, "They lived the way people live who have organized themselves around something they are not doing." She said, Noreen described it as a kind of narrowing. She said, "It does not kill you. It just reduces the available space in which you can be fully present. And over time that reduction becomes the whole of your life, and you stop noticing it because you have never known anything else." I thought about my apartment and the parking structure. I thought about the claim's work and the one bedroom and the careful calibration of distance I had maintained from everything that required my full presence. I thought about whether, if Rennie had not called, if I had not come, if I had found a reason to stay in Asheville for another October, the narrowing would have continued without my noticing it, the available space compressing by increments so small they were individually invisible. I thought, probably yes. I said, "How do you know it worked?" I meant the workshop, the mail, the quarry. I meant both of us. Rennie said, "I do not know it, the way you know, a calculation." She said, I know it. The way you know a weather change. She said, the quality of the air in the workshop is different. She said, I noticed it when the nail went in, and I noticed it again when I lifted the fourth figure, and it had no weight anymore that it should not have had. She said before this morning, that figure weighed more than its materials. She said, it weighed the way things weigh when they are holding something additional. Now it weighs like burlap and wire. I said, and the quarry. She looked at me steadily. She said, the quarry has been holding something since June. She said, I have walked past the access road every morning for 11 months, and I have felt it the way you feel, a pressure in your ears when the altitude changes. She said, this morning when we came back through the pines, I walked past the access road and it was just a road. She said it simply, as a report, and I believed her. In the afternoon, we drove into the small town at the base of the hollow to do the grocery run that Rennie did every 2 weeks. A drive of 12 minutes on the county road and then the state highway. The town had a hardware store and a post office and a grocery that occupied the ground floor of a building that had been, at various points in its history, a feed store and a dry goods store, and a place that sold insurance. The grocery was narrow and well stocked in the specific way of small stores that understand their customers, with local honey and dried beans sold by the pound from cloth sacks in a cooler section at the back that carried milk and eggs from farms Rennie could name. We moved through the store with a basket and I carried it, and Rennie selected things with the efficiency of long familiarity. And somewhere between the dried beans and the eggs, I understood that I was not thinking about the parking structure. I was not organizing a return. I was not calculating the distance between this place and my ordinary life, and measuring whether the distance was adequate for my comfort. I was simply in the store, in the hollow, in October, carrying a basket while my sister chose eggs. It was such a small thing. It was the smallest possible version of presence, and it felt, after 6 years of its absence, like something I had forgotten was available. At the register, the woman who ran the store, a woman in her 60s named Patty, whose family had operated it for 3 generations, looked at me and then at Rennie and said, "Is this your sister?" Rennie said yes. Patty said, "I can see it." She said it warmly as a statement of satisfaction, the way people speak when something they expected turns out to be exactly as expected. I said yes. She said it as though she had known us both for years, which in a sense she had, because Rennie had been coming to the store for 11 years and had presumably been a sister for the entirety of that time. On the drive back up the county road, Rennie said, "You should come back at Christmas." I said, "Yes." She said, "Not as a visitor." She said, "I mean, actually come back. Stay for a week. Help me with the preserves I did not get to, and walk the road in the morning and sit with me in the evenings." I said, "Yes." She said, "And after Christmas you come back in spring." She said, "The garden needs another set of hands in March, and you have the same instincts our father had about where things want to grow." I said, "I did not know you thought that." She said, "I have thought it for years." She said, "I did not say it because you were always in the process of leaving." The road curved up into the hollow and the ridgelines appeared on either side, and the pines pressed in, and the light in the gap between the ridges was the deep amber of late afternoon in October, going toward the orange that preceded the color stopping. I said, "I am going to ask my supervisor about working remotely 2 weeks a month." Rennie said, "Good." I said, "The claims work can be done from anywhere with a decent connection." I said, "I have been using the parking structure as a reason not to ask." She said, "I know." She said it without emphasis, simply, and then she drove the rest of the way up the road in a silence that was not uncomfortable. That was in fact the most comfortable silence I had occupied in a very long time. The silence of 2 people who have said the true things, and are now simply in the same place together, which is all any of it was ever asking for. That evening I called my former husband, not to revisit anything or to reopen a closed account, but because he had known my mother and had attended her funeral and had never, in the years of the marriage and the years since, said a word to me about the fact that I had not been there at the end, had maintained around that fact the same careful silence I had maintained around everything difficult, and I wanted to say, plainly and without ceremony, that I understood now the cost of that kind of silence, and that I was sorry for my share of the space between us. He listened. He said he appreciated it. He said he had wondered for years whether I knew. I said, I am beginning to. After I hung up, I sat at Renee's kitchen table with the small square of fabric in my hand, and the scanner murmuring in the next room, and the wood stove going, and the hollow dark around the house. And I thought about what Renee had said about carrying things forward, about the difference between a reminder and a working piece, about the way an object can change the space it occupies not by being looked at, but by being present, by existing in the daily texture of a life, and doing its quiet work there without requiring acknowledgement. I put the fabric square back in the breast pocket of the borrowed jacket, which I had decided to ask if I could keep, and which I thought Renee would say yes to, because she had lent it with the ease of someone who understands that some things find their way to the person who needs them. The hollow held its darkness around the house, and the pines and the road and the quarry that was now just a quarry again. And I sat in my sister's kitchen with my hand on my chest where the small piece of her dress was resting, and felt the particular quality of a life that has been, for a long time, arranged around an absence, beginning to arrange itself around a presence instead. 6 weeks passed before I understood what had changed and what had not. The drive back to Asheville had been ordinary, in the way that drives are ordinary when you have left somewhere you were needed and are returning to somewhere you are merely located. The interstate, the Piedmont, the parking structure, the one-bedroom apartment with its view of the concrete levels and the yellow light of the parking deck lamps at night, which I had stopped seeing as depressing years ago and had reclassified as neutral, which is what we do with the things we have decided to stop fighting. I put the small square of fabric in the drawer of my bedside table, not hidden and not displayed, as Renee had instructed. The drawer also contained a phone charger and 2 paperback books I had been intending to read for 2 years, and a tube of hand cream and nothing else. And the fabric square settled into this ordinary company without drama, without ceremony, occupying its small space the way a working piece occupies space, by being present. The first week back I noticed nothing different. The second week, I noticed that I had called Renee on a Tuesday for no particular reason, not to report anything or request anything, simply to hear her voice and to find out whether the mockingbird was still working the yard before the cold drove it south. She said it had been gone since the first frost. She said she had found, in the workshop, that the fourth figure had begun to lose its structural integrity, the burlap going soft at the seams, the wire showing through in places. The way things break down when the tension that held them together has been released. She said she thought this was correct and that she was going to let it continue. I said, do not throw it away yet. She said I was not planning to. The third week, I submitted the request to my supervisor about remote work. I had been composing this request in my head for 3 years, and had never submitted it because the act of submitting it would have required me to want something. And wanting things in specific visible ways had become, without my fully noticing it, something I had stopped doing. My supervisor's name was Gerald, and he was a careful administrator who disliked uncertainty and liked precedent, and I had always assumed his response would be a refusal based on both of these qualities. He called me into his office the following day and said that he had been thinking about the question of remote flexibility for the team for some time and had not known how to raise it, and that my request had given him the occasion to act on a position he had already reached. He said 2 weeks a month was within what the department could accommodate. I said thank you and went back to my desk and sat for a moment with my hands flat on the surface of it, and felt something that I want to describe precisely, because imprecision here would misrepresent it. It was not happiness, which is a large and somewhat indiscriminate feeling. It was smaller than happiness and more specific. It was the feeling of a thing that you have been certain was closed turning out to have been open the entire time, and the understanding that the only thing keeping you from it had been the certainty itself. I drove back to Polk County the first weekend of December. Renee had the wood stove going and the preserves out on the counter, the ones she had not gotten to in October, and we spent the better part of 2 days putting up apple butter and pear preserves and a batch of pickled green tomatoes from the last of the garden that she had been storing on the back porch in a crate. The work was physical and repetitive and required the kind of attention that quiets everything else. And by the end of the second day, my hands smelled of cinnamon and hot vinegar, and I was tired in the specific way of productive tiredness. The tiredness that has something to show for itself. On the second evening we walked the road at dusk, and I noticed, for the first time since I had been coming to the hollow, that the gate of the quarry access road was simply a gate. Not a threshold, not a weight in the air, just a rusted metal gate on two posts with a chain and a padlock. The kind of thing that exists in thousands of places in rural North Carolina for reasons of property management rather than containment. I said this to Rennie, and she was quiet for a moment, and then she said yes. She said it the way she said the things that had already been resolved, with the flatness of settled fact. She said, I noticed it the morning after we went. She said, I've been walking past it every day since, and it is just a gate. We stood at the gap in the trees and looked at the access road going north into the pines and the gate across it and the darkness beyond. And there was nothing in the darkness beyond the gate except trees and cold air and the quarry at the road's end holding its water. The way quarries hold water, because water fills low places and stays. I had been writing the account in pieces since October, not in any systematic way at first, just notes, observations recorded in a small notebook I carried in the breast pocket of the canvas jacket, which Rennie had indeed told me to keep when I asked, saying only that it had needed somewhere to go. The notes accumulated across November and into December, and somewhere in the middle of the month I understood that they were not notes but a draft, that I had been writing the account without naming it as such, and that the naming was the last step before the shape of it became fixed. I sat at my kitchen table on a Thursday evening in mid-December with a notebook and my laptop and a mug of tea, and I read through everything I had written, and I understood what the account was for. Not for anyone specific. Not to persuade or to explain or to document in the legal or journalistic sense. It was for the hollow, in the way that certain things are for places rather than people, offered back to the source the way the photograph had been offered back to the water. I thought about the title for several days without arriving at one through intention. It arrived on its own, the way the right words tend to arrive when you have done enough of the surrounding work. On a Saturday morning when I was standing at the kitchen window with my coffee watching the parking structure and thinking about the way the quarry had looked in the flat October light, its dark surface absorbing the sky rather than reflecting it, taking in what came to it and holding it in the cold dark of its depth. The quarry remembers everything. I wrote it at the top of the document, and it settled there with the rightness of a title that has always been present and was simply waiting to be identified. The day I wrote the title, I called my sister again. I told her I had finished the first draft of the account, and that I was not sure what to do with it, whether to continue refining it, or simply let it stand as it was. She asked me to read her the first paragraph over the phone. I did. She was quiet for a moment, and then she said, "That is it." She said, "Do not change the first paragraph." I said, "How do you know?" She said, "Because the first thing you wrote is the true thing, and everything after it is the account of finding your way back to it." I thought about that for a long time. I thought about the structure of what had happened in the hollow, and how Rennie had articulated it. The specific shape of an account that begins in one understanding of a situation and ends in a different one. The movement between those two understandings being the entire substance of the story. I thought about Darla Reese, who had no account, whose story was in a missing persons file in a quarry and the faded memory of a gas station shift that had ended in a specific and terrible way, and who had found, through the mechanism of the hollow and the work of Corrale Voss and the specific justice of cold water returning what it held, a partial accounting that was not the same as restoration but was something. Was the acknowledgement, at minimum, that what was taken had value, and that its taking had weight, and that the hollow, which held everything given to it, had noted the debt and seen it addressed. The fourth figure, Rennie told me in a call in late December, had come apart completely. The wire frame was still intact, but the burlap had separated at every seam, and the floral patch had come loose, and the whole thing had the quality of something that had served its purpose and was returning to its component materials. She said she had kept the wire frame on the shelf where the figure had sat, and she had folded the remaining fabric and put it in a small tin box with the piece of embroidery thread she had used to close the seams. She said she thought the wire frame would stay. She said it seemed like something the workshop needed to keep. I said, "What does Noreen say?" She said, "I have not asked Noreen." She said, "I think I know enough now to trust my own reading of the workshop." There was something in how she said it that I want to record here because it belongs in the account. It was not pride. It was not the particular self-assurance of a person who has learned a skill and is pleased with themselves. It was the quiet confidence of a person who has accepted a responsibility and has stopped arguing with the weight of it, and is now simply carrying it, which is different from all the ways of carrying a thing that involve ongoing negotiation with the fact of its weight. I understood that the hollow had passed something to Rennie in those 11 months, the way the ledger had passed from Corel and the work had passed from the woman before her, and the woman before her, all the way back through the unnamed chain of practice to wherever the work had originated, in whatever distant hollow or distant country it had first been learned. I understood that Rennie would be all right. I understood that I would be returning to the hollow in Marsh, and in June, and the following October, and that this returning was not the same as the visiting I had been doing, which had always contained the implicit question of when I was leaving. The returning was something different. It was the movement of a person who has a place they go back to, rather than a place they escape from. I finished the first draft of the account on a Tuesday evening in late December, sitting at my kitchen table with the notebook and the laptop and the mug of tea that had gone cold while I wrote the last sections. The parking structure outside the window was lit in its ordinary yellow light, and the apartment was quiet, and the drawer of the bedside table in the next room held its small square of faded fabric, against the charger and the unread books and the hand cream, doing its quiet work in the ordinary dark of a closed drawer. The account was done, and the hollow was where it had always been, between its two long ridges in Polk County, holding the quarry and the pines and the frost-stiff grass and the county road and my sister's east-facing porch, and all the debts paid and unpaid and the cold water that remembers everything given to it, patient as limestone, old as the gap between the mountains. I went back in February, not to Rennie's house, not directly, not yet. I drove down on a Saturday morning when the hollow was in the particular grip of a late winter cold that had come in overnight and settled without wind, the kind of cold that does not move or fluctuate but simply occupies, pressing the landscape flat and still beneath it. The state highway was dry, but the county road had a skim of black ice in the low places where the drainage ran across the pavement and froze before the morning sun could reach it, and I drove it slowly with both hands on the wheel and the heater going and the canvas jacket on the seat beside me, because the morning was too cold for it to be adequate. But I had brought it anyway. I did not go to Rennie first, because what I needed to do required going alone. I parked at the gap in the trees where the access road branched off the county road, in the gravel margin where the hunters parked in November, and I sat in the car for a moment with the engine off and the cold pressing against the glass. The pines on either side of the access road were dark against a sky the color of white ash, without cloud or blue. Just the flat, even light of a winter morning before the sun has fully declared itself. The rusted gate across the access road was closed, as it always was, padlocked, the chain looped through the bars in the practical way of a gate that is closed out of habit rather than urgency. I had called Rennie the night before to tell her I was coming. She had said, "Good." She had said, "The road will be icy in the low spots. Drive slow." She had said, after a pause, "You are going to the quarry first." It was not a question. I said, "Yes." She said, "I thought so." She said, "I will have coffee when you come back." I climbed over the gate, which was easy, a single step up and over, the kind of obstacle that is meaningful as a boundary and negligible as a physical impediment, and I started up the access road toward the quarry. My boots found purchase on the frozen pine straw, and the road's surface was hard beneath the frost, the clay compacted by decades of use into something close to pavement, and the walking was easy despite the cold. The pines on either side were old enough that their canopy met overhead in places, and in those places the frost had not penetrated and the ground was dark and bare, and walking from the frost into the dark and back again had a rhythm to it. In and out of the cold's reach, in and out, the way breathing has a rhythm, the way the hollow had a rhythm that I had been learning for a year now, and was still learning. I thought about the account as I walked. I had not reread it since finishing the first draft in December. I had let it sit the way you let a thing sit when you are not yet sure what it is for, whether it is finished, or whether it is waiting for something that has not yet occurred to be included. Walking the access road in February, I understood that it had been waiting for this walk, not because the walk would change what was written, but because writing the account and completing it were not the same action, and completion required returning to the place where the story had its source. Every account has a source. The source of this one was the quarry, and the quarry was what it had always been, which was a place where the hollow kept its most serious business, where things were given and received and held and eventually, in their time, released. The road curved through the last stand of old-growth pine, and the quarry appeared in the gap. In February it was a different quarry than the October quarry I had been carrying in my mind through the winter months. The water had gone, not drained, but frozen. The surface now a solid plate of gray-white ice that extended from rim to rim, the limestone walls rising above it on three sides with their pale fractured faces, catching the flat winter light. The ice was thick enough to be opaque, to hold the cold and the darkness of the water beneath it without transmitting either, and its surface was textured by the particular patterns of water that is frozen slowly, in stages, the record of successive cold nights written in the grain of the ice itself. At the edges where the ice met the limestone, the fit was exact and close. No gap, no water visible. The quarry sealed as completely as a letter that has been folded and enclosed and has not yet been opened. I stood at the rim and looked at it for a long time. I thought about Darlow Reese, whose name I had written into the account with the care it deserved, whose 17 years and gas station windbreaker and bound hands and slapping palms against a car window were in the account now and would remain there, recorded, not lost, not unremarked, not swallowed by the quarry's silence without acknowledgement. The hollow had done its accounting through Crail's hands and Rennie's hands, and through the cold water that takes what is given to it. And the accounting was not justice in the legal sense, would never be justice in the legal sense, but it was something the hollow recognized as correct, as balanced, as the arithmetic of debt addressed. I thought about my mother's hands, small and capable, visible in a photograph that was somewhere now in the cold, dark water beneath the ice, or dissolved into it, or transformed into whatever photographs become when they are held for long enough by cold quarry water. I had given it, and the quarry had taken it, and what I had felt walking away had been real, the kind of real that does not require verification. I reached into the breast pocket of a canvas jacket and took out the small square of fabric. It was soft between my fingers in the February cold, the roses in the print nearly invisible now, the color reduced to the memory of color. But the fabric itself still intact, still holding its weave, still recognizable as the material it had always been. I had carried it for 4 months in the pocket of this jacket, through the parking structure mornings and the claims work, and the December drive, and the January when I had begun for the first time in 6 years to leave the door to my apartment open when the weather was mild enough because the hallway sound was company rather than intrusion. I held the fabric square over the quarry's edge. The ice below was 3 feet down, pale and still and sealed. I said, I was here. I said it to the quarry, and to the hollow, and to the cold winter sky, and to Darla Reese, who had gone into this water on a warm June night, and had found her way out of it in November through a mechanism the hollow had been maintaining for longer than anyone living could account for. I said it to my mother, whose hand I had not held, and to Rennie, who had held it, and to the years I had spent being precisely elsewhere when elsewhere was what I chose. I said, I was here, and I am here now, and the distance between those two things is what this account is made of. I set the fabric square on the ice's surface at the quarry's edge. It sat there in the February stillness, a small piece of worn cotton with its faded roses, the last material remnant of the work that Karel Voss had set in motion, and that Rennie and I had completed in our separate and necessary ways. The cold held it motionless. The quarry held its ice and its dark water in its long patience beneath. I stood there until I was certain I'd stood there long enough, and then I turned and walked back through the pines to the gate, and over it, and to the car, and I drove the Skim-Ice County Road north to Rennie's house, where the porch faced east, and the mockingbird would return in April, and the apple trees would need pruning in March. And a woman who was my sister had been living in a hollow in Polk County for 11 years, making a life that had room in it for me now, that had always had room in it for me. that had been waiting with the specific patience of a place that knows the people it belongs to will eventually find their way back. She had the coffee ready. She opened the door before I reached the porch steps. We did not say anything for a moment, standing in the cold doorway with the steam rising from the mug she handed me, and the east-facing porch behind her catching the strengthening winter light along its boards, and the hollow quiet around the house and the road and the frozen quarry and the pines. Some distances once closed stay closed. What the forest keeps. The file arrived on a Tuesday morning in March, 16 years after the date it should have been sealed permanently. I've been working for the Bureau for 11 years by then, the last 8 of those posted to the Anchorage field office. My name is Agent Dana Wyatt, and before you ask what a financial crime specialist was doing reopening a wilderness disappearance, the answer is that the Bureau is small in Alaska, the caseload is wide, and on a Tuesday morning in March with 8 inches of fresh snow on the ground and a fraud case that had gone quiet for 2 weeks, a cold case file with a yellow sticky note on the cover was exactly the kind of thing that found the right desk. The note read, "Reopen upon request. Evidence found. No signature. No explanation of what evidence or who had made the request." I opened the file. The photograph stapled to the first page showed a man in his early 40s, thin-faced, wire-rimmed glasses, and the kind of careful, attentive expression that belongs to someone who has spent a career looking at things most people walk past. Dr. Marcus Halverson had been a geologist from the University of Washington, contracted by a mining survey company to assess mineral deposits in the remote interior. He had flown into a wilderness area near Grafton Ridge in early October of 1998 with 3 weeks of provisions, a satellite phone, and a detailed itinerary. He was supposed to check in every 72 hours. After the first missed check-in, the survey company waited. After the second, they contacted local rangers. By the 3rd week, when a bush pilot managed to land near his camp during a break in the weather, Halverson was gone. The original investigation had been handled by Alaska State Troopers with minimal Bureau involvement. The file contained their reports, and I read through them with the particular attention I give to documents that were written to close something rather than to understand it. Camp found intact, tent sealed, sleeping bags still rolled out, food supplies barely touched, equipment organized neatly under a tarp. His field journal open on the camp table, the last entry dated October 11th at 9 in the evening. The entry read, "Samples collected. Weather turning. Should be clear by morning." There was no morning for Marcus Halverson. No body was ever recovered. The prevailing theory was exposure, that he had wandered from camp in the night, disoriented perhaps by hypothermia or a head injury, and died somewhere in the endless spruce forest that surrounded Grafton Ridge. Case closed. File stamped. Presumed dead. Until now. I read the reports twice, looking for the detail that would explain the sticky note. The evidence log was sparse, personal effects returned to family, camp gear donated, field samples turned over to the survey company. At the bottom of the list, in handwriting different from the rest of the entry, someone had scrawled 2 words: camera, storage. I picked up my phone and dialed down to the evidence room. Ramirez, it is Agent Wyatt. I need information on a piece of evidence from a 98 case. The case number is AK198-4471. There should be a camera. I heard typing, then a long pause. "Yeah," he said, "we have it. Logged in last week. A state trooper out of Fairbanks sent it over with a note. Said it was found during a property cleanout. Belonged to Halverson's mother. She passed last month, and when the family was clearing the house, they found a box of his belongings in the attic. Camera was inside. Has anyone looked at it? Not my department. You want it brought up? My office," I said. "Today if you can." An hour later, Ramirez set a plastic evidence bag on my desk. Inside was a Canon AE-1, the kind of film camera that field researchers used before digital made them obsolete. The body was scuffed, and the lens had a hairline crack along its lower edge, but otherwise, it appeared intact. There was still film inside. Kodak 400 speed, half a roll exposed. I held it for a long time before I sent it to the lab. It felt heavier than it should have. That is the honest way to describe it, as though those undeveloped frames carried something beyond their chemical composition, as though whatever Marcus Halverson had seen and chosen to photograph had left a residue in the canister that was not silver and was not light. I shipped it to Quantico with a rush order and went back to the file. 3 days later, my phone rang. Agent Wyatt, this is Forensic Tech Delgado at the photography lab. We finished processing the film you sent. A pause that was a beat too long. You were going to want to see these in person. Just describe them, I said. Another pause. The first dozen frames are standard field documentation, rock samples, geological formations, terrain surveys. But the last 3 frames. She stopped. What about them? They are almost completely black. But when we enhanced them digitally, we found something. Found what? I think you should come down here. I am in Alaska, I said. Send me the files. She did. 20 minutes later, I opened the email on my phone and looked at the images for the first time. The first dozen frames were exactly as she had described. Halverson's gloved hands holding rock samples. Wide shots of forest terrain. Close-ups of geological features documented with the careful eye of someone who understood what he was looking for. Professional work, precise and unhurried. Nothing unusual. Then came frame 24. The image was nearly black, shot in almost total darkness. I would have dismissed it as an accidental exposure, except that when I expanded the image on my phone screen and looked at the center of the frame, I saw it. A shape in the distance, pale and indistinct, standing among the trees. It might have been a person. The resolution was too poor to confirm. Frame 25 showed the same scene, but closer. The shape had moved, or Halverson had moved toward it. The distance between the camera and whatever stood in the trees had been cut by at least half. The vertical lines that might have been a human form were slightly clearer, but the proportions were wrong. Too tall, I thought, and too thin. Frame 26 made me put the phone face down on my desk. When I picked it up again and made myself look, I saw this. The shade filled most of the frame, close enough that details were visible. Something that might have been a face, tilted at an angle that did not match any posture a human head naturally takes. The background was tree trunks and shadow. But, in the foreground, illuminated by what must have been Halverson's flashlight, pressed directly against the camera lens from the outside, was a hand. Not his hand. The fingers were spread wide as though reaching through the glass. The skin was pale and somehow luminous against the dark, and the fingers were too long, the joints bending in places that did not correspond to human anatomy. I stared at the image until my phone screen dimmed and went dark, and then I sat in the silence of my office for a long time before I called Delgado back. The metadata is clean, she told me before I could ask. The frames are sequential, no evidence of tampering. Whatever was in front of that camera, Halverson photographed it less than 12 hours before he disappeared. I requested authorization to reopen the investigation the following morning. My supervisor, a woman named Karen Ortiz who had been with the Bureau longer than I had been alive, read my summary without expression and then looked up at me over her reading glasses. You are basing this on 3 degraded photographs. I am basing this on new physical evidence in an open missing persons case, I said. She looked at the images for a long time. Take someone with you, she said finally. I do not want another missing agent on my hands. 2 days later, I was on a float plane headed northwest from Anchorage with an agent named Cole Briggs, a younger man transferred from Juneau 6 months earlier, who was competent and quiet and did not ask more questions than the situation required, which made him exactly right for this kind of assignment. As we flew over the wilderness below us, I briefed him on the case. He studied the enhanced images on my tablet for a long time without speaking, then handed it back. That is not a bear, he said. No, and it is not a person. Probably not. So what are we dealing with? I looked out the window. Below us, frozen rivers wound between stands of spruce so dense the canopy was a single unbroken surface, broken only by the occasional clearing or the pale line of a frozen lake. The mountains along the northern horizon scraped the belly of low clouds. The wilderness stretched in every direction to the edge of visibility and beyond, indifferent and complete. I do not know, I said. but whatever it is still out there. The pilot bank left and began his descent toward a small lake surrounded by forest. In the far distance, barely visible through the haze, I could make out the dark cluster of shapes that marked Grafton Ridge. We were going in. The floatplane's engine cut to silence as we drifted toward the frozen shore, and the wilderness closed around us the way darkness closes around a light that has just been switched off, not gradually and not with any ceremony, but all at once and completely. I stood on the ice with my pack across my shoulders and listened to the sound of nothing, and understood for the first time that this place did not know we were here, and that something else, something that had been waiting for 16 years, already did. The floatplane sound had been gone for 20 minutes before either of us spoke, and by then the cold had already begun its work on the exposed skin at my wrists and jaw. Not the cold of a city winter, not the manageable discomfort of an underheated office building, but something with weight and intention, the kind of cold that reminds you it was here long before you and will be here long after. Bridge shouldered his pack and checked his compass. The GPS had already confirmed what the map suggested. Grafton Ridge lay 3 miles to the northwest, through a valley that the satellite imagery had shown as dense canopy. On the ground, that canopy was a wall. The spruce trees pressed together so tightly that moving between them required turning sideways, angling through gaps that closed again behind you like water filling a footprint. We walked. There is a particular discipline to moving through true wilderness that city work does not teach, and that training does not fully prepare you for. It is not physical, though the physical demand is real. The burning in your legs, the weight across your shoulders, the way your boots sink into decomposing needlefall with each step and must be lifted clear before the next. It is something more interior than that. It is the management of the understanding that if something went wrong here, a fall, a broken ankle, a compass reading that lost its reliability, the margin for correction was approximately 0. Briggs understood this. He moved ahead of me with his hand resting near his sidearm, not from fear exactly, but from the professional habit of keeping options open. I watched the trees. The forest floor here was a different country from the forest floor closer to Anchorage, where hiking trails cut paths of relative clarity and the underbrush was managed by foot traffic. This was untouched ground. Fallen spruce lay where they had fallen, some of them decades ago, their trunks half consumed by moss and rot, their root systems heaved up and exposed like the splayed fingers of buried hands. Lichens covered everything, pale gray-green, almost luminous in the flat October light, draping the deadfall in sheets of color that should have been beautiful and instead felt wrong in a way I could not immediately account for. It took me another half-mile to understand why. The lichens were growing on the north faces of the fallen trees, which was correct and natural, but the shapes they formed, the way they clustered and spread across the bark, were too regular, too consistent, as though the same pattern was repeating itself across dozens of different trees with a precision that decay and moisture should not have been able to produce. I mentioned it to Briggs. He looked at the nearest fallen trunk, tilting his head. Then he looked at the next one. Then he turned back to me with an expression that was the closest thing to unease I had seen on his face. "Let us keep moving," he said. We reached the valley floor around early afternoon and followed a frozen creek bed that pointed northwest, which was easier footing than the forest itself and bought us perhaps 40 minutes of time. The creek was narrow, maybe 8 feet across at its widest, and the ice was old and solid, gray-white, opaque, nothing visible beneath it. The spruce on either bank leaned slightly inward overhead, not touching but close enough to reduce the sky to a thin pale strip above the creek's centerline. We stopped once to eat. Protein bars, eaten standing, neither of us wanting to stay still long enough for the cold to settle fully in. I drank from my thermos and looked up at that strip of sky, while Briggs checked the GPS against his topographic map. 4/10 of a mile, he said. Then we start the incline. I looked north along the creek bed. The light was already beginning to thin, not darkening yet, but flattening, losing the faint warmth that had carried in the early afternoon. In another 2 hours it would be gone. We had been told the settlement lay on the slope of a gradual ridge above the valley. What we had not fully accounted for was the density of the terrain between us and it. We left the creek bed and entered the trees again. The first marker appeared 15 minutes later. It was nailed to a spruce at chest height, a board of rough-sawn wood, maybe 18 inches long, with letters painted in what had once been red but had faded over many winters to the color of old rust. The letters read, "Private property, keep out." Below those words in paint that was noticeably newer, someone had added a second line. "They are not us. They watch." Briggs read it without commenting. I photographed it with my phone and kept walking. More markers followed as we climbed, spaced irregularly, sometimes 50 yards apart, sometimes so close together they overlapped, as though someone had returned to an existing warning and felt it was not enough, and had added another alongside it. The messages varied in age and in specificity. One read, "Do not answer if you hear your name." Another, on a board so weathered the letters had nearly dissolved back into the grain of the wood, read only, "They take the ones who look." And one, the newest of all, the paint still with a slight sheen despite the cold, the letters formed with deliberate care, read, "If you can read this, you have already been seen." Neither of us spoke about the markers while we walked. There was an agreement between us, unspoken and immediate, that speaking about them would require forming words around what they implied, and neither of us was ready to do that yet. We reached Grafton Ridge at 4 in the afternoon with 40 minutes of usable light remaining. The settlement was not what the satellite photographs had suggested, and not what the case file's descriptions had prepared me for. It was less than both. A scattering of structures along what had once been a graded track, now indistinguishable from the forest floor except for a slight depression where the gravel had subsided. Most of the buildings had collapsed, roof lines caved in, exterior walls folded under decades of snow load. Interiors open to the sky and filled with the same spruce seedlings that were slowly reclaiming the road. 3 structures were still standing in any meaningful sense. A building that might once have been a general store, its windows boarded and its front wall leaning slightly backward, as though bracing against something. A small church with a steeple that had tilted so far to the east, it seemed to be listening for something on the ground, and a low cabin set back from the others, separated from the settlement's loose cluster by a cleared space of maybe 60 feet, with smoke coming from a metal chimney stack and lamplight in the single south-facing window. Someone was home. We approached slowly, making enough noise that we could be heard, hands clear of our bodies. In a place like this, an unexpected knock on a door after dark was an invitation to be shot, and we were still visible enough in the fading light that I wanted whoever was inside to see us coming. The door opened before we reached it. He was older than I had expected, not elderly, but carrying the particular weathered quality of someone who has spent most of their decades outdoors in a climate that does not compromise. A beard that reached his chest, gray throughout. Eyes that were pale brown and extremely still. The kind of stillness that comes not from calm, but from long practice at revealing nothing. He held a rifle across his chest, muzzle angled at the ground, not aimed, but not put away. He looked at us for a full 5 seconds before he spoke. "Federal," he said. Not a question. I showed him my credentials. "Agent Wyatt," I said. "This is Agent Briggs. We are reopening a missing persons investigation from 1998. A geologist named Marcus Halverson." He was quiet for another moment. "I know who Halverson was," he said. "Knew of him, I mean. He never came through here. Went straight to his camp northwest of the ridge without stopping. Probably the smart approach." I said, "Why smart?" "Because Grafton Ridge is not a place you spend time in if you have a choice." Briggs spoke then, measured and direct. "Then why have you spent time here?" The old man looked at him with an expression that was not hostility and was not quite patience either. "Because I know the rules," he said simply. "And because I stopped being afraid of the dark about 30 years ago and found I could not get comfortable with the light anymore." He introduced himself as Roy Harper. He had lived in the settlement for 43 years. He was one of 2 remaining permanent residents, the other being a woman named Agnes who kept entirely to herself and who we would not see. He offered us the use of his equipment shed for the night, a structure we could not see from where we stood, but which he described as small, functional, and warmer than a tent in this temperature. We accepted, and then he said the thing that stayed with me all night and would not stop staying with me. He said, "One condition. Whatever you hear after dark, you do not open that door. Not for any voice, not for any sound, and not even if what you hear is your own name spoken in a voice you recognize." I asked him to explain. He shook his head, not refusing exactly but declining the way you decline to explain something to someone who is about to find out for themselves. "Morning," he said. "I will tell you in the morning. Tonight you just need to survive the not knowing." He turned and walked back inside. The cabin door closed, and a lamplight in the window held its small, steady warmth, and the forest at the edge of the clearing had gone fully dark while we stood there without noticing precisely when it happened. Briggs looked at me. I looked at the trees. The shed was where Harper had said it would be, 20 yards behind the cabin, a low structure with a corrugated metal roof and walls of rough-cut timber that let in thin blades of cold air through the gaps between boards but blocked the wind and kept the temperature bearable once we had the small iron stove going. We laid out our sleeping bags on the plywood floor and ate in silence, and I spread the case file across my pack and read Halverson's final journal entry again by the light of my headlamp. It should be clear by morning. Outside, the wind moved through the spruce crowns in long, slow waves, and the settlement was utterly without sound beyond it. Then, at some point past 10 o'clock, when Briggs had his eyes closed and I was on the edge of sleep myself, I heard something that was not wind. It was a voice, distant at first, carried on the cold air with a clarity that did not match the distance, and then closer, and then close enough that there was no longer any question that it was just outside the shed's north wall. It was a woman's voice, young by the sound of it, frightened. "Please," it said, "someone help me. I am hurt. I am so cold." Briggs was awake. I could tell by his breathing, which had changed, shallower, controlled, the breathing of someone choosing not to move while they listen. I did not reach for the door. I sat very still in the dark, with the case file in my lap and Halverson's last words in my head, and I listened to the voice circle the shed the way water circles a drain, patient and without hurry, and I did not open the door. That was the first night in Grafton Ridge, and there would be 2 more after it, each one teaching something the previous night had only suggested, each one narrowing the distance between what I had come here to investigate and what I was beginning to understand. I could not put in any report I would ever file. What the shed door kept out that night, I still cannot name with certainty, but whatever it was knew my name by morning. The shed door had held, and the stove had kept its small fire through the night, and by the time pale light began pressing through the gaps in the timber walls, I had not slept at all. Briggs had managed perhaps 2 hours. I had watched him drift off sometime past 2 in the morning, his back against the wall, his sidearm across his lap, and I had not woken him because there was nothing he could have done that I was not already doing, which was sitting still and listening, and making sure the door stayed closed. The voice had circled for a long time, long enough that I memorized its patterns, the way it paused at the northeast corner before continuing, the way it slowed near the door as though tasting the air through the gap at the threshold, long enough that I began to understand it was not searching for a way in. It was waiting for me to make the invitation. That distinction mattered. I did not know yet why it mattered or what the mechanism behind it was, but the understanding arrived with the particular certainty of things learned from direct experience rather than from instruction, and I wrote it in my field notebook before the light was strong enough to read by. It cannot enter. It can only be admitted. Briggs woke at first light, looked at me across the shed, and understood from my face that the night had not been quiet. He did not ask for details. He checked his weapon, laced his boots, and said, "Coffee first." Roy Harper was already outside when we pushed the shed door open, standing in the cleared space between the cabin and the tree line, his breath coming out in slow white plumes, a tin cup in both hands, watching the forest's northern edge with an expression of professional attention, as though he was reading something in the way the branches held their frost, the way the shadows beneath the spruce canopy had arranged themselves after a night of whatever Grafton Ridge became after dark. He heard us come out and turned. "You did well," he said. Briggs said, "There was a voice." Harper nodded. "There is always a voice." That is how it begins with newcomers. It tests the obvious approaches first. He paused. By the second night it knows better. By the third, it has stopped testing. I said, "What does it do instead?" He looked at me for a moment without answering, then gestured toward the cabin with his cup. "Come inside. I will make proper coffee, and we can talk before you head up to the camp." The interior of Roy Harper's cabin was the kind of space that builds itself over decades rather than being arranged. Every surface in use, nothing decorative. Tools and supplies organized with the logic of someone who could not afford to misplace anything and had long since stopped making allowances for visitors. A wood stove against the north wall, a narrow cot along the east, a table in the center with two mismatched chairs. Shelves lined every vertical surface, and the shelves held canned goods, rope, ammunition, a row of composition notebooks with dates written on their spines in black marker, a handheld radio, several tools whose purpose I could not immediately identify, and, on the lowest shelf beside the door, a row of small objects that I cataloged quickly and did not touch. Carved figures. 7 of them. Roughly human in outline, made from what appeared to be spruce root, each one placed facing outward toward the door. Harper set a battered percolator on the stove and settled into the chair nearest the window, and I understood from the way he arranged himself that this was a man who had rehearsed this conversation in his head many times with many different visitors, and had never quite been able to give it in a way that produced the response he was hoping for. So he had stopped hoping for a particular response. He simply told the truth now, plainly and in order. "The thing in the forest around Grafton Ridge," he said, "is not new. It was here before the mining settlement. The men who came up in the 1920s built their operations without knowing what they were building inside of. Most of them left when the ore ran out, and good riddance to them. The ones who stayed, the ones whose families had been here long enough to learn, they knew 2 things. First, that whatever it was, it did not come into structures, not into built spaces that had been inhabited long enough to hold a human smell, a human warmth. It waited outside. It circled and it called and it waited. He poured coffee into 2 cups and set them on the table. "The second thing," he said, "it learns. Give it a voice that works on you, and it will use that voice until you give it a reaction. Give it no reaction, and it searches for another approach. That is what the third night is. Not silence, not rest. It is the thing deciding what to use next." Briggs said, "You said it knew the rules. What are the rules?" Harper looked at him steadily. "Never answer to your name after dark. Never open a door to a voice that cannot knock and speak simultaneously. Because it can produce a voice with precision, but the knock and the voice together require a coordination it is not achieved. Never follow a light into the trees regardless of what the light resembles, or what it appears to illuminate. And never, under any circumstances, photograph it directly." I set down my coffee cup. Harper watched me do it. "Halverson," I said. Harper nodded once, slow and deliberate. "He photographed it," I said. 3 times, Harper said, "on the last night before he disappeared. I did not know this as a certainty until just now, but I suspected it from the beginning. It is possessive, about being seen, about being recorded, not frightened of it. It does not experience fear in any way, I understand. But it treats being photographed as a form of claiming, as though the image is a kind of anchor, a thread connecting the photographer to the place permanently." I thought about those 3 frames on Halverson's camera, the pale shape in the trees, closer in each successive image, the hand against the lens in the final frame, pressing from outside, the fingers too long, the joints articulated at angles that did not correspond to anything in a medical textbook. I thought about the way the camera had felt heavy in my hands back in Anchorage, heavier than it should have been, as though it was carrying something that had no weight in the conventional sense but exerted a pull regardless. "Did you ever see Halverson?" I asked. "No," Harper said. "He never came through the settlement. The state troopers who came afterward, I guided them part way to the camp. The boot prints they found near the tent were not disorientation patterns. What were they?" Harper wrapped both hands around his cup. They were the tracks of a man who had gone outside in the night to photograph something he was moving toward. The prints went in one direction, toward the tree line, with a stride pattern that was purposeful, not stumbling, not confused. Moving toward something he wanted to document, Briggs said, as though he was compelled. Harper considered that word with visible care. Not compelled in the way a horror story uses that word, he said. Not against his will, exactly. More like a man who is a scientist and has found something he cannot account for, and whose professional instincts to document overrides the survival instinct that should be telling him to stay inside. It chose him correctly. It knew what would move him. I sat with that for a moment. The carved figures on the low shelf faced the door. 7 of them lined up in a row, each one slightly different from the others. Different postures, different proportions, though all clearly made by the same hands. I asked about them without pointing, because pointing felt like a mistake in this room. Harper glanced at the shelf and back. They are the ones who went, he said. Not memorials. Witnesses. I make one each time, so the cabin remembers and does not become casual about what this place does. I counted again. 7 figures, 7 disappearances that Harper had watched from this settlement over 43 years, and the one I was here to investigate was not among them. Because Halverson had never come through, had gone straight to his camp, and whatever had happened to him had happened without Harper seeing it firsthand, which meant the figures on that shelf represented 7 other people. 7 others, none of whom appeared in the case file I had been given. I looked at Briggs. He was already looking at me with the same expression, the same arithmetic running behind his eyes. I said to Harper, the case I was sent to investigate, Halverson, 1998, was presented to me as an isolated incident. Harper said nothing. How many cases, I said carefully, have there been in total from this area? Not just disappearances. Anything unusual. Anything that required outside authorities. He stood, moved to the lowest shelf, and pulled out one of the composition notebooks. Not the ones with dates on their spines, but a different one, thicker, with no label at all. He set it on the table in front of me. I have been keeping records since 1981, he said. Everything I have observed or been told by the people who lived here before me. He tapped the cover once with 2 fingers. Halverson is not the only entry, and he is not the oldest. But he is the only one anyone official has ever come here to look at. He moved back toward the stove, which tells you something about how well these things are tracked, and how much of what happens out here stays out here. He refilled his cup and looked out the window at the forest. You are planning to go up to the camp this morning, he said. Yes, I said. He nodded, and the nod contained neither approval nor warning, only the acknowledgement of a fact that had already been decided before this conversation began. Take the radio, he said. Channel 12. I will be on the same frequency. I cannot help you once you are in the trees, but I can hear what happens and I can make sure someone knows. I picked up the notebook. It was dense, handwritten entries, dates going back decades, observations rendered in the plain and careful language of a man who had taught himself to record what he saw without interpretation, because he understood that interpretation made official people stop listening. I asked him one more question before we left. The voice last night, I said. The woman's voice. Does it always use a woman's voice first? Harper was quiet for a long moment. No, he said. Not always. He looked at me with those still, pale eyes. It uses the voice that the specific person it is addressing will find hardest to ignore. I thought about that all the way up the ridge. The trees closed around us as we climbed, and the settlement disappeared behind us faster than the distance should have allowed, as though Grafton Ridge had released us and the forest had accepted us in the same moment, and there was no going back the easy way, only forward toward whatever Halverson had found and followed and never returned from. I kept my camera in my pack and did not take it out. That felt important, and I could not have told you why. The trail to Halverson's camp did not exist in any way that word usually implies. There was no cleared path, no marked route, no evidence that human feet had moved through this particular corridor of forest with enough regularity to compress the undergrowth into anything resembling a line. What we followed instead was a logic, a series of small navigational decisions made by reading the terrain the way Harper had described in the notebook. which I had read standing in his cabin while Briggs repacked his gear, move along the high ground where the spruce thins slightly, cross the drainage where the ice was oldest and therefore thickest. When the ridge turns east, stay below its shoulder and keep the wind on your left cheek. Instructions written for someone who already knew this country. We did not already know this country, but we followed the logic as closely as we could, and after 2 hours of climbing we came out onto a shelf of higher ground where the trees opened enough to let in a wider band of sky, and I stopped and looked north and understood for the first time what kind of wilderness we were inside. The forest stretched to every horizon without interruption, not dramatic in the way of mountains or coastline, not the kind of landscape that announces its scale and asks to be admired. It simply continued, spruce and birch and the occasional skeletal alder, ridge after ridge of the same unbroken canopy, the pale light of an overcast October sky pressing down on all of it, without illuminating anything below the uppermost branches. The effect was less like standing at a viewpoint, and more like standing inside something enormous that had no walls you could identify and no ceiling you could reach. Briggs stood beside me and looked at it for a moment. He said, "I grew up in Juneau. I thought I knew what remote meant." I said nothing, because there was nothing useful to add. We descended from the shelf, and the trees closed again. The GPS put Halverson's camp at 4/10 of a mile northwest of our current position, and for the first half of that distance the terrain was consistent with what we had already covered. Dense, cold, the ground soft beneath a crust of frozen surface material that cracked with each step and made our progress louder than I wanted it to be. I kept my eyes moving. I had read Harper's notebook entries for the section covering the ridge's northwestern quadrant, and one observation appeared 3 separate times across different entries spanning different years, always phrased with the same careful plainness. The forest changes past the second drainage. Something about the light, or the way sound behaves, difficult to describe with precision. The undergrowth appears the same. The trees appear the same. But a person who is paying attention will notice that the quality of the silence is different there. Not quieter. Different. We crossed the second drainage on a natural bridge of packed snow over frozen water, and I stopped on the far bank and stood still and paid attention. Harper had been right that it was difficult to describe with precision. The undergrowth appeared the same. The trees appeared the same. The cold pressing against the exposed skin of my temples and jaw was the same cold it had been on the other side of the drainage. But something in the relationship between these elements had shifted in a way that registered physically before it registered intellectually. A change in pressure, almost. The way the air inside a room changes when a window that has been open is quietly closed somewhere else in the house. I became aware that I had not heard a bird call in some time. Not since before the second drainage. Perhaps not since we had left the settlement. I had not noticed the absence until this moment, and the act of noticing it made the silence around us suddenly specific in a way it had not been before. Not the general silence of wilderness, which is the absence of human noise, but a more deliberate silence, a silence that had been arranged. Briggs had stopped moving. He was looking at the tree line to the west with an expression of concentrated attention. "What?" I said quietly. He shook his head slowly. "I do not know." He kept looking. Something about the way the trees are standing. I looked where he was looking. Spruce trees, 60 or 70 feet tall, their lower branches dead and gray, their crowns pressed together in the flat gray light. They looked the way spruce trees look, and then I looked longer, and I understood what his instincts had registered before his conscious mind could name it. The branches were still. Not mostly still, the way branches are on a calm day, completely still. Every branch on every visible tree, from the lowest deadfall to the highest crown, utterly motionless in air that I could feel moving against my face. A slight but consistent northwest wind that had been with us all morning, and that should have been moving those branches in the small, continuous way that wind moves branches. The wind was reaching us. It was not reaching the trees. Briggs said very quietly, "Let us find the camp and do what we came to do." We found it 8 minutes later. The site was exactly as the 1998 reports had described it. which was itself a wrongness I had not anticipated, because 17 years of Alaskan winter should have erased it. Snow load alone should have collapsed the tent. Animals should have investigated and disturbed the supply cache. The freeze and thaw cycles of nearly 2 decades should have worked the equipment deeper into the softening ground, tilting and settling and redistributing everything until the site's original arrangement was unrecognizable. Instead, the orange tent stood as it had been pitched, weathered and faded to the color of old clay, but standing. The aluminum poles had held. The fly was intact. The equipment tarp had torn along one edge, and the corner had lifted and blown back, exposing 3 of the waterproof storage cases beneath it. But the cases themselves were sealed and undamaged. The ring of stones that Halverson had assembled for a fire was as precise as the day he had placed them. I stood at the camp's perimeter for a long time before I went in. The original trooper reports had noted that his boot prints circled the immediate area in patterns that seemed to stop and start irregularly, as though he had been pacing, or searching, or repeatedly moving towards something and then retreating and then moving toward it again. After 17 years, those prints were long gone, but the ground within the camp's perimeter had a quality I noticed and could not account for. The surface material, decomposing needles, frozen moss, the compressed detritus of the forest floor, was disturbed in a circular band roughly 10 feet out from the tent's entrance, not by wind. The disturbance was directional, consistent, as though something had moved in a slow circle around the tent's exterior many times, compressing the surface material into a faint but legible track. Whatever had made that track was heavier than a fox, heavier than most things that move through this forest. Briggs crouched at the track's edge and looked at it without touching it. "These are not from 17 years ago," he said. "No," I said, "they are not." I opened the tent. The sleeping bag was inside, still rolled out on the insulated ground pad, exactly as the reports had noted. The interior of the tent was cold and dim, the nylon walls featuring the flat exterior light into something grayer, and the smell was of age and cold, and the particular staleness of an enclosed space that had not been opened in a long time. I crouched inside and did not touch anything for a moment, just looked. The field journal was still there. It should not have been. The evidence logs from the original investigation listed the field journal as recovered and returned to Halverson's family. But there it was, a water-damaged, spiral-bound notebook sitting on the folded edge of the sleeping bag, its cover warped with old moisture, its pages thick and wavy with what had soaked into them, and then frozen and thawed 17 times. I picked it up with gloved hands and opened it. The early entries were standard geological field notes, sample locations, depth measurements, mineral assessments recorded in the shorthand of a working scientist, precise and efficient and entirely without atmosphere. Halverson wrote the way he photographed, methodically, observationally, the language of a man whose professional habit was the faithful recording of external reality. The entry for October 8th was where the tone changed. Something followed me back from the eastern outcrop today. Not a sound I could identify, not an animal I recognized. A presence, behind and to the right, maintaining distance but not withdrawing. Stopped when I stopped. When I turned, nothing visible. The feeling persisted until I reached camp. The entry for October 9th was 2 sentences. It was at the tree line when I woke, standing. I do not think it was there all night. I think it wanted me to see it arrive. The entry for October 10th covered most of a page, the handwriting becoming gradually less even as it progressed. Not with panic. Halverson's training was too deep for panic to show in his handwriting, but with the particular quality of a person writing faster because there was more to record and less time to record it. Closer tonight. I could make out a form against the tree line in the light from my lamp. Tall. Disproportionate in ways I cannot reconcile with any species I know. I am a scientist. My training is to document what I observe without imposing interpretation on it. So I am documenting. I photographed it 3 times. The 3rd time it moved toward the camera. I did not run. I am writing this by the light of my headlamp, and the thing is at the tree line again, and it has not moved since I came back inside the tent. It is simply standing. I have the impression, and I want to be clear that this is an impression rather than an observation. that it is not angry, that it is waiting for something specific, that what it is waiting for is my decision about whether to go toward it or stay where I am. The final entry was the one I already knew by heart. Samples collected. Weather turning. Should be clear by morning. 6 words. After everything he had written in the entry before, the measured, careful, frightened record of a rational man confronting something outside his categories of understanding. 6 words that contained nothing, that told you nothing, that closed the journal as though the previous entry had never been written, as though the decision had already been made and there was nothing left to record. I sat in Halverson's tent with his journal in my gloved hands and the tracks circling the perimeter outside, and the still, arranged silence of the forest pressing in from every direction, and I understood something that the case file had never suggested, and that Harper had come close to saying without quite saying it. Halverson had not been taken. He had gone. Not willingly in any simple sense, not cheerfully, not without fear, not without the long preceding nights of documented dread, but in the way a person goes towards something they have looked at long enough that turning away has become its own kind of impossibility, in the way that what begins as compulsion and what ends as choice can occupy the same act, the same footstep, the same moment of crossing from the lit space into the dark one. He had been a scientist. He had found something he could not explain, and it had known, with a precision that Harper's notebook described as the thing's central characteristic, exactly which door inside Marcus Halverson to push open and wait beside until he opened it himself. I closed the journal and put it in my pack. Outside, Briggs was standing at the edge of the camp, facing north, his back to me. I came out of the tent and stood beside him and looked where he was looking. At the tree line, perhaps 40 yards distant, something was standing among the spruce trees. It was not moving. It was not making any sound. It was simply there, in the way the entry for October 9th had described, as though it had not been there a moment ago and wanted us to observe the moment of its arrival. It was tall. It was wrong in its proportions in ways that my eyes registered and my mind refused to fully process, and it was looking at us with the patient, specific attention of something that had been here for a very long time and had learned to wait. Briggs said in a voice of complete, deliberate calm, "Do not raise your camera." I had not been reaching for my camera, but some part of me had wanted to. We stood at the edge of Halverson's camp while the thing at the tree line held its stillness and its patience, and I understood with a clarity that had nothing to do with evidence or documentation that I had come here to find out what happened to Marcus Halverson, and that I had found out, and that the finding out was not the end of anything. It was the beginning of something else entirely. Something that was now looking at me with the specific and unhurried attention of a thing that had already decided I was interesting and was simply waiting to see what I would do next. We backed away from the tree line slowly, and the thing at its edge did not follow. That was the detail that stayed with me through the rest of that day and into the night that followed. Not the proportions of it, not the specific wrongness of its outline against the gray spruce trunks, but the fact that it did not follow. It watched us go. It held its position at the tree line's edge with the same patient stillness it had held when we first saw it. And as we moved backward across Halverson's camp and onto the route we had come in on, it simply stood and watched, and the forest absorbed us. And the last thing I saw before the trees closed between us, and the camp was the shape of it, unmoved, regarding the space where we had just been standing. Briggs said nothing for the first 20 minutes of the return descent. I said nothing either. There was a discipline required for moving through that terrain that occupied a portion of the mind, and the portion that remained was doing something more important than talking. It was processing what we had seen against what I already knew, running the comparison between the shape at the tree line and the shape in Halverson's photographs, and arriving at a confirmation that I had not needed, because I had known from the moment I first looked at those 3 enhanced images in my office in Anchorage that whatever was in them was real. Knowing it and standing 40 yards from it were different categories of knowledge. We crossed back over the second drainage, and I felt the quality of the silence shift again as we did, the specific, arranged quality releasing back into the general quietness of the wilderness, the way a held breath releases. A gray jay called twice from somewhere above us. and the ordinariness of that sound was so startling after hours of its absence that Briggs stopped walking for a moment. He said without turning around, "My sister." I waited. He said the voice last night. It sounded like my sister. She died 4 years ago. He paused. I did not tell you that this morning because I did not know how to tell you without it sounding like something other than an observation. I said it sounded like the person whose voice you would find hardest to refuse. Yes, he said. He started walking again. How did it know that? I thought about what Harper had said at the kitchen table, both hands around his cup, the carved figures watching from a low shelf behind him. It learns, he had said. It chooses correctly. And then the thing he had not said, but that the notebook had implied across dozens of careful, dated entries, that the choosing was not random, not opportunistic, not the blind probing of something operating on pure instinct. The choosing was informed, specific, targeted at the interior architecture of the particular person standing outside the door, which meant it had been watching Briggs since we arrived, which meant it had been watching me. I thought about the woman's voice I had heard the previous night, young, frightened, calling from just outside the shed wall, closer with each repetition, circling with that patient, unhurried precision. I had told myself in the shed that I did not know why that voice had been chosen for me specifically, and that was true in the factual sense, but not entirely honest. I knew who the voice had sounded like. I had not let myself examine that knowledge in the shed because examining it would have made it harder to stay behind the door. I had filed it in the part of my mind that handles information too destabilizing for immediate processing, the part that keeps you functional in the field and extracts its toll later, at 3 in the morning in a bed far from the thing that deposited the information. But we were not far from it now. We were in its forest, on our way back to a settlement it circled every night, and the distance between what I was willing to examine and what was actually true had narrowed to a point where the gap no longer served any purpose. The voice had sounded like my mother who had been missing for 11 years, not dead, or not confirmed dead, which is a category that sits in the body differently from confirmed. That occupies a specific chamber of the chest with a specific weight that does not diminish and does not resolve and does not allow the ordinary processes of grief to run their course. Because grief requires a fixed point, and missing is not a fixed point. Missing is a horizon that moves as you move toward it. She had walked out of her house in Fairbanks on a November morning 11 years ago and had not come back. No evidence of violence. No note. No financial activity after that morning. No sightings, no body. The investigation had been thorough and had produced nothing. She was listed as a voluntary missing adult. The designation applied when there is no evidence of foul play and the subject is of legal age, a designation that closes the official file while leaving everything else permanently open. I had transferred to the Anchorage field office 8 years ago, in part because Anchorage was close enough to Fairbanks that I could pursue what the official file had stopped pursuing. I had found nothing. 8 years of pursuing nothing, of following the edges of a case that had no edges because it had no shape, because a person who simply ceases to exist leaves no geometry for an investigation to work against. And now something in a forest in the Alaskan interior had reached into whatever it could access about me, and had pulled that specific voice out and used it against the shed wall in the dark, not as a coincidence. Harper had been clear about this. It used the voice that the specific person it was addressing would find hardest to ignore. It had known on the first night of our arrival that a woman's voice calling for help in the dark was not a generic choice for me. It was the most precise possible choice. A surgical instrument. I stopped walking. Briggs stopped a few steps ahead and turned. I said, "It knew about my mother." He looked at me carefully. I said, "The voice last night was hers." I did not say it in the shed because I could not. But it was hers, and it knew to use it. Briggs was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "How could it know that?" That was the question I had been carrying down the ridge, and it had been sharpening with each step into something I was not sure I wanted to arrive at the bottom of, because there were 2 possible answers, and one of them was merely disturbing, and the other one was something I did not have a professional category for. The first answer was that it read us, that it possessed some capacity for accessing the interior contents of the people it encountered, the way a skilled interrogator reads a subject's responses and adjusts approach accordingly, except faster and more complete and operating without the need for any verbal exchange. The second answer was that it had not needed to read me because it already knew. Because it had encountered someone who carried my mother's voice. Because my mother had been here. I did not say the second answer out loud. I said it in the part of my mind where I had been storing things that were too destabilizing for immediate processing, and I felt it land there with a weight that was different in quality from everything else I had stored in that place, because everything else in that place was a professional observation that I could eventually write into a report and hand to someone else and thereby partially transfer. This was not transferable. This was mine alone, and the thing in this forest had known it was mine alone, had reached in and found it in the dark, and had held it up against the shed wall like a mirror. We reached the settlement as the light was beginning its late afternoon decline, the sky deepening from pale gray to the darker gray that preceded actual dark, the temperature dropping in the fast and uncompromising way it dropped here once the sun lost its last angle. Harper's cabin light was already burning in the window. The smoke from his chimney rose straight up in the still air, which meant the wind had died, which was not reassuring. Harper opened his door before we knocked. He looked at our faces and stood back to let us in and said nothing until we were both seated at his table with cups of coffee warming our hands. Then he said, "You found the camp?" "Yes," I said. "And you found the journal?" I looked at him. He looked back without surprise. He said, "I knew it was still there. I knew because things do not decay up there the way they decay elsewhere in this forest. The camp has been preserved. That is not accident, and it is not coincidence. It is the same reason the boot prints the troopers found in '98 were still legible, because the thing that made those prints walk out into the dark has an interest in that site remaining as it was, as a record, as a demonstration," I said. Harper considered that word and nodded slowly. "Yes, as a demonstration of what is available, what is possible, what a person might choose, if they were the right kind of person." Briggs said, "What kind of person is the right kind?" Harper wrapped both hands around his cup and looked at the window, at the dark that was now complete beyond the glass. "Someone with something unresolved," he said quietly. "Someone carrying an open question that will not close by ordinary means. It does not choose people at random. It has never, in all the years I have been watching it, taken someone who was, and I am going to use this word carefully, at peace." He paused. "The ones it loses interest in are the ones who arrive here whole. Not happy, not without difficulty, but whole. Closed. No open doors." I thought about Halverson's October 10th entry. The impression I have is that it is not angry, that it is waiting for something specific. That what it is waiting for is my decision about whether to go toward it or stay where I am. I thought about the voice at the shed wall, patient and circling. I thought about 11 years of an open file, an open question, an open chamber in the chest that nothing had ever been able to close. Harper was looking at me. He did not say, "You are the right kind of person." He did not have to. I said, "The voice it used on me last night." The specific voice. Is it possible that it knew that voice because it encountered the person it belongs to? The cabin was very quiet. Outside, somewhere past the tree line, something moved through the undergrowth in a slow circle, and I could hear it even through the cabin walls. A sound like deliberate footsteps in frozen undergrowth, measured and patient, beginning its nightly circuit of the settlement's perimeter. Harper looked at the carved figures on the low shelf. Then he looked back at me. He said, "That is the question I have been waiting 11 years for someone to come here and ask." I sat across the table from Roy Harper while the thing outside began its circuit, and the fire in his stove threw orange light across the faces of 7 carved witnesses on the low shelf. And I understood that I had not come to Grafton Ridge because of Marcus Halverson. I had come because something here had been waiting for me specifically, had been patient for 11 years, keeping the camp intact and the voice in reserve and the open question open, waiting for the day I would be handed a file with a yellow sticky note and would make the series of decisions that led me north and inland and into the forest. and within 40 yards of something that already knew my name and knew what I was missing and knew, with a precision that felt like intimacy, exactly what it would take to bring me all the way in. Harper did not answer immediately. He rose from the table and moved to the stove, and he added 2 pieces of split birch from the stack beside it, not because the fire needed feeding. It was burning well and the cabin had held its warmth, but because some answers require a moment of physical activity before they can be spoken, a small ritual of delay that is not evasion but preparation. I had seen it in interview rooms across 11 years of federal work. The tell of a person who has held something a long time and needs a breath before they open their hands. He settled back into his chair. He looked at the window, at the dark beyond it, at the reflection of the lamp on the glass. Outside, the circling had continued without variation. The same measured pace, the same deliberate pressure of weight on frozen undergrowth, moving along the settlement's perimeter with the patience of something that did not experience waiting as a cost. Harper said, in the winter of 2013, a woman came through Grafton Ridge on foot. He said it the way he wrote in his notebook, plainly, in order, without editorializing. She came in from the south, he said, which meant she had hiked in along the old mining road, or what remained of it, which in February was buried under 4 feet of snow, and was not a route that a person unfamiliar with the country could follow without considerable difficulty. She arrived at the settlement in the early afternoon, which meant she had been walking since before dawn. She was dressed adequately for the temperature, but not ideally, layers, good boots, a pack that suggested she had planned for several days of travel. She did not appear disoriented. She knew where she was. He stopped. He looked at the figures on the shelf. She was in her late 50s, he said. Hair gone, mostly gray, worn short. Medium height. She moved the way people move when they have been walking a long time and have decided not to be bothered by it anymore. Economically, without complaint. She had a quality of attention about her, the way she looked at the forest, at the buildings, at me when I came out to meet her. As though she was recording what she saw with some interior instrument more precise than ordinary observation. The fire shifted in the stove. A log settled. I kept my hands flat on the table and my voice even. I said, what was her name? Harper said she did not offer a name at first. She asked about the forest, specifically about the northwestern quadrant, above the second drainage. She used language that told me she already understood something about what was up there. Not the full shape of it, but enough. Enough to know it was real. Enough to have traveled several hundred miles in February to stand at the edge of it. He paused. She had a photograph, he said. She showed it to me on the second evening after I had made clear that I was not going to tell her anything useful until I understood why she had come. The photograph was old, taken in Fairbanks by the look of the background. It showed a younger version of herself standing beside a girl of perhaps 12 or 13. The girl had her mother's quality of attention, the same interior precision in the eyes, the same posture of careful observation. He looked at me directly. She told me the girl in the photograph had grown up and become a federal agent, he said. She told me she had left without explanation, because she had found something she needed to follow, and that she had not been able to explain it in any terms that would have allowed her to stay without it destroying everything around her. She was not fleeing. She was not in distress. She was following something with the same deliberate intention that I later recognized in Marcus Halverson's journal entries, except that she had more information than Halverson had, and she had chosen it with her eyes open rather than being drawn incrementally toward it over successive nights of increasing proximity. The circling outside had slowed, not stopped, slowed, as though the thing performing it had redirected a portion of its attention toward the interior of this cabin. I said, she knew what was up there before she came. Harper said she had spent years working toward that knowledge. She described it to me over 2 evenings of conversation as the most thorough private investigation she had ever conducted, and she had the materials to support that description. Documents, photographs, correspondence with people who had encountered similar phenomena in other remote areas of the state. She had assembled a picture that was more complete than anything I had accumulated in 30 years of direct proximity to it. He shook his head slightly, not with admiration exactly, but with the particular respect of one careful observer acknowledging the work of another. She understood what it was, he said. Not in any complete sense. I do not believe a complete understanding is available to human cognition, and she was clear-eyed about that limitation. But she understood its nature and outline, that it was old, that it was singular. There is only one of whatever it is, though its presence is not confined to this specific location in any simple way, that it collected people not randomly, but selectively, and that what it collected was not their bodies in any conventional sense. He picked up his coffee cup, found it empty, and set it back down. What it collects, he said carefully, is the unresolved, the open question, the grief that has no object because the object is not confirmed gone. It does not take people who have finished their business with the world. It takes the ones who are still in the middle of something that cannot be finished by ordinary means, and what it does with what it takes. He stopped. That I cannot tell you with confidence. I can tell you what she believed. I said, tell me what she believed. He was quiet for a moment. She believed it held them, he said, not as prisoners, as continuances. That the people who went into the forest and did not come back were not dead in the way we use that word, that they existed within whatever the thing is, within its structure, in a state that she compared to, and she was precise about this being an imperfect comparison, a state like being inside a very long and very specific dream, aware, continuous, but held in the unresolved moment rather than moving through time the way the living move through it. Briggs had not spoken in a long time. I could hear him breathing beside me, slow and controlled. I said, and she went up to the camp. Harper said, on the third morning, yes. I said, did she come back? He was quiet for long enough that the answer was already clear before he spoke it. No, he said, she did not come back. He looked at the shelf. The seventh figure is hers. He paused. I did not know her name when I made it, but I knew her face well enough by then to work from memory. I looked at the seventh figure. It was the smallest of the seven, and the most carefully made, the proportions more precise than the others, the posture more specific. It stood slightly apart from the six beside it, and its face, such as it was at that scale, was turned not toward the door, but at a slight angle, as though looking at something just to the left of whatever was in front of it, the quality of attention and carved spruce root. I looked at it for a long time. Then I said, she left something for me, before she went up. It was not a guess. It was the understanding that arrives when enough pieces of a picture achieve alignment, the knowledge that a woman who had spent years in careful, deliberate preparation before making a final, deliberate choice would not have left that choice without a provision for the person she was leaving behind, particularly if that person was the specific kind of person who would eventually be handed a file with a yellow sticky note and would follow it north. Harper reached under the table. He set a small object on the wood between us. It was a compass, brass-cased, the kind made for serious field use, heavy, precise, built to last. The cover was engraved on the outside with a design I recognized immediately, and with a force in my chest that I managed, by a considerable effort of professional habit, to keep from my face. It was a design I had drawn at age 7, on the inside cover of a school notebook, a small idiosyncratic pattern, not a star, not a compass rose, but something between the two that I had invented and that had no name, and that no one else in the world had any reason to know. My mother had kept the notebook. I had forgotten that she kept it until this moment, when the proof of it was sitting on Roy Harper's table in a mining settlement in the Alaskan interior, having traveled here inside the pack of a woman who had known it was a message her daughter would be able to read without any other explanation. Harper said, she told me to give it to the agent when the agent came. She said to tell you. And he paused here, and I understood from the pause that he had memorized the exact words carefully, against the possibility that the exact words would matter. She said to tell you that the compass does not point north. She said you would know what that meant. I picked it up. It was heavier than a compass that size had any reason to be, and warm, which it should not have been, after sitting in whatever storage Harper had kept it in. I opened the cover. The needle was turning slowly, not with the jittery indecision of a compass near magnetic interference, but smoothly, continuously, as though it was tracking something that moved. It was pointing northwest, toward the camp, toward the second drainage and the shelf of higher ground and the tree line where something had stood that afternoon and watched us with patient, specific attention. Harper said, she also said this, that what you find up there will not be what you expect to find. That the shape of it is not the shape you have been carrying in your mind for 11 years, that the open question has an answer, and the answer is not the one that closes the wound. It is the one that changes the nature of the wound into something that can be lived with. He folded his hands on the table. Those were her words. I wrote them down the morning after she left, in the notebook. I can show you the entry if you want to verify that I am not paraphrasing. I said I believe you, and I did. Not because Harper was a man who inspired simple trust, but because the compass in my hand was warm and turning and pointed northwest, and because the design on its cover existed in only 2 places in the world, on the inside cover of a school notebook in a box in my apartment in Anchorage, and here, engraved by my mother's hand into a piece of brass she had carried across several hundred miles of winter wilderness to leave with an old man in a collapsing settlement, because she had known, with the same interior precision she had always possessed and that I had inherited from her, that I would come, that I would always come. Outside, the circling had stopped. The silence that replaced it was not the silence of absence. It was the silence of attention, of something that had redirected its focus entirely inward, toward this cabin, toward this table, toward the compass turning in my hand. Briggs said quietly, "What do we do in the morning?" I looked at Harper. Harper looked at the compass, then at me, with those pale and still eyes that had been watching this for us for 43 years, and had stopped being surprised by it and had never stopped being honest about it. He said in the morning, Agent Wyatt goes up to the camp. He looked at Briggs. You do not. Briggs said that is not how we operate. Harper said, I understand that, but she has something the forest is interested in, and you do not. And taking you up there alongside her will divide its attention in ways that will not serve either of you. What needs to happen up there requires its full attention on her and her full attention on it, and a second person changes that equation in ways I cannot predict and am not willing to be responsible for. He said it without apology and without softening, the way he said everything, as a fact derived from long observation, offered plainly to people who were free to disregard it and would be making a mistake if they did. Briggs looked at me. I looked at the compass in my hand. The needle continued its slow, smooth turn, tracking something that moved northwest through the dark, patient and continuous and already aware of tomorrow. I said, he is right. That night, I lay in my sleeping bag in the shed and held the compass against my sternum and felt it turn through the fabric of my shirt, slow and steady, like a second heartbeat that had been waiting 11 years to synchronize with mine. In the morning I would go up alone, and the forest would be watching, and the question that had been open since a November morning in Fairbanks 11 years ago would either find its answer or it would not. But either way, I understood now that the not knowing was over, and that understanding alone was enough to let me, for the first time in 11 years, close my eyes. I left before dawn, not because Harper had told me to, though he had said, over the last of the previous evening's coffee, that the early morning hours carried a quality of transition in this forest that made movement through it easier, that the thing in the trees was not dormant in any simple sense, but that it was less fully present in the hours before full light, its attention distributed across whatever the night required of it rather than concentrated on any single point. He had said this the way he said everything, as observation rather than instruction, and I had filed it in the category of information from the most experienced person in the room. But the deeper reason I left before dawn was that I did not want to have a conversation with Briggs about going alone. I had told him the night before, and he had accepted it in the way a competent professional accepts a decision they disagree with when the reasoning is sound and the authority is clear, without enthusiasm and without argument. But acceptance and peace are different things. and I did not want to stand in the gray pre-dawn light of the settlement and see his face while I shouldered my pack and walked north, because his face would carry the specific worry of someone who understood what I was walking toward and could not follow. And I had enough weight in my chest already without adding his. So I dressed in the dark and laced my boots by feel and stepped out of the shed into a cold so complete and so still that the air seemed to have achieved a kind of solidity, a physical presence that pushed back slightly against movement. The sky above the tree line was not yet light, but had begun the shift from black to the deep gray blue that preceded it, and the settlement around me was a collection of dark shapes against lighter dark. The collapsed buildings and the leaning steeple and the smokeless chimney of Harper's cabin, where the lamp had been extinguished hours ago. I checked the compass. The needle pointed northwest, as it had pointed all night, steady and unhurried. I walked. The forest took me in the way the forest had taken me in every time I had entered it. Without ceremony, without announcement, simply as the consequence of forward movement. The trees closed behind me and the settlement disappeared, and I was inside the particular darkness of old-growth boreal forest before dawn, where the canopy above blocked even the faint ambient light of the sky, and the only illumination was the narrow beam of my headlamp cutting a white path through the black. I moved without the GPS. I did not need it. The compass was enough, not because northwest was a sufficient navigational instruction in terrain this complex, but because the needle was doing something more specific than pointing to a cardinal direction. It was tracking, moving in small, continuous adjustments as I walked, the way a needle tracks a signal rather than a fixed point, correcting for my angle and my drift with a sensitivity that no commercial compass possessed. My mother had built something into it, or found something, or modified it in a way that I did not understand and did not need to understand in order to use. The instrument worked. I followed it. I crossed the first drainage without stopping. The ice held. I climbed a shelf of higher ground and paused at its edge for a moment, not from uncertainty but from instinct to orient before descending into something. The sky had lightened enough now that the canopy was visible overhead. Not individual branches, but the mass of them. A textured darkness against a darkness that was fractionally less dark. In the east, the horizon carried the first suggestion of color, a narrow band of deep gray blue that in another hour would become the particular flat pewter of an Alaskan October morning. The compass needle had steadied. It was no longer tracking in continuous adjustment. It had locked onto something directly ahead, due northwest, and it held there with a fixity that was different in quality from its nighttime movement, the difference between searching and finding. I descended from the shelf. The second drainage was ahead of me, and I crossed it at the natural snow bridge, and felt the quality of the silence change as I had felt it change before. The specific shift from general wilderness quiet to the more deliberate quiet of the northwestern quadrant. The arranged silence that Harper's notebook had struggled to describe with precision. But this morning it felt different from my previous crossing. Less like a door closing, and more like a door that had been standing open for a long time, waiting for the particular person it had been left open for. I was perhaps 200 yards from the camp when I stopped. Not from fear, and not from the sudden presence of anything visible. I stopped because something in the way the forest was configured directly ahead had changed from what I remembered. The spruce trees on either side of the route I was following had altered their relationship to the available light. The gaps between them were somehow different, neither wider nor narrower, but oriented differently, as though the trees had not moved, but the space between them had been rearranged, and through those rearranged gaps, something was visible. It was light. Not the flat gray light of the overcast sky, not the beam of my headlamp. It was a different quality entirely. Warmer, more amber, the color of late afternoon in autumn when the sun is low and the light comes in at an angle that catches the dust in the air. The color of lamplight almost, except that it had no fixed source. It came through the gaps between the trees from some direction that the sun, at this hour and this season, was not occupying. I switched off my headlamp. The amber light held. Not brighter without the headlamp's competition, simply more visible, more present, filling the spaces between the tree trunks with a warmth that had no business being here at this hour in this temperature in this forest. I stood in it for a moment, and let it be what it was. Then I walked toward the camp. The sight appeared between the trees the way it had appeared the previous morning. The orange of the tense weathered nylon visible first, then the dark shapes of the equipment tarp, then the ring of stones, then the full configuration of a camp that had been preserved for 17 years, with a precision that defied every natural process that should have erased it. The amber light was stronger here, sourceless and consistent, and in it the camp looked less like a preserved artifact and more like a place that was simply and quietly occupied. The tent flap was open. I had closed it the previous morning when I left, the zipper pulled fully down, the fabric sealed. I was certain of this because I had been deliberate about it, about leaving the site as close to its found condition as possible. The flap was open now, turned back neatly, the interior visible as a warm darkness beyond the threshold. I did not go to the tent first. I stood in the center of the camp and turned slowly, looking at the tree line on all four sides, and I found what I was looking for on the northern edge, the place where the spruce trunks stood closest together, where the shadows were deepest even in the amber light, where the previous afternoon something had stood and watched us with patient and specific attention. The shape was there, but it was different from the previous afternoon, and different from the photographs, and different from everything I had assembled in my mind across the previous days as my understanding of what this thing was and how it operated had expanded and revised itself. The wrongness of its proportions was the same. The height, the thinness, the joints articulated at angles that did not correspond to any anatomy I knew, but the quality of its presence was different. It was not watching me the way a predator watches. It was not watching me the way the photographs had suggested, with the cold, possessive attention of something assessing whether to approach. It was watching me the way you watch a person you have been waiting for who has finally arrived, with a quality that I could not call warmth in any conventional sense, but that was the structural equivalent of warmth, a recognition, an acknowledgement, a receiving. I said aloud in the empty camp, in the amber light, "I am here." The shape did not move, but something changed in the way it occupied the space between the trees. A settling, a releasing of some long-held tension, the way a room changes when the thing it has been waiting for finally arrives and the waiting is over, and then, from somewhere behind me, from the direction of the open tent, I heard a sound, not a voice, not the voice it had used the previous nights at the shed wall, the circling imitation built from the most painful frequency available to the specific person on the other side of the door. Something different, a sound like the movement of a person in a small space, the particular rustling of layered clothing, the soft compression of an insulated ground pad, the quiet and ordinary sounds of someone who has been still for a long time and is now adjusting their position. I turned around. My mother was sitting in the entrance of the tent. I want to be precise about what I mean when I say this, because precision is what I have, and precision is what she would have wanted me to use. She was not a ghost, in any way that word usually operates, not translucent, not approximate, not assembled from light and absence into the suggestion of a form. She was present in the full physical sense. The gray hair, cut short, the good boots, the same ones she had been wearing in the last photograph I had of her, taken 3 weeks before she disappeared. The quality of attention in her eyes, which I had inherited and which I recognized, the way you recognize your own face in a mirror, not with surprise but with the specific, complicated feeling of seeing something that is simultaneously yourself and not yourself. She looked older than the photograph, 11 years older, or close to it, which made no sense by any framework I had, and made complete sense by the framework Harper had offered at the cabin table, that the people who went into the forest were not held in stasis but continued, aware and ongoing, within whatever structure the thing in the trees possessed. She had been here. She had been here for 11 years, and she had continued, and she was here now, and she was looking at me with her precise and attentive eyes and waiting for me to be ready. I sat down on the frozen ground across from her. The thing at the tree line held its position without moving. The amber light held its warmth without source. The camp held its 17-year stillness around us like a room that has been kept ready. She said my name, not as a question, as a recognition. And I said, "I got your compass," and she smiled. The specific, interior smile of a person who has just been told that a long and complicated plan has arrived at its intended destination. And she said, "I knew you would know how to follow it." We did not speak in the way I had rehearsed speaking to her across 11 years of imagined conversations, the accumulated weight of everything I had needed to say and had not been able to say to anyone who could receive it. Those conversations had been constructed in the grammar of loss, in the language of someone addressing an absence. What we had instead was simpler and more specific, and it did not require the architecture of 11 years of preparation. She told me she had chosen this. I told her I understood that, and then I told her what it had cost, and I used plain language without protection, the way Harper used plain language, because she had always been the person who could receive plain language from me without flinching, and without deflecting, and without offering the consolations that are really requests for the other person to stop being so honest. She listened. She did not apologize because she had known the cost and had chosen anyway, and apologizing for a deliberate choice is a form of dishonesty she had never practiced. She said instead, "I knew you were the kind of person who could carry it. I did not know that was a fair thing to know about you." I said it was not always fair. She said no. She paused. "But you carried it." The amber light had shifted slightly while we talked, losing some of its warmth, moving toward the flat gray of the actual morning that was arriving past the canopy above us. The shape of the tree line had not moved. The compass in my breast pocket had gone still. Not turning, not tracking, simply still. The needle at last pointing to a fixed point. I asked her if she was in pain. She thought about this question with the seriousness it deserved, and then she said, "No, not in the way you mean. It is not comfortable in the way that a dream is not comfortable. There are edges to it, constraints, but not pain." I asked her if she wanted to come back. She looked at me for a long moment with her precise and attentive eyes. Then she said, "That is not one of the available choices." She said it without grief, in the tone of someone reporting a fact they have had a long time to make peace with. "What is available is this." She gestured at the space between us, at the camp, at the amber light. "This conversation, this knowing." She paused. "And the knowing that you know." I said, "That is enough?" She said, "For you, yes. You're not the kind of person who can live with the open question. You can live with the hard answer." And she was right. And I had always known she was right. And the knowing of it settled something in my chest that had been unsettled for 11 years. Not with the relief of a wound healed, because it was not healed and would not heal, but with the different and more durable relief of a wound that has been properly seen and properly named, and can now be lived with on honest terms. The amber light faded completely. The gray morning arrived in its place, flat and cold and ordinary. She was gone. Not gradually, not with ceremony. Simply gone, the way a dream ends. The tent empty, the ground across from me undisturbed. The camp holding its silence around me in the flat light of an October morning. I sat on the frozen ground for a long time. The shape of the tree line was gone too. The northern edge of the camp was simply trees, standing in the gray light with their branches in the wind. Ordinary spruce in ordinary forest, and the birds were calling again. I could hear them from somewhere to the east, small and distant and completely normal. I looked down at the compass in my hand. I had taken it out at some point without remembering doing it. The needle was still, pointing north, ordinary north, the fixed and reliable north of a well-made instrument, the north that does not track or adjust or search, but simply and permanently indicates the same direction without wavering. Fixed. Finished. The open question closed. I got up, shouldered my pack, and began the walk back down to Grafton Ridge. The forest was just forest on the way back. Cold and dense and indifferent, in the way that wilderness is indifferent. Without the arranged quality, without the deliberate silence, without the amber light or the circling or the sense of being specifically attended to by something with a long memory and a longer patience. I walked out of it the same person I had walked into it. Except that I was not, and the difference between those two true things was something I would spend a long time learning how to carry. Not as a wound and not as a resolution, but as the kind of knowledge that changes the shape of everything around it without announcing that it has done so. Briggs was standing outside the shed when I came out of the tree line. He had been there for a while, by the look of it. His jacket was fully zipped, his hands in his pockets, his breath coming out in the slow and patient rhythm of someone who has decided to wait without a time limit. He watched me cross the cleared space between the forest's edge and the settlement's center without moving toward me, which was the right instinct. The instinct of someone who understood that a person returning from a thing like this needed to cover the last distance themselves and arrive under their own momentum. I stopped in front of him. He looked at my face for a moment, reading it the way field agents learn to read faces, not for the surface expression, but for what the surface expression has been constructed over, the structural information beneath the presented layer. He said, "You are all right." It was not quite a question. I said, "Yes." He nodded, and the nod contained a quantity of relief that he did not otherwise allow to show, which I noted and filed in the part of my chest that holds things received from other people that are too generous to be acknowledged directly in the moment. He said Harper made breakfast. We went inside. The cabin smelled of wood smoke and coffee and something frying on the iron pan that Harper had set over the stove's open burner. Salt pork by the smell of it, and eggs from what source I could not imagine but did not ask about. Harper stood at the stove with his back to the door and did not turn when we came in, which I understood as a form of courtesy. The courtesy of not requiring me to arrange my face into an explanation before I had sat down and had something hot in my hands. He set plates on the table without comment. We ate. The food was plain and very good in the way that food is good after physical and interior expenditure of the kind the previous hours had required. Not good in any culinary sense, but good in the foundational sense of fuel received by a body that needed it. Warmth delivered to a system that had been running cold since before dawn. Briggs ate steadily and watched me from across the table with the peripheral attention of someone pretending not to watch. Harper ate slowly and looked out the window at the forest in the same way he had been looking at it for 43 years, with the professional attention of a man for whom the forest's daily report was still worth reading even after decades of consistent delivery. When we had finished, Harper collected the plates without being asked, and I set the compass on the table. He looked at it for a moment, then sat back down. I said, "She was there." He was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "I know." He paused. "I could tell from the state of you when you came out of the trees." He did not elaborate on what state he meant, and I did not ask him to. There are things that a person who has watched a forest take people for 43 years learns to read in the faces of those who return, and I trusted that he was reading them accurately. I said, "The camp." The tent flap was open when I arrived. Someone had opened it from the inside. Harper said, "Yes." I said, "Has that happened before? With any of the others?" He thought about this with the care he gave to all precise questions. He said the camp has shown signs of interior occupation before, on the mornings when someone with the right qualities goes up alone. Not always. Not predictably. But it has happened. He folded his hands on the table. Whatever it does with the people it keeps, it does not keep them entirely separate from the place where it found them. There is a connection maintained. A thread. He paused. What you experienced this morning was the thread being made available to you because you brought something it could use as a medium. The compass, I said. The object she left, yes, but more than the object. The quality of you that the object represents. The open question, carried precisely long enough and precisely carefully enough to become a kind of key. He looked at the compass on the table. She built it specifically for that. The modification she made to the needle mechanism. He shook his head slightly with what was not quite admiration, but was adjacent to it. She understood the mechanism better than I do, and I have been here 43 years. Briggs said, "What do we do with the camp? From an investigative standpoint." I looked at him. He met my eyes with the steady, practical gaze of a man who had been waiting to ask the procedurally correct question until the moment was appropriate, and who had judged this to be that moment. It was the right question. It was the question that had to be asked eventually, and asking it now at this table, in the plain light of a gray October morning, Was the right time to begin reassembling the professional framework that the previous hours had required me to entirely suspend. I said, "The journal goes into evidence." The camera that was at the camp. There was no camera remaining at the camp, I realized, and said so. The original camera is already in Quantico. The journal is new evidence, material to the investigation. We photograph the site in its current condition, document the track around the tent's perimeter, and file a full site report and the investigation itself, Briggs said. What does the report say? I picked up the compass. I turned it over in my hands. The needle pointed north, plain and fixed, the ordinary north of an instrument whose work was done. I said, "The report says that Agent Wyatt and Agent Briggs traveled to the site of the Halverson disappearance, recovered additional physical evidence in the form of a field journal, documented the condition of the camp, and found no evidence that would support a conclusion other than the original determination of probable wilderness fatality." I paused. "The case will be closed again. For the last time." Briggs said nothing for a moment. Then he said, "In the other cases, the ones in Harper's notebook." I looked at Harper. Harper said, "I can give you copies of the relevant entries, prepared as a supplementary document, framed as a local historical record rather than as evidence in any specific case." He paused. "What you do with them is your decision. I have been keeping that record for 43 years, and I have never had anyone come here whom I trusted to receive it. I am telling you that I trust you to receive it." He said it the way he said everything, plainly, without sentimentality, as the statement of a considered position rather than an emotional appeal, and I received it the way it was offered, with the understanding that trust of this specific kind, built across 43 years of careful observation and extended across the table to a federal agent who had been here for less than 3 days, was not a small thing and should not be treated as one. I said, "I will receive it carefully." He nodded and rose from the table and went to the shelf of composition notebooks. While he worked, I went back to the shed and packed my gear with the methodical attention that physical tasks provide when the interior work has been as extensive as this morning's had been. I packed Halverson's journal in a waterproof sleeve inside my main pack, wrapped and sealed the way evidence should be. I checked my equipment. I rolled my sleeping bag and compressed it into its sack and fastened the buckles and set the pack by the shed door. Then I stood in the shed for a moment before picking it up. The plywood floor where we had sat through the first night, backs against the wall, guns in our laps, listening to the circling. The small iron stove, cold now, the birch ash, pale inside it, the gap in the timber wall through which I had watched Harper's cabin light, the lamplight that had been the nearest thing to reassurance available in that particular dark. 3 days. The compression of experience that extreme circumstances produce, the way time thickens under that kind of pressure in 3 days become the experiential equivalent of a much longer duration, layered with more information per hour than ordinary time delivers. I picked up my pack and went back to the cabin. Harper was at the table with a sheaf of handwritten pages, the copied notebook entries, organized and labeled in his careful field handwriting. He had added a brief cover page in the same hand, a plain description of the document's origins and the methodology of the observations it contained, written in the language of someone who understood that official documents have requirements and had tried to meet them across 43 years of private record-keeping in case the records ever needed to serve an official purpose. He slid the document across the table to me. I said, "Do you ever consider leaving?" He looked at the window for a moment. He said, "This is the question everyone asks eventually." He paused. "I consider it the way a lighthouse keeper considers leaving. The consideration is real and the reasons for going are real, and the reasons for staying are also real. And in the end, the staying is not chosen so much as it is simply what happens, year after year, because the alternative requires a certainty about what leaving would mean that I've never been able to achieve." He paused again. "Someone should know what this place does," he said. "Someone should be here to meet the people who come through, to tell them the 2 things I told you, to give them what their people left behind." He glanced at the shelf, at the 7 figures facing the door. "Someone should make the record." I looked at the 7th figure. I said, "I would like to take her, if you are willing." He looked at it for a moment, then he nodded. The same slow, considered nod with which he had received and delivered everything across these 3 days, and rose and took it from the shelf and set it on the table in front of me. It was lighter than it looked, the spruce root dry and smooth under my fingers, the proportions more precise than I had been able to see from across the room. The face was turned at its slight angle, looking at something just to the left of whatever was directly ahead. Not avoidance, not distraction, but the specific posture of someone whose attention has been caught by something worth attending to. My mother's quality of attention, in carved wood, left behind as a witness. I wrapped it carefully in a wool sock from my pack and placed it alongside the journal. We said goodbye to Harper at his cabin door, in the cold gray light of mid-morning. He shook hands with Briggs and then with me, and his grip was brief and firm and contained no performance of any kind. He said to me, "Come back if you need to." He said it the way he said everything else, as a plain statement of available fact rather than a sentiment. Not an invitation exactly, but a door left open. I said, "I know the way now." He said, "Yes, you do." We walked south through the settlement and into the forest, and the trees took us in, and the settlement disappeared behind us. And I did not look back, because looking back at Grafton Ridge felt like a thing that should be done deliberately, if at all. And I was not yet ready to be deliberate about it. The compass was in my breast pocket, still and quiet against my ribs. It pointed north. Ordinary north. The fixed and reliable north that asks nothing of you and takes you where you have decided to go rather than where something else has decided to take you. We reached the floatplane lake at midday. Tom was already there, the plane tied to a makeshift dock of lashed timber at the lake's southern edge, his engine idling in a low, steady murmur that carried across the water with a clarity that felt almost architectural in the silence of that country. He watched us come out of the tree line and counted us without speaking. Then he looked at me for a moment. He said, "You found what you came for." It was not a question, and I did not answer it as one. I said, "We are ready to go." He nodded and began untying the plane from the dock, and I stepped onto the float and into the cabin and sat down and looked out the window at the tree line as the engine rose and the plane began to move across the dark water. The forest held its silence and its stillness and its cold. Somewhere to the northwest, past the second drainage and the shelf of higher ground and the arranged silence of the quadrant beyond it, the camp stood in its amberless October light. The tent flap closed again, the ring of stones precise, the equipment under the tarp sealed and patient. The plane lifted, the tree line dropped away. The wilderness opened below us, in its endless and indifferent configuration. Ridge after ridge of unbroken canopy, the occasional pale line of a frozen river, the flat oval of Harrow Lake far to the south, the horizon in every direction the same unbroken gray-green of boreal forest meeting overcast sky. I held my pack against my chest and felt the small carved figure inside it through the nylon, and the compass in my breast pocket, and the weight of the journal in the main compartment, and I looked out at the wilderness below us, and allowed myself, for the first time in 11 years, to feel the specific and unfamiliar lightness of a question that had been carried so long it had become structural, load-bearing, necessary to the architecture of the self, and was now answered, and the structure was still standing. Not lighter exactly, different. The difference between carrying weight you do not understand and carrying weight you do. Briggs did not speak for most of the flight back, and I was grateful for that, because the silence of the plane above the wilderness was a different silence from the silence of the forest, impermanent, transitional, the silence of a space between one life and the next, and I needed to stay inside it a little longer before I was ready to begin the work of making it into words. 6 weeks passed before I wrote a single word of the official report. This was not avoidance, or not only avoidance. There were procedural reasons for the delay, legitimate reasons that I could have cited if anyone had pressed me, which no one did. The evidence required logging. The journal required forensic processing before it could be formally entered. The supplementary document Harper had prepared needed to be reviewed by our legal department before it could be attached to anything carrying bureau letterhead, and the legal department's timeline for reviewing unusual attachments was not a timeline anyone controlled. So I had 6 weeks, and I used them in the way I use time that has been given to me by circumstances rather than chosen. Inefficiently at first, then with increasing purpose as the shape of what needed to happen became clearer. I went back to my apartment in Anchorage, and I unpacked my field pack, and I laid everything on the kitchen table. The journal in its waterproof sleeve, Harper's supplementary document in its folder, the compass, the carved figure in its wool sock. I unwrapped the figure and set it on the kitchen windowsill facing the window. I did not decide to put it there. My hands simply put it there, and I stood back and looked at it and understood that the decision was correct, that facing the window was right, that the slight angle of its attention toward whatever lay just to the left of directly ahead was right, that having it visible from the kitchen table where I would write was right in a way I could not have articulated as a reason, but that I did not need to articulate, because some things are right in a way that precedes and exceeds the available language for rightness. I made coffee, and I sat at the table, and I looked at the figure for a long time. Then I called my supervisor, Karen Ortiz, and told her that the investigation was complete and that I would have the formal report on her desk within the month. She asked how it had gone. I told her we had found additional physical evidence, recovered it, and reached a conclusion consistent with the original determination. She said, "Good, close it properly, and let me know if you need anything." I said I would, and I thanked her, and I ended the call. The closing of a case that cannot be closed honestly requires a specific kind of professional discipline that I had watched other agents apply across 11 years, and had always understood, intellectually, and had never before been required to apply myself. The discipline of writing a document that is accurate in its facts and incomplete in its understanding, that conveys what can be conveyed within the framework of what official documents are permitted to convey, and that does this without falsification. Because the difference between incompleteness and falsification is the difference I was able to live with, and the difference I was not. I spent 3 evenings writing the report. It was 4 pages, which was appropriate for a cold case review that had produced a single additional item of physical evidence, and no new witnesses, and no revision of the original determination. It said what it needed to say. It was accurate. It was incomplete. I signed it and filed it, and the Halverson case was closed for the final time, and I did not feel the particular hollowness that I had expected to feel when the filing was done, because the hollowness that I associated with closing things that could not be fully closed was not there. What was there instead was something quieter and more specific, the sensation of a door being shut that had been standing open for a long time, not because the room behind it was empty or resolved or finished with its work, but because the open door had been serving a purpose it no longer needed to serve. Briggs came to my office 2 days after I filed the report. He sat across from my desk and we talked for an hour, and it was the conversation we had not had on the floatplane or in the days immediately following our return. The conversation about what we had seen and heard and experienced in Grafton Ridge and what we were going to do with that information as people rather than as agents, given that the report had already disposed of the question of what we were going to do with it as agents. He told me that he had not heard his sister's voice again since leaving the settlement, which he said with the careful neutrality of someone reporting a fact whose emotional valence he was still in the process of determining. He said that the silence where her voice had been, the 3 nights at the shed wall, the circling, the patient and precise deployment of the one frequency he could not refuse, was neither a relief nor a loss exactly, but a different thing, a new arrangement of the interior space she had occupied. I said, "I understand that." He looked at me for a moment. He said, "I know you do." He did not ask me what I had found at the camp. I had not told him anything about the morning I had gone up alone. Not in the settlement, not on the plane, not in the weeks since our return. He had not asked, and I had understood his not asking as a gift, the gift of a person who recognizes that some things belong entirely to the person who experienced them, and that asking would be a form of trespass, however kindly intended. But now, sitting across my desk in the ordinary fluorescent light of the Anchorage field office, with the report filed and the case closed and the 6 weeks of processing behind us, I told him, not everything. Some things belonged entirely to me and would continue to belong entirely to me, which was right and not a failure of disclosure. But A recognition that intimacy has appropriate limits even between people who have shared the specific intimacy of being afraid together in the dark. But enough. I told him enough that he understood the shape of what had happened, and he listened with the focused stillness of a good agent receiving information in the less professional but equally real quality of a person who has decided that what his colleague is telling him is true and is adjusting his understanding of the world accordingly, which is a harder adjustment than it sounds, and which he made without drama, and without the deflection and the skepticism that most people use as protection against information that does not fit their existing framework. When I finished, he was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "The compass. Does it still work?" I reached into my desk drawer and set it on the surface between us. He looked at it without touching it. The needle pointed north. Fixed, steady, ordinary, pointing to the same north it pointed to for any compass in any room in Anchorage. The north that belonged to the instrument's own reliable mechanism, rather than to whatever my mother had built into it in the years before she walked into the Alaskan interior and did not come back. I said, "It works correctly now." He nodded, as though this confirmed something he had been turning over. He said, "What will you do with it?" I said, "Keep it." He said, "And the figure?" I said, "Keep that too." He looked at me across the desk for a moment with that particular expression of his. Not warmth exactly, because Briggs was not a man whose face moved toward warmth easily, but the structural equivalent of warmth. The thing underneath the professional surface that the professional surface was built over. He said, "You are different." I said, "Yes." He said, "Better different or worse different?" I thought about this with the seriousness it deserved, the way Harper thought about precise questions. I said, "Just different. The kind of different that comes from knowing something you did not know before. It does not sort easily into better or worse. It sorts into before and after." He seemed to accept this. He stood and re-shook hands, which was unusual for us and which acknowledged without stating that something between us had been changed by Grafton Ridge. Not the professional relationship, which was intact and functional and would continue, but the thing underneath it. The thing that had been formed in the shed on the first night, and had continued forming across 3 days of shared experience in a place that does not release what it has touched, without leaving a mark. After he left, I sat at my desk for a long time. The office was quiet in the late afternoon, the particular quiet of an open-plan workspace at end of day, keyboards going still one by one, coats being retrieved, footsteps receding down the corridor. I sat in it and let it be what it was. Ordinary professional quiet. The ordinary quiet of a life that was still here and still mine. Then I took the compass from the desk and put it in my pocket. I walked home through the November dark of Anchorage. The cold, sharp and dry, the sky above the city, a flat orange-black where the light pollution absorbed the clouds. The streets carrying the particular Saturday evening energy of a small city that knows how to use its indoor hours because its outdoor hours have been contracted by the season to something requiring deliberate management. I bought groceries. I cooked a simple dinner and ate it at the kitchen table, with the carved figure on the windowsill visible from where I sat, and Harper's supplementary document in its folder on the table's far edge, and a legal pad in front of me that I had placed there 3 days earlier with the intention of beginning to write this account, and had left blank since. I picked up the pen. The figure on the windowsill held its slight angle of attention, looking at something just to the left of whatever was directly ahead, patient and particular and present. I wrote the date at the top of the first page. Then I wrote, "The case file arrived on a Tuesday morning in March, 16 years after the date it should have been sealed permanently." I wrote for 3 hours without stopping, in the plain language of a person whose professional training has made plain language a reflex, and whose experience in Grafton Ridge had given her something that plain language, for once, was adequate to carry. I wrote what happened in order, without interpretation where interpretation was not yet available, and with interpretation where it was. I wrote about Halverson and the camera and the photographs and the flight northwest. I wrote about the shed and the voice and the circling in Harper's kitchen table and the carved figures on the low shelf. I wrote about the morning I walked up to the camp alone. I stopped there and sat for a moment. The figure on the windowsill. The compass in my pocket. The legal pad covered in my own handwriting, page after page of it. The account taking shape on the paper the way accounts take shape when the person writing them has waited long enough that the material has settled into something that can be handled without disrupting its arrangement. I wrote about my mother. Not all of it. The part that could be written, the amber light and the open tent flap and the quality of her attention, unchanged and specific and entirely her, and the conversation that had been plain and honest and had done what it had needed to do, which was close the open question, and to something that could be lived with on honest terms. And I wrote the last thing she had said to me. As the light changed and the morning arrived and the camp became simply a camp again, in the flat gray light of an October Alaskan morning, she had said, "The compass points north now. That means the work is done." And I had said, "What work?" And she had said, "Yours. Mine. The work of finding each other across whatever distance needed to be crossed to do it." I set down the pen. Outside the kitchen window, Anchorage was dark and ordinary, the streetlights doing their patient work, the mountains invisible beyond the city's light but present in the way things are present when you know exactly where they are and can place them precisely in the dark without seeing them. I looked at the figure on the windowsill, my mother's quality of attention in spruce root, facing the dark and finding it worth attending to. I looked at the legal pad, covered in the account of something that had no official existence and would never have one, that lived in these pages, and in Harper's composition notebooks, and in the interior of everyone who had encountered Grafton Ridge and carried something of it back with them. The account had a title now, not one I had chosen exactly, but one that had arrived in the course of writing it, the way titles sometimes arrive, not announce but simply present. The way the right word is present when you stop reaching for it and let the sentence find its own completion. I wrote it at the top of the first page. What the forest keeps. Then I set the pen down and sat back and let the account be finished, and the kitchen was quiet, and the figure on the windowsill held its angle of attention, and outside the window, the November dark of Anchorage pressed against the glass with the ordinary and manageable pressure of a cold that knew it was outside and had no argument with the warmth that kept it there. The account was done, and the compass was in my pocket, and the question that had been open for 11 years was closed. And none of this meant that what had happened in the forest had stopped happening, only that I had been changed by it into someone who could carry what it had given me without being undone by the carrying. There was one thing left to do, and I would wait until spring, and I already knew I would do it. And knowing that was enough for tonight. Spring came late to Anchorage that year. It came the way it always comes in the interior, not as a warmth, but as a gradual relenting, the cold loosening its hold by degrees so small that each individual day felt indistinguishable from the one before it. And then one morning you walked outside and the air had a different quality, something almost yielding in it, and you understood that the season had turned while you were not watching it directly. I had been watching for it. I will not pretend otherwise. Through January I had worked the fraud caseload and attended the departmental reviews and eaten dinner at the kitchen table with the carved figure on the windowsill and the compass in my coat pocket and the legal pad in the drawer where I'd put it after writing the last page. Through February I'd done the same. Through March, which came in on a hard freeze and stayed cold longer than the forecast suggested it would, I had done the same. Briggs and I worked 3 cases together across those months. We did not talk about Grafton Ridge. We did not need to. It was present in the way that significant shared experience is present between two people, not as a topic requiring discussion, but as a layer of mutual understanding that inflects everything without being named. When something in a case required a judgment call about what a piece of evidence meant, about what a person's behavior in a given situation revealed about their interior state, I noticed that Briggs and I had developed a shorthand that had not existed before October, a shared vocabulary for the space between what could be proven and what was true. Ortiz noticed it too. She said in the middle of a case review in late February that whatever had happened up north had apparently been good for our instincts. I said yes, and left it at that. The legal pad stayed in the drawer through all of it. I had read it once after finishing it, sitting at the kitchen table on the morning after I completed the account, reading it through with the critical attention I give to anything I have written when I want to know whether it is honest. It was honest. It was as complete as I could make it without including the things that belonged entirely to me and were not for any page, official or otherwise. I put it back in the drawer and did not read it again. The compass I carried every day. Not because it did anything. It pointed north, steady and fixed, the ordinary north of a well-made instrument with no modifications active, no tracking, no amber light or slow rotation through the dark hours of the night. It was a compass, precisely made, slightly heavier than its size explained, warm in the hand in a way that might have been the residual warmth of a coat pocket, or might have been something else, and I carried it the way you carry the things left behind by people you have loved and lost, not for their function but for their presence, for the way the weight of them in your hand is a form of conversation that requires nothing and offers everything. April arrived. The light lengthened. The snow on the city streets went gray and granular, and retreated to the shaded edges of buildings and the north-facing slopes of the mountains beyond the city. And the air lost the last of its hard freeze quality and became something softer, something that moved rather than simply pressed. I requested 2 weeks of personal leave in the second week of April, and Ortiz approved it without asking where I was going, which I took as evidence that she understood more about the previous October than she had ever indicated, or simply that she trusted me to use leave for whatever I needed to use it for, which was also a form of understanding. I packed a single bag. Warm layers, good boots, the compass, the carved figure wrapped in its wool sock, Harper's supplementary document in its folder, because I had decided that it belonged with him, that it should return to the settlement, to the shelf of composition notebooks, where it had been kept before I carried it south. I had made a copy for my own records, properly stored in a private location that had nothing to do with the Bureau's filing systems, but the original belonged to the person who had made it and to the place it documented. I booked a float plane out of Anchorage to Kettle Pond. Tom was not available. The company gave me a different pilot, a woman named Reyes who was younger than Tom, but had the same quality of silence when she flew. The same professional attention to the instruments in the terrain below that made unnecessary conversation feel like an imposition. I told her I needed to be dropped to Kettle Pond and retrieved in 5 days. She said, Grafton Ridge country. I said yes. She said nothing further, which was the correct response and which I appreciated. We flew northwest on a clear morning in late April, and the wilderness below us was different from the wilderness I had flown over in October. The snow had retreated to the higher elevations and the north-facing slopes, and the forest below was the deep, particular green of boreal spring, broken by the silver of waterways running with snowmelt, and the pale new growth at the tips of the spruce branches, and the occasional flash of an open meadow that in October had been buried, and, invisible, it looked alive in a way that October had not permitted it to look, not warmer exactly. The temperatures at altitude were still sharp and the wind off the mountain still carried an edge. But, animate, the way a living thing looks different from a preserved one regardless of how careful the preservation has been. I watched it from the window and felt the compass in my breast pocket and thought about nothing in particular, which is a state I had not been able to achieve easily before October and could achieve now with a frequency that still surprised me when I noticed it. The mind simply resting in what was present, rather than running its calculations about what was absent. Reyes sat down on Kettle Pond at midday, and I waded to shore in the cold, shallow water at the lake's edge, and shouldered my pack and turned to watch her lift off. And this time, I did not feel the silence close around me the way it had closed in October, with that specific weight and pressure of a place emphasizing your smallness. It closed around me like a room I had been in before, known, specific, with its own characteristics that I could now identify and navigate rather than simply endure. I walked to Grafton Ridge. The trail, such as it was easier to follow in spring than it had been in October. The undergrowth had not yet thickened to its summer density, and the creek bed that we had used as a corridor in October was running now, the ice gone, the water clear and cold over rounded gravel. And I followed its sound through the valley the way you follow a familiar voice in a crowd, without effort, without the need to track it consciously, simply as the natural orientation of a person who knows what they are listening for. The settlement appeared through the trees in the late afternoon, and it looked smaller than I remembered, which was not a function of the settlement having changed, but of myself having changed, the way a place that loomed large in an earlier version of yourself resolves into its actual proportions when you return from the other side of whatever it taught you. The collapsed building still leaned. The church steeple still listed east. Harper's cabin sat at its slight remove from the settlement's cluster, and the smoke from his chimney rose straight up in the still air, and the light in his south-facing window was burning in the early evening dimness. I crossed the cleared space and knocked. He opened the door and looked at me for a long moment with those pale and still eyes, reading whatever was in my face with the same attention he had given to the forest for 4 decades. He said, "Spring." I said, "Spring." He stood aside and I went in. The cabin was as it had been, every surface in use. The tools and the canned goods and the composition notebooks and the carved figures on the low shelf. 6 figures facing the door. The 7th was in my pack, wrapped in its wool sock, and I took it out and set it on the table. Harper looked at it for a moment. Then he picked it up and set it back in its place on the shelf, in the slight gap its removal had left, and it stood again among the others, with its angle of attention directed at whatever lay just to the left of directly ahead. And the 6 others faced the door, and the shelf held its record of what this place did to people and what it did for them, which were sometimes the same thing. I set his supplementary document on the table. He looked at it without touching it. I said, "It belongs here." He nodded. He made coffee, and we sat at the table in the early evening light, and talked for 2 hours in the plain and unhurried way that the cabin seemed to require. About the winter, about the cases I had worked, about Briggs, about the small specific ways that Grafton Ridge had altered the structure of my daily life in the months since October. He listened and occasionally offered an observation, and did not offer consolation or interpretation, which was what I needed and what I had known he would provide. At some point I said, "I am going up in the morning. One more time." He was quiet for a moment. He said, "To say goodbye to the camp or to say goodbye to her?" I said, "Both, I think, and to return something." He looked at the compass on the table between us, which I had set there at some point in the conversation, without deciding to. He said, "She would know you were coming." I said, "I think she already knows." He nodded, and the nod held the 43 years of his particular knowledge of this place and what it permitted and what it did not. And it held something else as well, something that was not quite peace, and not quite grief, but the long-practiced coexistence of both, which is what you arrive at when you have been honest about something difficult for long enough. I slept in the shed again, alone this time, in the particular dark of a settlement that sits in old-growth forest, far from any electric light, and I listened to the silence of a spring night in the Alaskan interior, which was different from the October silence, less arranged, less deliberate, the forest engaged in its own seasonal work rather than in the focused attention it had turned on us in October. Nothing circled the shed. The night was simply the night. In the morning I rose before light and dressed and went out into the cold spring dark and walked north into the trees. The forest took me in as it always did. Without ceremony, without announcement, the trees closing behind me as the consequence of forward movement. I did not need the compass to navigate. I knew the way now in the interior sense, the way you know the layout of a house you have lived in long enough that you can move through it in the dark without touching the walls. I crossed the first drainage. I climbed the shelf. I crossed the second drainage and felt the quality of the silence shift. And I stopped on the far bank and stood in it for a moment and let it be what it was. The camp appeared through the trees. The tent, still standing, its orange faded to the color of old clay in the early morning light. The ring of stones. The equipment tarp. Everything as it had been, as it always was. The preservation as precise and patient as it had been for 17 years before my first arrival. The tent flap was open. I stood in the center of the camp and looked at it for a long moment. The tree line to the north was just trees in the gray spring light, spruce trunks and new growth, and the pale sky beyond the canopy. No shape, no amber light, no presence visible at the edge of what the eye could reach. But the tent flap was open, and the camp was holding its breath. And I understood that the thing that kept this place did not need to be visible to be present. I took the compass from my pocket. I held it in my open palm and looked at it for a moment. The needle pointed north, steady and fixed, the ordinary north of an instrument that had finished its particular work and had nothing further to track, no thread to follow, no open question to resolve. I set it on the ring of stones at the center of the fire circle. I stood back. The needle continued pointing north, plain and fixed, the engraved design on the cover catching what little morning light reached the camp floor. The pattern I'd drawn at age 7 in a school notebook. The pattern my mother had kept and carried and engraved into brass, and left with Roy Harper because she had known I would come, and had known I would need a way to find her, and had trusted that I was the kind of person who could follow an instrument built from love across whatever distance it required. I said aloud in the empty camp, I am not carrying the question anymore. The spruce trees stood in the gray light. The tent flap moved slightly in a wind that did not reach my face. I said, I know what happened. I know where you are. I know that you are not suffering. That is enough. It has to be enough. And now it is. The silence held around me, and I held it back, and we were even. I took one breath of the cold spring air, pine resin, and snow melt, and the particular mineral sharpness of ground that has been frozen for 6 months and is only now beginning to release, and I turned and walked back into the forest. I did not look back at the camp. I did not look back at the tree line. I walked south through the spring forest, through the second drainage and up the shelf and down the other side and through the valley and across the first drainage and out through the thinning trees onto the higher ground where the sky opened. Up overhead and the morning light came through without obstruction. Then I kept walking, and the forest released me the way it releases everything it is finished with. Quietly, without announcement, simply by no longer being in front of me. I reached the settlement by mid-morning and stopped at Harper's cabin to say goodbye. He was standing at the woodpile, splitting birch with the easy economy of long practice, and he looked up when I came into the clearing and read my face and set down the axe. He said, "The compass." I said, "It belongs there." He looked at me for a long moment with those pale, still eyes that had been watching this place for 43 years and had never stopped finding it worth watching. He said, "Yes, it does." We shook hands, and I walked south, and the settlement disappeared behind me, and the forest held its spring silence around me, particular and old and patient and entirely without malice. And I walked through it with the specific and quiet lightness of someone who has set down something heavy in exactly the right place, and whose hands are now at last and honestly free. World and arrival. The road into Willow Creek State Forest narrowed so gradually that Daniel almost did not notice when the last sign of town disappeared behind him. The trees rose in tall, dark columns on both sides of the single-lane road, their branches arching overhead like the ribs of some ancient creature. The late autumn light filtered through in thin, pale ribbons, and the air carried the scent of pine needles crushed under tires. He rolled down the window and let the cold wind brush against his face. It felt clean, almost too clean, as if the forest had been holding its breath for years and had only now exhaled. He had been driving for nearly 4 hours, leaving behind the noise of Chicago, the endless meetings, the deadlines, and the quiet ache that had settled in his chest since his father's passing. His therapist had suggested a break. His sister had insisted on it. His coworkers had nodded with sympathetic eyes. Everyone seemed to agree that he needed space, silence, and time. So when he found the listing for a secluded cabin deep in the state forest, he booked it without hesitation. The cabin belonged to a man named Harold Whitman, who had inherited it from his grandfather. The listing described it as rustic, peaceful, and perfect for writers or anyone seeking solitude. Daniel's not a writer, but he was desperate for solitude. He wanted a place where his thoughts could settle, where the constant hum of the city would not drown out the quieter parts of himself. The road curved sharply, and the trees parted just enough to reveal a wooden sign nailed to a post. The letters were carved by hand, uneven but deliberate. Willow Creek Retreat, private property. The sign leaned slightly to one side, as if tired of standing guard for so many years. Daniel slowed the car and turned onto the gravel path. The tires crunched loudly, echoing through the stillness. The forest seemed to close in behind him, swallowing the road. The cabin appeared at the end of the path, tucked between two massive oaks. It was larger than he expected, with a slanted roof, a wraparound porch, and windows that reflected the pale sky. A stone chimney rose from one side, and a thin trail of smoke drifted upward, which surprised him. Harold had mentioned that the cabin would be empty and that the fireplace was old, but functional. Daniel had assumed he would be the one to light it. He parked the car and stepped out. The air was colder here, sharper. He pulled his jacket tight around himself and walked toward the porch. The wooden boards creaked under his weight. A small metal box hung beside the door, and inside it was the key, just as Harold had promised. When he unlocked the door and pushed it open, a wave of warm air brushed against him. The interior smelled faintly of cedar and something older, something like dust that had settled for decades and only recently been disturbed. The living room was simple: a stone fireplace, a worn leather couch, a wooden coffee table, and a bookshelf filled with old paperbacks. A single lamp glowed in the corner, casting a soft amber light. Daniel frowned. He'd expected the cabin to be dark and cold. He had expected to arrive to silence. Instead, it felt as though someone had been here just moments before. He stepped inside and closed the door behind him. The warmth was comforting, but it also made him uneasy. He walked through the living room, checking each corner, each doorway. The kitchen was empty. The small dining area was empty. The hallway leading to the two bedrooms was dim, but he could see that both doors were open. He checked the first bedroom. The bed was neatly made, the quilt tucked tightly at the corners. A small nightstand held a lamp and an old alarm clock. The second bedroom was similar, though the quilt was a different pattern. Everything was tidy, untouched. He returned to the living room and stood in front of the fireplace. The embers glowed faintly, as if someone had lit a fire earlier in the day and had only recently begun to die down. He crouched and touched the edge of the stone hearth. It was warm. Harold must have come by to prepare the place, he thought. Maybe he lit a fire to warm the cabin before Daniel arrived. It was a kind gesture, even if unexpected. He stood and stretched his back. The long drive had left him stiff. He walked to the window and looked out at the forest. The trees stood motionless, their branches still. The sky had shifted to a deeper shade of gray, and the first hints of evening crept across the horizon. He unpacked slowly, placing his clothes in the dresser, setting his toiletries in the bathroom, and arranging his notebooks on the small desk near the window. He did not plan to write anything specific, but he liked the idea of having a place to jot down thoughts. Maybe he would write about his father. Maybe he would write about the forest. Maybe he would write nothing at all. As he moved through the cabin, he noticed small details that made the place feel lived in. A pair of boots near the back door, covered in dried mud. A mug on the kitchen counter, with a faint ring of coffee at the bottom. A folded blanket draped over the arm of the couch. None of it felt staged, the way rental cabins often did. It felt personal, as if someone had been here recently and planned to return. He checked his phone. No signal. Not even a single bar. He walked to the window, lifted the phone, and tried again. Still nothing. He stepped onto the porch and held the phone toward the sky. The screen remained blank. He sighed. He had expected limited service, but not a complete blackout. He would have to drive back toward the main road if he needed to call anyone. For now, it was fine. He had come here to disconnect. He returned inside and closed the door. The cabin felt quieter now, as if the forest had pressed its ear against the walls to listen. He sat on the couch and let his body sink into the worn leather. The silence wrapped around him, thick and heavy. It was not the kind of silence he knew from the city, where noise always lurked beneath the surface. This silence was deeper, older, almost alive. He closed his eyes and let his mind drift. He thought of his father's voice, the way it had softened in the last months. He thought of the hospital room, the beeping machines, the sterile smell. He thought of the moment he realized he would never hear that voice again. A soft sound pulled him from his thoughts. It was faint, almost like a whisper, coming from the hallway. He opened his eyes and sat up. The cabin was still. The lamp glowed. The embers in the fireplace pulsed softly. He listened. Nothing. He stood and walked toward the hallway. The wooden floor creaked under his feet. He paused at the entrance and looked down the dim corridor. Both bedroom doors remained open. The bathroom door was closed. He reached for the bathroom door and pushed it open. The light flickered on. The room was empty. The mirror reflected his tired face, the faint shadows under his eyes. He turned off the light and stepped back into the hallway. A cold draft brushed past him, moving from the bedrooms toward the living room. He shivered. He walked to the first bedroom and looked inside. The quilt was still neatly tucked. The air felt colder here, as if the room had not been warmed by the fire. He stepped inside and walked to the window. The glass was fogged slightly, though the room was cold. He wiped the surface with his sleeve and looked out. The forest stared back, silent and unmoving. He turned to leave, and that was when he noticed it. The closet door. It was open. Only an inch, but open. He was certain it had been closed when he first checked the room. He walked toward it slowly, each step measured. The air felt heavier, as if the room were holding its breath. He reached the door and placed his hand on the edge. The wood was cold, colder than the rest of the room. He pulled it open. The closet was empty, completely empty. No hangers, no boxes, no dust, just an empty space that felt too dark, too deep, as if the shadows inside did not belong to the room. He closed the door and stepped back. His heartbeat quickened, though he could not explain why. It was just a closet, just an old cabin, just his mind adjusting to the silence. He returned to the living room and sat on the couch again. The warmth from the fireplace reached him slowly, easing the tension in his shoulders. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The forest outside shifted. The wind brushed against the cabin walls. The branches rustled softly, and somewhere, faint and distant, a voice whispered through the trees. Daniel did not hear the words, but the forest did, and it listened. The quiet inside the cabin deepened after nightfall, settling into the rooms with a weight that felt almost physical. Daniel sat at the small dining table with a cup of tea that had long since cooled. The steam had faded, leaving only a faint herbal scent that barely reached him. He held the mug between both hands, not for warmth, but for something to anchor him. The forest outside had grown darker, and the windows reflected the interior of the cabin like dim mirrors. His own face stared back at him, softened by the glass, the lines around his eyes more pronounced in the low light. He had turned off the lamp in the living room, leaving only the overhead light above the table. It cast a pale circle on the wooden surface, leaving the rest of the cabin in a muted haze. The fire had died down to a faint glow, and the air carried a chill that crept slowly across the floorboards. He could hear the faint crackle of cooling embers, a sound that reminded him of the nights he spent with his father at their old family cabin in Wisconsin. They had gone there every summer when he was a child, fishing in the mornings, hiking in the afternoons, and sitting by the fire at night while his father told stories about the constellations. He had not thought about those nights in a long time. The memory rose now with a sharpness that surprised him. He could almost hear his father's voice, steady and warm, explaining how the stars moved across the sky. He could almost feel the rough wool of the blanket they shared. The ache in his chest tightened, and he pressed his thumb against the rim of the mug. The cabin creaked softly, the way old structures do when the temperature drops. The sound came from the far corner near the hallway, a slow settling of wood. He lifted his head and listened. The creak faded, replaced by the faint rustle of wind brushing against the exterior walls. He took a slow breath and set the mug down. He stood and walked to the window near the kitchen. The forest was a dark mass, the trees blending into one another until they formed a single shape. The sky above was a deep blue, almost black, with only a few stars visible through the branches. He watched the treetops sway gently, though he could not feel any wind from where he stood. He turned away from the window and walked toward the living room. The dim light from the dining area barely reached the far wall, leaving the corners in shadow. He paused near the fireplace and crouched to stir the embers with the metal poker. A few sparks rose, glowing briefly before fading. He added a small log and watched as the flames slowly caught, spreading across the dry wood in thin orange lines. The warmth returned gradually, filling the space around him. He sat on the floor near the hearth, his back against the couch. The firelight flickered across the room, casting shifting patterns on the walls. He let his eyes follow the movement, allowing the rhythm to calm him. He thought again of his father. The hospital room had been cold, despite the blankets. The machines had beeped steadily, marking time in a way that felt both relentless and fragile. He remembered holding his father's hand, feeling the weight of it, the stillness. He remembered the moment the beeping changed, the moment the nurse stepped forward, the moment everything inside him seemed to collapse inward. He had not cried then. He had not cried at the funeral either. His sister had cried, her shoulders shaking, her face buried in a handkerchief. His mother had cried quietly, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. Daniel had stood beside them, feeling as though he were watching from a distance, unable to reach the part of himself that should have broken. The fire popped softly, pulling him back to the present. He leaned his head against the couch cushion and closed his eyes. The warmth on his face felt comforting, almost like a hand resting gently on his cheek. He breathed slowly, letting the heat seep into him. A faint sound drifted from the hallway. It was soft, almost indistinguishable from the settling of the cabin, but it carried a different quality. It was not a creak or a rustle. It was more like a breath, a quiet exhale that did not belong to him. He opened his eyes and lifted his head. The firelight flickered across the hallway entrance, casting long shadows that shifted with the flames. He listened carefully. The sound did not repeat. The cabin remained still. He stood slowly, his knees stiff from sitting on the floor. He walked toward the hallway, each step measured. The air grew cooler as he approached, the warmth from the fire fading behind him. The shadows deepened, stretching across the floor like dark water. He reached the entrance and paused. Both bedroom doors were open, just as he had left them. The bathroom door remained closed. The faint scent of cedar lingered in the air, mixed with something else he could not identify. It was subtle, almost like the smell of old paper or fabric that had been stored away for years. He stepped into the hallway. The floorboards felt colder here, as if the temperature dropped several degrees. He walked to the first bedroom and looked inside. The quilt on the bed was undisturbed. The nightstand lamp was off. The window reflected the faint glow from the dining area. He turned to the second bedroom. The room was darker, the shadows thicker. He stepped inside and stood near the doorway. The air felt heavier here, as though the room held something that did not want to be disturbed. He walked to the window and looked out. The forest was still, the trees unmoving. He turned back toward the door, and that was when he noticed a faint outline on the floor near the foot of the bed. It was subtle, almost invisible in the dim light, but it caught his attention. He crouched and leaned closer. The outline looked like a faint impression in the wood, as if something had rested there for a long time. It was not a stain or a scratch. It was more like a shadow that had settled into the grain. He reached out and touched the floor. The wood felt colder than the rest of the room. He pressed his palm against it and felt a slight tremor, as though the floor vibrated faintly beneath his hand. He pulled back quickly and stood. He stepped out of the room and returned to the hallway. The air felt lighter once he left the doorway. He walked back to the living room, where the fire had grown stronger. The warmth wrapped around him again, easing the tension in his shoulders. He sat on the couch and stared at the flames. The flickering light cast a soft glow across the room, making the shadows dance gently. He tried to steady his breathing, but his thoughts kept circling back to the faint breath he had heard, the cold outline on the floor, the sense that the cabin held more than just old memories. He leaned back and closed his eyes. The fire crackled softly. The wind brushed against the walls. The forest outside shifted in the darkness. He felt the weight of his father's absence settle over him again, heavier than before. It pressed against his chest, making it difficult to breathe. He opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling. The wooden beams crossed overhead, sturdy and unmoving. He whispered his father's name, barely audible. The sound felt strange in the quiet cabin, as if it did not belong there. He waited, listening to the silence that followed. The fire popped again, louder this time. A small ember jumped from the log and landed on the hearth. He watched it fade. He stood and walked to the window near the dining table. The forest remained dark, the trees still. He pressed his hand against the glass. The cold seeped into his skin. He whispered again, this time not his father's name, but a simple question. "Are you here?" The cabin did not answer. The forest did not move. The silence remained, yet something in the air shifted, subtle and quiet, like the faintest echo of a breath. He stepped back from the window and turned off the overhead light. The cabin dimmed, leaving only the firelight to illuminate the room. He walked to the couch and lay down, pulling the blanket over himself. The warmth from the fire reached him slowly, easing the chill that had settled in his bones. He closed his eyes and listened to the quiet. The forest outside whispered softly, the branches brushing against one another. The cabin creaked as the temperature dropped further. He drifted towards sleep, though the heaviness in his chest remained. The grief pressed against him, steady and unyielding, like a hand that refused to let go. Somewhere in the darkness, a faint sound rose again. It was soft, almost like a sigh, drifting through the hallway and into the living room. He did not open his eyes. He let the sound settle around him, unsure whether it came from the cabin or from the part of himself he had tried so hard to silence. He breathed slowly, letting the darkness take him. The forest listened, the cabin waited, and the night deepened. The morning light entered the cabin in a muted, almost hesitant way, as though the forest wished to keep most of the brightness for itself. Daniel woke on the couch with the blanket tangled around his legs. His neck ached from the angle at which he had slept, and his mouth felt dry. The fire had burned down to a faint bed of ash, and the air carried a coolness that seeped into his skin. He sat up slowly, rubbing the stiffness from his shoulders. The cabin felt different in daylight. The shadows that had stretched across the floor the night before were gone, replaced by a soft, pale glow that settled gently on the wooden surfaces. The silence remained, but it had shifted in tone. It no longer felt heavy or watchful. It felt more like a pause, a moment held between breaths. He stood and walked to the kitchen. The floorboards were cold beneath his feet. He filled the kettle with water and set it on the stove. The click of the burner echoed faintly through the cabin. He leaned against the counter and waited for the water to heat, listening to the quiet hum of the flame. His thoughts drifted back to the faint sound he had heard during the night. It had been soft, almost like a sigh. He had tried to convince himself that it was the cabin settling, or the wind brushing against the walls, or even his own breath echoing in the stillness. Yet something about it lingered in his mind, refusing to be dismissed. The kettle began to whistle. He poured the hot water over a tea bag and watched the color spread through the cup. The steam rose in thin curls, carrying a faint herbal scent. He held the cup between both hands and walked to the small dining table. The chair creaked softly as he sat. He took a slow sip and let the warmth settle in his chest. The taste reminded him of the tea his father used to drink in the evenings. His father had always preferred simple things: a plain mug, a quiet room, a book with worn pages. Daniel had inherited some of those preferences, though he had never realized it until now. He looked toward the hallway. The bedrooms were still dim, the doors open. The faint outline he had seen on the floor the night before came back to him. He wondered if it would still be there in daylight. He wondered if it had been a trick of the shadows. He finished his tea and stood. The chair scraped lightly against the floor. He walked toward the hallway, each step slow and deliberate. The air grew cooler as he approached, though not as sharply as it had the night before. The scent of cedar lingered faintly. He entered the second bedroom. The light from the window fell across the bed, illuminating the quilt in soft tones. The room felt still, almost untouched. He walked to the foot of the bed and looked down at the floor. The outline was still there. It was faint, but visible. A subtle impression in the wood, as though something had rested there for a long time. The shape was not clear enough to identify, but it held a presence that made the room feel less empty. He crouched and touched the floor. The wood felt cool, though not as cold as it had the night before. He pressed his palm against the outline and felt a slight vibration, subtle and steady, like the faint hum of a distant engine. He pulled his hand back and stood. He walked to the window and looked out. The forest was quiet, the trees unmoving. The sky was a pale blue, with thin clouds drifting slowly across it. The stillness felt almost deliberate, as though the forest were waiting for something. He turned away from the window and left the room. The hallway felt warmer once he stepped out. He walked back to the living room and sat on the couch. The blanket lay crumpled beside him. He picked it up and folded it neatly, placing it on the armrest. He leaned back and closed his eyes. The quiet pressed gently against him, not heavy, but persistent. He let his thoughts drift, and they returned again to his father. He remembered the last conversation they had. It had been in the hospital, a few days before his father passed. His father had been tired, his voice soft, but his eyes had been clear. He had told Daniel that he was proud of him. He had told him that he hoped he would find a place where he could breathe, where he could feel at ease. Daniel had nodded, though he had not understood what his father meant at the time. He had been focused on the machines, the nurses, the steady rhythm of the monitors. He had not realized that his father had been trying to give him something, a final piece of guidance. He opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling. The wooden beams crossed overhead, sturdy and unmoving. He felt a tightness in his chest, a familiar ache that had settled there since the funeral. He had tried to ignore it, to push it aside, but it always returned. He stood and walked to the bookshelf. The books were old, their spines worn. He ran his fingers along the titles, feeling the texture of the faded covers. He pulled out a thin volume of poetry and opened it. The pages were yellowed, the print slightly faded. He read a few lines, though the words did not fully register. He closed the book and returned it to the shelf. He walked to the front door and opened it. The cold air rushed in, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. He stepped onto the porch and looked out at the forest. The trees stood tall and silent, their branches reaching upward. He walked down the steps and onto the gravel path. The stone shifted beneath his feet. He followed the path a short distance, stopping near a cluster of ferns. The forest floor was covered in fallen leaves, their colors muted by the season. The air felt crisp, almost sharp. He stood there for a moment listening. The forest was quiet, but not empty. He could hear the faint rustle of leaves, the distant call of a bird, the soft hum of the wind moving through the branches. The sounds blended together, creating a gentle rhythm. He closed his eyes and breathed deeply. The air filled his lungs, cool and clean. He felt a slight easing in his chest, a loosening of the tightness that had held him for so long. When he opened his eyes, he noticed something near the edge of the path. It was small, partially hidden beneath a layer of leaves. He crouched and brushed the leaves aside. It was a stone, smooth, oval, and pale gray. A thin line had been carved into its surface, curving gently from one end to the other. The line was shallow, but deliberate. He picked up the stone and turned it over in his hand. The back was smooth, unmarked. He looked around, but the forest remained still. He slipped the stone into his jacket pocket and stood. He walked back to the cabin, the gravel crunching beneath his feet. Inside, the warmth from the fire had faded, but the air felt less cold than before. He closed the door and walked to the couch. He sat and pulled the stone from his pocket, holding it in his palm. The carved line reminded him of something, though he could not place it. It felt familiar, like a symbol he had seen long ago. He traced the line with his thumb, feeling the slight indentation. A faint sound drifted from the hallway. It was soft, almost like a whisper, though he could not make out any words. He looked toward the hallway, but the shadows remained still. He stood and walked toward the sound. The air grew cooler as he approached. He reached the entrance to the hallway and paused. The bedrooms were dim, the doors open. The bathroom door remained closed. He took a slow breath and stepped into the hallway. The floorboards creaked softly beneath his feet. He walked to the second bedroom and stood in the doorway. The room felt different now. The air held a subtle tension, as though something had shifted. He stepped inside and walked to the foot of the bed. The outline on the floor seemed slightly more defined, though he could not be certain. He crouched and touched the floor again. The wood felt cool, but not cold. The faint vibration remained, steady and subtle. He stood and turned toward the closet. The door was closed. He reached for the handle and paused. The air felt heavier near the door, as though the space behind it held something that did not wish to be disturbed. He opened the door slowly. The closet was empty. Yet the air inside felt different. It felt dense, almost thick, as though the space held a memory that had not yet faded. He stepped back and closed the door. He walked out of the room and returned to the living room. The stone lay on the couch where he had left it. He picked it up and held it again. The carved line felt familiar. It reminded him of the way his father used to draw simple shapes in the sand when they visited the lake. His father had always drawn curved lines, saying they reminded him of the way water moved. He closed his hand around the stone and sat on the couch. The quiet settled around him again, gentle and steady. He whispered his father's name, not expecting an answer. The cabin remained silent, yet the air felt different, as though something had shifted, subtle and quiet, waiting to be understood. The afternoon light dimmed earlier than Daniel expected, as though the forest wished to draw the evening closer. The sky outside the cabin had taken on a muted copper tone, and the air carried a stillness that felt heavier than the quiet of the morning. He sat near the window with the carved stone resting in his palm. The line etched into its surface caught the fading light, creating a faint shimmer that seemed to pulse with each breath he took. He turned the stone over slowly, tracing the curve again and again. The shape reminded him of the way his father used to draw arcs in the sand, simple gestures that carried a sense of calm. He wondered if the stone had been placed on the path intentionally, or if it had simply been carried there by the wind or an animal. The thought lingered, refusing to settle. The cabin felt colder now. The fire he had built earlier had burned down to a soft glow, and the air carried a chill that crept across the floor. He stood and added another log, watching as the flames slowly caught. The warmth spread gradually, though it did not reach the deeper corners of the room. He walked to the kitchen and filled a glass with water. The faucet sputtered slightly before the stream steadied. He drank slowly, feeling the coolness settle in his chest. He set the glass on the counter and looked toward the hallway. The shadows there seemed thicker than before, as though the light from the living room could not fully reach them. He took a slow breath and walked toward the hallway. The air grew cooler with each step. He paused at the entrance and listened. The cabin remained quiet, though the silence felt different now. It held a subtle tension, as though something waited just beyond the edge of hearing. He stepped into the hallway. The floorboards creaked softly beneath his feet. He walked to the second bedroom and stood in the doorway. The room was dim, the light from the window fading as the sun dipped lower. The outline on the floor near the foot of the bed remained visible, though the shadows made it appear deeper. He crouched and touched the floor again. The wood felt cool, but not cold. The faint vibration he had felt earlier remained, steady and subtle. He pressed his palm against the outline and closed his eyes. A faint sound drifted through the room. It was soft, almost like a whisper, though he could not make out any words. He opened his eyes and looked toward the closet. The door remained closed, but the air near it felt heavier, as though the space behind it held something that wished to be acknowledged. He stood and walked to the closet. He reached for the handle and paused. The air felt dense, almost thick, as though the room held its breath. He opened the door slowly. The closet was empty, yet the air inside felt charged, as though it carried a memory that had not yet faded. He stepped back and closed the door. He turned toward the window and looked out. The forest was still, the trees unmoving. The sky had darkened further, the copper tones fading into a deep blue. He left the room and returned to the living room. The fire had grown stronger, casting a warm glow across the walls. He sat on the couch and held the stone again. The carved line felt familiar, though he still could not place it. A faint sound drifted from outside. It was soft, almost like footsteps on gravel. He stood and walked to the front door. He opened it slowly and stepped onto the porch. The air outside was colder than he expected. The forest stood in deepening shadow, the trees blending into one another. The gravel path stretched ahead, pale in the fading light. He listened carefully. The sound came again. It was subtle, like the shifting of stones under a slow, deliberate step. He walked down the porch steps and onto the path. The gravel shifted beneath his feet. He followed the sound, moving slowly, each step measured. The forest remained still, though the air carried a faint tension. He reached the edge of the path and stopped. The sound had grown clearer, though still soft. It came from the direction of the ferns where he had found the stone earlier. He stepped closer. A figure stood near the ferns. The figure was tall and thin, with a posture that suggested both age and strength. The clothing was simple, a long coat that reached the knees, worn at the edges. The face was partially obscured by the fading light, though the eyes were visible. They were dark, steady, and held a depth that made Daniel's breath catch. The figure spoke, the voice low and deliberate. "You found the marker." Daniel swallowed. His voice felt caught in his throat. He managed to speak, though his words came out quietly. "What is it?" The figure stepped closer, though the movement was slow, almost cautious. The eyes remained fixed on Daniel, steady and unblinking. "It is a sign," the figure said. "A boundary, A reminder. Daniel looked down at the stone in his hand. The carved lines seemed to shimmer faintly in the dim light. A reminder of what? The figure tilted its head slightly, as though considering the question. Of what remains, the figure said. Of what has not yet crossed. Daniel felt a chill move through him, though the air remained still. He looked toward the cabin, then back at the figure. Who are you? The figure's expression did not change. The voice remained calm, precise. I am the one who watches the threshold, the figure said. I am the one who keeps what should not wander. Daniel felt the weight of the words settle over him. He took a slow breath. Why are you here? The figure stepped closer, though the distance between them remained respectful. The eyes held a quiet intensity. You have opened a space, the figure said. You have stirred what rests. The cabin remembers. The forest remembers. You carry something that calls to what lingers. Daniel felt his chest tighten. He looked down at the stone again. Is this why I found it? The figure nodded slowly. It was placed for you, the figure said. Not by my hand, but by what seeks you. Daniel felt a tremor move through him. He closed his hand around the stone. What seeks me? The figure's voice softened, though the precision remained. Grief, the figure said. Memory. The part of you that is not yet spoken. The part that waits. Daniel felt his breath catch. He looked toward the cabin, then back at the figure. What am I supposed to do? The figure stepped closer, the movement slow and deliberate. The eyes held a depth that felt ancient. You must listen, the figure said. You must allow what waits to speak. The cabin holds a voice that has not yet been heard. It calls to you because you carry the same silence. Daniel felt the words settle inside him, heavy and true. He looked down at the stone again. What happens if I listen? The figure's expression softened, though the eyes remained steady. You will understand, the figure said. You will see what remains unseen. You will cross the threshold that grief has built. Daniel felt a shiver move through him. He looked toward the cabin, the windows glowing faintly in the dim light. And if I do not? The figure's voice remained calm. Then the silence will deepen, the figure said. And what waits will remain. It will not harm you, but it will not leave. Daniel took a slow breath. The air felt colder now, though the forest remained still. The figure stepped back, the movement smooth and quiet. The night will speak, the figure said. You must be willing to hear it. Daniel watched as the figure turned and walked toward the deeper part of the forest. The coat brushed against the ferns, and the gravel shifted softly beneath the steps. The figure moved with a calm certainty, disappearing into the shadows between the trees. Daniel stood on the path for a long moment, the stone held tightly in his hand. The forest remained still, the air quiet. He turned and walked back to the cabin, each step slow and deliberate. Inside, the fire cast a warm glow across the room. He closed the door and leaned against it, feeling the weight of the encounter settle over him. He walked to the couch and sat, holding the stone in his palm. The carved line felt warm now, as though it carried a faint pulse. He closed his eyes and breathed slowly. The cabin listened. The forest waited, and the threshold opened. The evening settled over the cabin with a quiet that felt almost ceremonial, as if the forest had arranged itself around a single moment. Daniel sat near the fireplace, the carved stone resting on the table beside him. The flames moved slowly, their light stretching across the room in long, wavering bands. The warmth reached him in gentle pulses, though the air still held a coolness that lingered near the floor. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, and stared at the fire. The encounter with the keeper figure replayed in his mind with a clarity that unsettled him. The voice had been calm, deliberate, and steady, as though each word had been chosen with care. The eyes had held a depth that felt older than the forest itself. The presence had not frightened him, but it had left him with a sense of weight, as though he had stepped into a space that demanded honesty. He reached for the stone and held it in his palm. The carved line felt warm, almost as if it carried a faint pulse. He traced the curve with his thumb, feeling the subtle indentation. The shape reminded him again of the arcs his father used to draw in the sand. He wondered if the connection was coincidence or something deeper. The fire crackled softly. The sound reminded him of the nights he and his father had spent at the lake, sitting by the fire while the water lapped gently against the shore. His father had always spoken quietly during those nights, as though the darkness required a softer tone. Daniel remembered the way his father's voice had carried a calm certainty, even when speaking of difficult things. He closed his eyes and let the memory settle. The ache in his chest tightened, though it felt different now. It felt less like a weight pressing down and more like a door that had been closed for too long. A faint sound drifted from the hallway. It was soft, almost like a breath, though it carried a subtle rhythm that did not match the settling of the cabin. Daniel opened his eyes and looked toward the hallway. The shadows there seemed deeper, as though the light from the fire could not fully reach them. He stood slowly, the stone still in his hand. He walked toward the hallway, each step measured. The air grew cooler as he approached, though the chill felt less sharp than before. It felt more like a presence, quiet and steady. He stepped into the hallway. The floorboards creaked softly beneath his feet. The second bedroom door remained open, the room dim. The faint outline on the floor near the foot of the bed seemed more defined now, though the shadows made it difficult to see clearly. He walked into the room and stood near the outline. The air felt heavier here, though not oppressive. It felt expectant, as though the room held a memory that wished to be acknowledged. He crouched and touched the floor. The wood felt cool, though not cold. The faint vibration remained, steady and subtle. He closed his eyes and pressed his palm against the outline. A soft sound drifted through the room. It was not a whisper this time. It was more like a quiet exhale, steady and slow, as though someone were standing nearby. He opened his eyes and looked toward the closet. The door remained closed, though the air near it felt charged. He stood and walked to the door. He reached for the handle and paused. The air felt dense, almost thick, as though the space behind the door held something that had waited for a long time. He opened the door slowly. The closet was empty, yet the air inside felt different. It felt warm, as though someone had stood there recently. He stepped back and closed the door. He turned toward the window and looked out. The forest was dark now, the trees blending into one another. The sky held a faint glow near the horizon, though the light was fading quickly. He left the room and returned to the living room. The fire had grown stronger, casting a warm glow across the walls. He sat on the couch and held the stone again. The carved line felt warm, almost alive. He whispered his father's name, the sound barely audible. The cabin remained silent, though the air felt different. It felt attentive, as though something listened. He leaned back and closed his eyes. The warmth from the fire reached him slowly, easing the tension in his shoulders. He breathed deeply, letting the quiet settle around him. A faint sound drifted from outside. It was soft, almost like footsteps on gravel. He opened his eyes and stood. He walked to the front door and opened it. The air outside was cold, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. The forest stood in deep shadow, the trees unmoving. The gravel path stretched ahead, pale in the dim light. The keeper figure stood near the edge of the path. The figure's posture was calm, the coat hanging loosely around the thin frame. The eyes held the same depth as before, steady and unblinking. The figure spoke, the voice low and deliberate. The threshold is opened. Daniel felt A chill moved through him, though the air remained still. He stepped onto the porch and looked at the figure. What does that mean? The figure stepped closer, though the movement was slow and measured. It means the silence has begun to speak, the figure said. It means the memory that lingers has found its voice. Daniel felt his breath catch. He looked toward the cabin, then back at the figure. What memory? The figure's expression remained calm. The one you carry, the figure said. The one the cabin echoes. The one that has waited for you to listen. Daniel felt the weight of the words settle over him. He closed his hand around the stone. What am I supposed to do? The figure stepped closer, the movement smooth and quiet. You must enter the room, the figure said. You must stand where the outline rests. You must allow the memory to speak. Daniel felt a tremor move through him. He looked toward the cabin, the windows glowing faintly in the dim light. Will it harm me? The figure's voice remained steady. It will not harm you, the figure said. It will reveal what has been hidden. It will show you what you have not allowed yourself to see. Daniel took a slow breath. The air felt colder now, though the forest remained still. The figure stepped back, the movement deliberate. The night will guide you, the figure said. The cabin will hold you. The memory will speak. Daniel watched as the figure turned and walked toward the deeper part of the forest. The coat brushed against the ferns and the gravel shifted softly beneath the steps. The figure moved with a calm certainty, disappearing into the shadows between the trees. Daniel stood on the porch for a long moment, the stone held tightly in his hand. The forest remained still, the air quiet. He turned and walked back into the cabin, closing the door behind him. The fire cast a warm glow across the room. He walked to the hallway, each step slow and deliberate. The air grew cooler as he approached the second bedroom. He stepped into the room and stood near the outline on the floor. The air felt heavier here, though not oppressive. It felt expectant, as though the room held a memory that wished to be acknowledged. He crouched and touched the floor. The wood felt cool, though not cold. The faint vibration remained, steady and subtle. He closed his eyes and whispered his father's name. The room shifted. The air grew warmer, though the temperature did not change. The shadows deepened, though the light from the hallway remained steady. A faint sound drifted through the room, soft and steady, like a breath. He opened his eyes. The outline on the floor glowed faintly, a soft, pale light that pulsed gently. He stood slowly, the stone still at his hand. The memory waited. The threshold opened, and the night spoke. The night settled over the cabin with a depth that felt almost tangible, as though the darkness had gathered itself into a single, unbroken sheet. Daniel stood in the second bedroom, the carved stone warm in his hand, the faint glow from the outline on the floor pulsing gently. The air held a quiet tension, not threatening but expectant, as though the room waited for him to take the next step. He crouched again, his palm hovering above the glowing outline. The faint vibration he had felt earlier had grown stronger, though it remained steady and controlled. He pressed his hand against the wood and the warmth spread through his skin, moving up his arm in a slow, deliberate wave. He closed his eyes and breathed deeply. A soft sound drifted through the room. It was not a whisper or a sigh. It was more like the quiet hum of a distant memory, a sound that carried the weight of something long held and finally released. He opened his eyes and looked toward the closet. The door remained closed, though the air near it shimmered faintly, as though the space behind it held a light that could not fully emerge. He stood slowly, the stone still in his hand. The glow from the outline brightened, casting a soft, pale light across the room. The shadows shifted, though the air remained still. He stepped back, giving the space room to breathe. The light rose from the floor in a thin, wavering line, stretching upward like a thread pulled from the wood. It hovered in the air, trembling slightly, then curved gently toward the closet door. The movement was slow, deliberate, and almost graceful. The line reached the door and paused, as though waiting for permission. Daniel felt his breath catch. He walked to the closet and placed his hand on the door. The wood felt warm beneath his palm, as though it held a pulse of its own. He took a slow breath and opened the door. The closet was no longer empty. The space inside had deepened, stretching far beyond the boundaries of the cabin. The darkness within was not empty. It held a faint glow, soft and steady, like the light of a lantern seen from a great distance. The air carried a warmth that felt familiar, though he could not place it. He stepped closer, though he did not cross the threshold. The glow brightened slightly, revealing the faint outline of a figure standing within the deeper space. The figure was not fully formed. It appeared as a soft silhouette, the edges blurred, the features indistinct. Yet something about the posture, the tilt of the head, the quiet stillness, felt familiar. He whispered his father's name. The figure shifted, the movement subtle and slow. The glow brightened, revealing more of the silhouette. The shoulders were broad, the stance steady, the presence calm. Daniel felt a tightness in his chest, a pressure that rose from deep within him. He stepped closer, though he remained outside the threshold. "Are you here?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The figure did not speak. Instead, the glow pulsed gently as though responding to the sound of his voice. The air carried a warmth that felt like a hand resting on his shoulder, steady and reassuring. Daniel felt tears gather in his eyes, though he did not wipe them away. He took a slow breath. "I did not say goodbye," he said. "I did not know how." The glow brightened, though the figure remained silent. The warmth deepened, spreading through the room in a slow, steady wave. The air felt thick with memory, though not heavy. It felt like a space that had waited for him to speak. He stepped back slightly, the stone still warm in his hand. "I tried to keep moving," he said. "I tried to stay busy. I thought if I kept going, the ache would fade." The figure shifted again, the movement gentle. The glow pulsed in a slow rhythm, steady and calm. "It did not fade," Daniel said. "It stayed with me. It followed me. I did not know what to do with it." The warmth in the room deepened, though the air remained still. The glow from the outline on the floor pulsed in time with the light from the closet, creating a gentle rhythm that filled the space. Daniel felt his breath tremble. He closed his eyes and let the tears fall. "I miss you," he said. "I miss you every day." The glow brightened, though not harshly. It rose in a slow, steady wave, filling the closet and spilling gently into the room. The figure remained indistinct, though the presence felt unmistakable. It felt like the quiet strength his father had carried, the calm certainty, the steady warmth. Daniel opened his eyes. The light shimmered softly, as though acknowledging his words. He stepped closer, though he did not cross the threshold. "I do not know how to let go," he said. "I do not know how to move forward without feeling like I am leaving you behind." The figure lifted its head slightly, the movement slow and deliberate. The glow pulsed gently, as though offering an answer without words. Daniel felt the meaning settle over him, quiet and steady. Letting go did not mean forgetting. Moving forward did not mean leaving behind. Grief was not a door to close. It was a threshold to cross, a space to understand, a memory to carry. He took a slow breath and stepped back from the closet. The glow softened, though it did not fade completely. The figure remained, steady and calm. He held the stone in both hands. "Thank you," he whispered. The glow pulsed once, gentle and warm. The figure shifted slightly, then slowly dissolved into the deeper light. The closet returned to its ordinary shape. The space no longer stretched. The warmth faded gradually, leaving the room quiet and still. Daniel closed the closet door. The outline on the floor dimmed, the glow fading until only the faint impression remained. The air felt lighter now, though the quiet remained. He walked to the living room and sat on the couch. The fire had burned low, though the warmth still reached him. He held the stone in his palm, feeling the faint indentation of the carved line. He breathed slowly, letting the quiet settle around him. The ache in his chest remained, though it felt different now. It felt less like a weight and more like a memory held gently. A soft sound drifted from outside. It was not footsteps or wind. It was more like the quiet rustle of leaves, steady and calm. He stood and walked to the front door. He opened it and stepped onto the porch. The forest stood in deep shadow, though the sky held a faint glow near the horizon. The air felt cool, though not cold. The trees swayed gently, their branches moving in a slow, rhythmic pattern. A figure stood near the edge of the path. The keeper. The posture was calm, the coat hanging loosely around the thin frame. The eyes held the same depth as before, steady and unblinking. The figure spoke, the voice low and deliberate. "You crossed the threshold." Daniel nodded slowly. "Yes," he said, "I did." The figure stepped closer, though the movement remained measured. "You listened," the figure said. "You allowed the memory to speak. The silence has shifted." Daniel felt the truth of the words settle over him. He looked toward the cabin, then back at the figure. "What happens now?" The figure's expression softened, though the eyes remained steady. "You return," the figure said. "You carry what you have understood. The cabin has given what it held. The forest will rest." Daniel felt a calmness move through him, steady and quiet. "Will I see you again?" he asked. The figure tilted its head slightly. "If the threshold calls," the figure said. "If the silence deepens. If the memory requires it." Daniel nodded. The figure stepped back, the movement smooth and quiet. "The night is spoken," the figure said. "You may go." Daniel watched as the figure turned and walked toward the deeper part of the forest. The coat brushed against the ferns, and the gravel shifted softly beneath the steps. The figure moved with a calm certainty, disappearing into the shadows between the trees. Daniel stood on the porch for a long moment, the stone warm in his hand. The forest remained still, the air quiet. He turned and walked back into the cabin, closing the door behind him. The fire cast a soft glow across the room. He sat on the couch and held the stone gently. The cabin listened. The forest rested, and the circle closed. The morning arrived with a gentleness that felt almost unfamiliar, as though the forest had softened its breath overnight. A pale light filtered through the windows of the cabin, settling across the floor in long, muted bands. Daniel woke in the armchair near the fireplace, the carved stone resting on the small table beside him. The fire had burned down to a faint bed of ash, and the air carried a coolness that brushed lightly against his skin. He sat up slowly, feeling the stiffness in his shoulders ease as he stretched. The quiet inside the cabin felt different now. It no longer held the tension of waiting or the weight of unspoken memory. It felt open, steady and calm, as though the space had exhaled after holding its breath for a very long time. He stood and walked to the window. The forest outside was washed in soft morning light. The trees swayed gently, their branches moving in a slow, rhythmic pattern. The sky held a faint gold near the horizon, though the sun had not yet risen fully. The air carried the scent of damp earth and pine, fresh and clean. He placed his hand against the glass and felt the coolness seep into his skin. The forest felt alive in a way he had not noticed before. It felt attentive, though not watchful. It felt like a place that had completed something and now rested. He turned away from the window and walked to the kitchen. The floorboards creaked softly beneath his feet. He filled the kettle with water and set it on the stove. The click of the burner echoed faintly through the cabin. He leaned against the counter and waited for the water to heat, listening to the quiet hum of the flame. His thoughts drifted back to the night before. The glow from the outline on the floor. The deepened space inside the closet. The silhouette that had carried the shape of someone he had loved. The warmth that had filled the room steady and calm. The presence that had spoken without words. He felt the memory settle gently inside him, not as a weight, but as a warmth that spread through his chest. The ache remained, though it felt different now. It felt like something he could carry without fear of breaking. The kettle began to whistle. He poured the hot water over a tea bag and watched the colors spread through the cup. The steam rose in thin curls, carrying a faint herbal scent. He held the cup between both hands and walked to the small dining table. The chair creaked softly as he sat. He took a slow sip and let the warmth settle in his chest. The taste reminded him again of the tea his father used to drink. He closed his eyes and breathed deeply, letting the memory settle without resistance. When he opened his eyes, he noticed something on the table near the carved stone. It was a small piece of folded paper, thin and slightly worn. He did not remember placing it there. He reached for it and unfolded it carefully. The paper held a single curved line, drawn in a soft pencil stroke. The shape matched the carved line on the stone, though the drawing felt more fluid, more personal. The curve reminded him of the arcs his father used to draw on the sand, simple gestures that carried a quiet meaning. He traced the line with his finger. The pencil mark felt faint beneath his touch, though the meaning felt clear. The line was not a symbol of separation. It was a symbol of continuity. A reminder that memory did not end. It changed shape, but it remained. He folded the paper and slipped it into his pocket. He picked up the stone and held it in his palm. The carved line felt warm, though the room remained cool. He closed his hand around it and stood. He walked to the second bedroom. The air inside felt lighter now, though the faint outline on the floor remained visible. The glow had faded completely, leaving only the subtle impression in the wood. The room felt calm, as though the memory it had held had been released. He crouched and touched the outline. The wood felt warm beneath his palm, though the temperature of the room had not changed. He closed his eyes and breathed deeply. "Thank you," he whispered. The room remained quiet, though the air carried a faint warmth that felt like acknowledgement. He stood and walked to the closet. He opened the door slowly. The space inside was ordinary again, shallow and empty. The air felt cool, though not cold. The deeper space he had seen the night before had vanished completely. He closed the door and stepped back. The room felt complete now, as though it had given what it needed to give. He left the room and returned to the living room. The fire had burned down to ash, though the faint warmth remained. He sat on the couch and held the stone in his palm. He thought of the keeper figure, the calm voice, the steady presence. He wondered if the figure had been part of the forest, or part of the cabin, or part of something older. He wondered if the figure had been drawn to him specifically, or if it appeared to anyone who carried a silence that needed to be heard. He did not know. He did not need to know. The meaning had been given, and that was enough. He stood and walked to the front door. He opened it and stepped onto the porch. The morning air felt crisp, carrying the scent of pine and damp leaves. The forest stretched ahead, quiet and steady. He walked down the steps and onto the gravel path. The stone shifted beneath his feet. He followed the path a short distance. stopping near the cluster of ferns where he had found the stone. The leaves glistened with morning dew, their edges catching the light. He crouched and placed the stone gently on the ground. The carved line faced upward, catching the faint glow of the rising sun. He pressed his hand against the stone for a moment, feeling the warmth beneath his palm. He stood and stepped back. The forest remained still, though the air carried a faint sense of completion. He walked back to the cabin and gathered his belongings. He packed slowly, folding each item with care. The quiet inside the cabin felt steady, though not heavy. It felt like a space that had completed its purpose. He placed the folded paper in his jacket pocket. He took one last look around the cabin, letting his eyes settle on the walls, the windows, the fireplace, the hallway. The space felt familiar now, though he had only been here for a short time. It felt like a place that had held something important and released it gently. He stepped outside and locked the door. The key felt cool in his hand. He placed it in the small metal box beside the door and closed the lid. He walked to his car and opened the door. Before getting in, he looked toward the forest one last time. The trees swayed gently, their branches moving in a slow, rhythmic pattern. The air felt calm, steady, and complete. He sat in the car and started the engine. The gravel crunched beneath the tires as he backed up and turned onto the narrow path. The forest closed around him, though not in a way that felt confining. It felt like a quiet farewell. As he drove toward the main road, the morning light grew stronger, casting long shadows across the forest floor. The ache in his chest remained, though it felt different now. It felt like something he could carry without fear of breaking. He reached the end of the path and turned onto the paved road. The forest receded behind him, though the memory of it remained steady in his mind. He drove toward the horizon, the morning light growing brighter with each mile. The cabin rested, the forest breathed, and the circle closed with quiet grace.
Walls are close and I can't breathe, but I'm trying hard to find the light. Open the curtains and I find that I cannot see. No, I cannot see. Said I cannot see through the rain out my window. Oh, I cannot see. No, I cannot see. Said I cannot something wrong? Does he hate me? Did I say something wrong? 'Cause I cannot see. No, I cannot see. Said I cannot see through the rain out my window. Oh, I'm trying so hard, but everything outside is cold and dark, and I wanna go enjoy the day. I hope the sun, but all I get is rain. The house is cold, can't feel my feet. The walls are close and I can't breathe, but I'm trying hard to find the light. Open the curtains and